Entertainment, they're using the crate for cover. Divine is still around though, and eventually Overlook trying to get these KPs, looking for the armor swap. Red armor's there, but the ring damage is hurting Big Z. It's hurting for a large chunk, and there's no escape for Overlook whatsoever.
Pricey just plays him around, ring around the Rosie there, and manages to get out, letting the ring finish off the kill for him.
So mentioned Iraqi Boogie Borders. It's so dangerous. They're on the low ground, and he's the only one still standing here for Boogie Borders.
Your boy is going spelunking right now. He is so deep in the rock. Meanwhile, Pricey's just like, hey man, I'm left by myself. I got nothing to lose. And really popping off there with the center. You can see they know where he is, but Raki's spot is so good that they literally cannot get to him. No, if you're one of those people who doesn't like playing with their squad, look at this. He's covered from like 3 different sides. And he's just trying to surf across the rock right now.
Oh no, Pricey, can you do it? He doesn't even have any healing to work with, and there you go. Raki's also spotted. Into the lava he goes. Raki will burn, and we're left to our top 3.
Well, I'm just happy we got the 1v1 between them. That was so fun. All right, now the other 3 teams, the real contenders, are in. Outside, take to the skies, but I don't think it's going to work for them, and Legends Gaming have let the other teams run into the flames.
And Legends Gaming, they're ready to capitalize on it, and in a blink, and you miss it moments, it's already there. And pop shot after pop shot, courtesy of Fussy.
Right now, he's no stranger to being the kill leader in a lobby, and he stacked 30-30. Oh my god, headshot after headshot comes out for the man. He will not stop.
No fast as he's making a mess on the floor. Kissens already down to the ground, keeping up the pressure. And Boogie Borders knows this is their day. Their side, Boogie Borders has been in control. They crack the armor, they crack the face, and Boogie Borders are your nearby. Keep going, he's going for it. Immediately Black Hole into play, and it's just a cluster of missiles heading to their location. Kappa is gone, Device in trouble. Running, time to fight, and here we go with the pop shots from Bible. They have that high ground, as we mentioned. Keep going game though, going on to the inside. They lose one along the way, so 1 for 1 for the time being. But keep going gaming, they have the firepower to fight. It's all SDKH though to try and hold Papa with a sliver of HP.
One side or the other once it is revealed where it goes. On the outside here, we're seeing War Monster Firebird get into it with Overlooked Entertainment, and they've almost completely taken down on a scary of health, trying to get away, and he won't. And XX just got away.
Already with the advantage, Player K. Olium still standing. Doing the through the snare, Player K. Moving one. One's in the corner, and Boogie Border says gone. One look on the prowl, Lightning Unicorn. They've been watching like hawks, and now they're ready to build their mid.
AGL have actually got it down here onto Dreamfire.
Dreamfire's the one in trouble. AGL coming from above, and QQ ready to throw the arc sights and throw Dreamfire away. Dreamfire's gone yet again, and the struggles continue. Let's find the last member of Bear Claw. Akuma falls, and Legends Gaming now is ready to go for more. Dealing with any close contact. Kakoi trying to poke at the 3 spots. Now left strafing flame down to the floor, and it's Kakoi still with a better spot. No credits gone to Legends Gaming. Will this be the end of this map's legacy, as Outside is on the outskirts poking with the 30-30. The dance, it's not enough. Goodbye to Player K, goodbye to Easy Flash, and it's hello to Kakoi having a better spot. Outside's gonna be in trouble. Kakoi, they played ultimate gatekeeper all throughout this game, and they're
one game today.
No credit, absolutely takedown one from AGL. High ground from Next
Devil rolling up now in and over it with that gravity lift.
Yeah, Kill Devil was prepared all.
The platforms up on top. You've got Bear Claw just trying to sit it out with the 1 member left alive there, and Ash Esports may actually be able to capitalize on this. No, an overstep means Yase goes down. Can they get the better of DNZ now?
Yeah, there's still a challenger at DNC, ready to fight. Rokoko, the only one still standing, using these knockdown shields for cover and trying to get the hell out of dodge, but he's in trouble because of those barricades. DNZ eliminated 2 as Godhand is nearby, but next on the chopping block might be Yesh, and yet again the clash towards the 3 will go in favor.
All right, now the other three teams, the real contenders, are in. Outside, take to the skies, but I don't think it's going to work for them, and Legends Gaming have let the other teams run into the flames.
And Legends Gaming, they're ready to capitalize on it, and in a blink and you miss it moments, it's already there. And pop shot after pop shot, courtesy of Fussy.
Right now, he's no stranger to being the kill leader in a lobby, and he stacked 30-30. Oh my god, headshot after headshot comes out for the man. He will not stop.
Go fast as he's making a mess on the floor. Kissets already down to the ground, keeping up the pressure. And Boogie Borders knows this is their day. Decide Boogie Borders has been in control. They crack the armor, they crack the face, and Boogie Borders are your nearby. Keep going for it. Immediately black hole into play, and it's just a cluster of missiles heading to their location. Tapo is gone. Divine's in trouble. Running, time to fight, and here we go with the pop shots from Bible. They have that high ground, as we mentioned. Keep going game though, going on to the inside. They lose one along the way, so 1-for-1 for the time being. But keep going gaming, they have the firepower to fight. It's all left to KH though to try and hold Papa with a sliver of HP.
One side or the other once it is revealed where it goes. On the outside here, we're seeing War Monster Firebird get into it with Overlooked Entertainment, and they've almost completely taken down on a scary of health, trying to get away, and he won't. And XX just got away.
Already with the advantage, player K. Golim still standing. Doing the bruise there, player K. Moving one to the corner, and Boogie Border says gone. One look on the prowl, Lightning Unicorn. They've been watching like hawks, and now they're ready to build their mid.
AGL have actually got it down here onto Dreamfire.
Dreamfire's the one in trouble. AGL coming from above, and QQ ready to throw the arc sights and throw Dreamfire away. Dreamfire's gone yet again, and the struggles continue. Let's find the last member of Bear Claw. Akuma falls, and Legend Gaming now is ready to go for more. Dealing with any close contact. Kakoi trying to poke at the 3 spots. Now left strafing flame down to the floor. And it's Kakoi still with a better spot. No credits gone to Legends Gaming. Will this be the end of this map's legacy? As Outside is on the outskirts, poking with the 30-30. The dance, it's not enough. Goodbye to Player K. Goodbye to Easy Flash. And it's hello to Kakoi having a better spot. Outside's gonna be in trouble. Kakoi, they played ultimate gatekeeper all throughout this game. And they're
one game today.
No credit, actually takedown one from AGL. High ground from Next
Devil rolling up now in and over it with that gravity ledge.
Yeah, Kill Devil was prepared all.
The platforms up on top. You've got Bear Claw just trying to sit it out with the one member left alive there, and Ash Esports may actually be able to capitalize on this. No, an overstep means Yase goes down. Can they get the better of DNZ now?
Yeah, there's still a challenger at TNC, ready to fight. Rokoko, the only one still standing, using these knockdown shields for cover and trying to get the hell out of dodge, but he's in trouble because of those barricades. DNZ eliminated too, as God's Hand is nearby, but next on the chopping block might be Yesh, and yet again the clash towards the 3 will go in favor of Overlooked Entertainment, who has been watching like hawks and are ready to pounce. One more target, one more show. Here we go, Divine's next on the list, as Overlooked is ready to bring the clash to them, but we see he's down. It's 2v2 as Divine is still alive and kicking those red shields, keeping them topped up. The Massive though up close, and Overlooked Entertainment, they're using the crate for cover. Divine is still around though, and eventually Overlooked trying to get these KPs, looking for the armor swap. Red armor's there, but the ring damage is hurting Big it, and there you go. Racky's also spotted. Into the lava he goes. Racky will burn, and we're left to our top 3.
Well, I'm just happy we got the 1v1 between them. That was so fun. All right, now the other 3 teams, the real contenders, are in. Outside, take to the skies, but I don't think it's going to work for them, and Legends Gaming have let the other teams run into the flames.
And Legends Gaming, they're ready to capitalize on it, and in a blink, and you miss it moments, it's already there. And pop shot after pop shot, courtesy of Fuzzy.
Right now, he's no stranger to being the kill leader in a lobby, and he stacked 30-30. Oh my god, headshot after headshot comes out for the man. He will not stop.
Go fast as he's making a mess on the floor. Kissets already down to the ground, keeping up the pressure. And Boogie Borders knows this is their day. Their side, Boogie Borders has been in control. They crack the armor, they crack the face, and Boogie Borders are your... Nearby, keep going, he's going for it. Immediately Black Hole into play, and it's just a cluster of missiles heading to their location. Papa is gone, Divine's in trouble. We're running, time to fight, and here we go with the pop shots from Bible. They have that high ground, as we mentioned. Keep going game though, going on to the inside. They lose one along the way, so 1-for-1 for time being. But keep going gaming, they have the firepower to fight. It's all left to KH though to try and hold Papa with a sliver of HP.
One side or the other once it is revealed where it goes. On the outside here, we're seeing Warmonster the Firebird get into it with Overlooked Entertainment, and they've almost completely taken down on a scary of health, trying to get away, and he won't. And XX just got away.
Already with the advantage, player K. Olium still standing. Clean up Bruce there, player K. Moving one. Once in the court.
ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Ravi kicks down and out already. Crystal strike there.
Let's go down. 1v1. 1v1.
Oh, what?
Well, Shady, he finds a target.
That's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down. Oh my god!
The 360! What a beast!
Hello and welcome everyone to the APAC-South Pro League, where we'll be covering all that Apex action in Split 1. My name is Lace, and for most of you at home wondering if I am the voice actor for Mad Maggie, I'm not. But you can't spell problematic without M-E. And I hope that you're ready for another thrilling event as we hit week 2 in Pro League. I am joined once again by the world-class championship caster, that's a mouthful, Genome, and at the man that bring the hype and do it all, Dax. Guys, we had such an epic start to Split 1. Gino, on a scale of 1 to caffeinated, how excited are you for today's matches?
Yeah, actually pretty caffeinated on my second coffee for the morning. So, yeah, I'm going to give it a big let's go. I mean, hey, we're finally here on the Play Apex channel. Oh, my lord, have we been waiting for this for a long, long time. I mean, you can catch us on both, either the Long Shot channel if you're feeling like an OG. But yeah, hopefully we'll be bringing it to a bigger audience and more people around the world can enjoy the fun, the greatness that is APAC-South.
Exactly right. And hello, Play Apex. So, I know in the green room before Genome, you were sending us some pump up music. So I'm loving the energy, and it's awesome that we can showcase it to the rest of the world. And Dax, we saw it all last week, from underdog teams rising above the well-known and players doing their best, tap strafe dancing, and of course the perfect mountain goat techniques. Do you think we're going to see the same passion today?
Of course, it's APAC-South, and now where we again say major region confirmed, right? Being on the Play APAC channel, having that double prize pool, these games are gonna get better and better. It's double duty today for Group C. We're gonna get a longer day, and the sun behind me is the last time I'm gonna see it today, because we are gonna go the distance all throughout the day.
Exactly. So last week, our region really did start off strong, Dax, and I know we're here rearing ready to go, so let's have a look at the breakdown for Apex Legends Pro League.
The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
So today we do have a few different things happening in such a big schedule, but today we have Group A and C competing in our first 6 matches. So we're going to have 3 on Storm Point and 3 on World's Edge. But the excitement doesn't stop there. We will then have Group B and C battle it out for another 6 matches. Guys, this is going to be a little bit of a stacked day, as you can see there. We saw so much action happen from match 1 straight out the gate. We had a fair few teams just coming in strong, coming in hot. Oh, and I just can't get ready enough for this. But, guys, we did see like a few teams sort of not live up to our expectations. As we say, we've got groups A and C today. There's going to be a couple of new teams coming in, Genome. I do know that, we're feeling rather excited to see what they can do. And then, we hit over to groups B versus C. So today's going to be a long one.
Well, one of the fun things I think about the end of day 2 in this split Pro League format is you finished one complete round robin, right? So every team has played the same amount of matches, and you get like an even standings at the end of the day. No one's played sort of more matches than one another. So it does give you a good sort of calibration of where these teams are at this way through it. Because obviously we've got, it's a triple round robin, so they will all play each other group 3 times. So we'll have the end of that first round robin at the end of today.
Yeah, exactly right. And, individual matches still have the traditional ALGS scoring, 12 points for first, 9 points for second, and 1 point per kill, so on and so forth. And, then teams placed in traditional format will then be awarded split points at the end of the 6 matches. So, if a team places first within their series, they're awarded 25 series points, 21 for second, and so on and so forth. We saw Boogie Borders, have the 25 split points, they're coming out strong there. But at the end of the day, these teams are, of course, playing for the chance to make it to LAN. But in the back of their minds is the prizing. $20,000 to our first place winners. Genome, that's $125,000 spread amongst our teams. What a prize pool we have for our region.
It's not bad. It's a double up. It's a straight up 2x from last year, and I hope that'll make all the difference to these guys. Of course, probably even more important than that is the fact that we are now a major region, and that has increased the number of slots we get to land. So on top of this, we've got 8 slots now. So 8 out of our 30 teams will be joining the best teams in the world at the Split 1 playoffs.
And Dax, do you feel like these teams are excited for this money, or are they just excited to go to LAN and, battle it out on a stage?
Look, the prize pool, it always helps, right? It gives a good case for even more investors to come on in, for these teams to get picked on. But at the same time, the land slots that Gino has mentioned, given that we have 8 right now, it means that even if we have a bad day, there is still a chance. So I look at teams perhaps like Dreamfire, teams like Serenity who want to do a little bit better today, teams like we're going to be seeing Group C, of course, play today and have that endurance run. There is more chances for them moving forward.
Exactly. So it's a great achievement for our players and to be here in Pro League. And of course, very exciting. They could be having stardom and then the money in their pockets. But, you know, with a captivating start to Split 1, we saw a fair few teams nail it out and just doing an amazing job here. But Dax, to the epic start of Pro League, you know, teams are here to show us what they're made of. What team stood out to you?
I mean, we were expecting, of course, names like Legends Gaming, Boogie Borders to be in the medal spots, to be in that top 3. But in the middle of those two teams was the ever-incredible Lightning Unicorn. The boys from Buriram are back with a vengeance, top 10 multiple times, last split last year. But this time around, they bring a different flavor in terms of the composition. You can see already, this is a team that refuses to play Bangalore on Stormpoint and on World's Edge. They got second place overall, mostly with placement points, having 41 out of their 66 rather, I believe. And if only they did a better rotation near the tail end of that last World's Edge map, they might have contested Boogie Borders there. But it was a great day, especially for Jack Hughes. He was third highest kills with that Watson. They were so good at playing the zone well, getting the calls for the rotation, and timing it so right, waiting when these moments to strike would come their way. And of course, when you're playing that Valkyrie, will allow Lightning Unicorn to rotate into the spots they want to as quickly as possible. You have the Crypto, you have the Watson, it's easier to fortify from that point on.
Yeah, exactly right. You can definitely see why Lightning Unicorn have made it to the Pro Leagues. You know, we had a great start from Bear Claw Gaming as well, and Boogie Borders rise to fame with their tight cohesion, coming together and winning overall for the first stuff. But, you know, it doesn't get hype. You know, teams showcasing their skills today. I know we have Wonton Dumpling coming in and competing. You know, they're going to show the region what they're made of, hopefully stuffed full of skills and spices. But Genome, tell us who you are keen to see rock the competition and rise to the top.
Well, look, I'm hoping for a turnaround of fortunes for Dreamfire today, because they unfortunately had a little bit of a shaky start. I mean, Dreamfire came out in 15th place at our first day. Now, this is quite unusual for them, or is it, I guess, because they have been a team who's been a little bit inconsistent in the past. Like, you see the high highs from them and you see the low lows. Sometimes they'll bring out a day where they get the kill record, and other days, unfortunately, like we saw here in day 1, yeah, just not really gelling. And I wonder if some of this comes back to a little bit of change in the playstyle that we've seen. We kept mentioning how APAC-South seemed to have slowed down a little bit, and you really saw this from Dreamfire in week 1, where they really struggled to make their sort of Zone 3 or Zone 4 rotations. And here's one of those spots where they peek out, just immediately get deleted. They were actually, going back through the VODs, they were a little bit unlucky. They were, you know, on the wrong end of some Prowlers, some Wingmans at times. But, you know, I think that's only because partly they weren't finding those spots in the zone quite quick enough. And in past times in APAC-South, they've been able to roam the edge of the zone and pick up lots of kills freely. But with all these other teams finding their way into the zone a lot quicker in Year 4, Dreamfire might need to find a new way to get those points.
Exactly right. You know, we were very excited to see them. They went to LAN. They've been on the stages. They know what the competition feels like. And just seeing the slight inconsistencies, you were right, in the first week was, you know, a little upsetting. But, you know, they always leave a great impression in our books. You know, they have a story to tell. And as we flip the pages in our regions, I want to have a talk about our Thailand team, Iron Blood Gaming. This notorious edge hunting squad is known to terminate the rotations of teams. So I'd be very careful riding the zone with their super aggressive play style. If there's a team in their sights, they're generally going to be in on the action. Iron Blood Gaming are not new to competition. I saw them dominate in the LCQs, also placing 10th in the ALGS championships. We had like Ziki and Asia's welcome Dexter to the roster. So like Iron Blood Gaming traditionally drop it, I think it was Checkpoint and Storm Point. So I'm very eager to see what they can show us today, as they're certainly a really defined team. And it's excellent to see them come back in. You know, I've been watching them quite closely. They weren't playing in the first week, so this is going to be the first time that we will be seeing Iron Blood Gaming perform today. And I'm just I'm eager to see them do what they can do best. They generally have very high kill points. They generally come in, like I said, taking the edge of zone and cleaning up the stragglers that are making their way in. They're exceptional watch because of the aggressive play style that they have. And as we'll be keeping a very close eye on these teams, and we get our noses into the action, like I said, they drop Checkpoint and Storm Point. I do want to have a look at where our teams are going to be dropping today, so we can see if there's going to be any contests. Dax, have you got your eyes on these teams? Are you ready for the action to have a look? Let's take a look at these teams landing.
And I'm very excited to see what we're gonna get here. A versus C, a different configuration onto Storm Point. Perhaps many more contests towards the top right side of the map. Lightning Rod should be only for one team, but you can see already God Hand still sticking around towards Pylon. Serenity here on the south side. I feel like Coastal Camp is something to consider as well for some of these teams, and I wonder if Devastated Coast will still be in Lightning Unicorn's hands. Beyond that, though, the mill is up for grabs with Dreamfire not in the configuration right now. And Gino, immediately, you can see MXF and Ash Esports looking to place off towards that area over there.
Yeah, Barometer, I mean, historically, you have seen some teams split Barometer, so perhaps they won't be getting into the contest immediately. Serenity had sort of put a little bit of a note down on Coastal Camp, but I think they'll probably just stick to Echo HQ and let Lightning Unicorn have that. I guess we should also note Serenity, they were a duo last week. One of their members caught up at the airport, apparently had 3 flight cancellations, so thank God Serenity should be back to a full 3, and we can see what that up-and-coming player Jesco can do this week.
Yeah, unlucky is an understatement, but here we go again. Cedo Station gonna be, of course, in the hands of Legends Gaming. They love to go for that rotation with a Trident as soon as possible. X and Y, on the other hand, a strong edge team that we watch out for. Gonna play from Sonoda Cave and look to worm their way in towards the map. Beyond that, though, Launchpad here, God Hand gonna be on that already as well. Wonton Dumpling, actually, gonna be the ones towards Pylon. And I feel like it's very interesting for Wonton Dumpling, a team that just loves to look around for as many kills as possible, starting towards the southeast, moving into the center for Forbidden Zone. Anyone in their path towards that ring rotation, they're going to be in trouble.
No doubt of that in my mind. You got teams like Final Start, newcomers to APAC-South Pro League, going up to Northpad. And now that, you know, they've taken out the armory there, you do get a little bit more space when you're starting off in Northpad. But look, that's a good start to get you guys kind of briefed on how these teams are going to be dropping as we head into Storm Point soon.
Yes, exactly right. We just see where they're landing. We're gearing up and ready to go. We just want to get into the action. We want to start this. Casters, I know you're itching and ready to go. I can definitely see that this is going to be week 2. The action is going to be packed. We have Group B and C going head to head. Sorry, A and C. So let's get in on the action.
I'm very keen for this game to start. And I guess one other thing, Lace, maybe that we can just very quickly touch on as we wait to get into this game is the teams have made a couple of changes between week 1 and week 2. If you were a Divine fan, they have renamed. We've gone back to Team Burger, which is exciting for me, especially because we've got Sharky coming in. The return of one of the greatest players in APAC-South history. One of the only ones to ever pick up a LAN trophy. Of course, Sharky, I think he basically said something like, you know, he kind of felt like he'd achieved what he needed to. And then he kind of retired. Now he's back. I guess he just couldn't keep his hands off the keys.
Yeah, we love it when they come out of the retire home, don't we, Dax?
I gotta say, it's just incredible to see. They couldn't get through the preseason qualifier, but Team Burger back in business. And of course, Sharky, Reignite fame, Dark Zero fame. You're gonna see Pricey as well. A very familiar face with each other. And on the other side, one of the teammates Sharky had in the preseason qualifier for Tom Yum Kangaroo, if I remember that team correctly, Killapuz has also returned to competition. He's gonna be joining Team Akuma, and they're gonna be, I believe, the only triple controller team right now that we have here in APAC-South. I'm very interested to see a different kind of input, of course, in a region dominated by mouse and keyboard. This is one of the standouts really from Tom Young-Kung and their finals run. And the thing is, Kilopaz, he had so many offers to actually play for different teams, but he stuck with an Aussie duo just like he did back in Champs, and he's ready to go again.
Yeah, and having a look at this, we'll have a look at the scoreboard and we can show you guys what we're up to because we've had 1 week. So these are obviously the scorings here. Boogie Boards out on top and then Lightning Unicorn coming in second. So we are itching and ready to go. We have A versus C today. So as you can see, we have a couple of teams on the board. And then we have C with no points just yet, but they're going to show us what they can do today. As we're itching and ready to go, this is our first match of the day. We are heading to Storm Point. This is A versus C, and I'm excited to see what we can show you from our region.
I mean, having a look at some of the other teams further down this list, I mean, there's definitely a couple of surprises there, Lace, isn't there? Like War Monster Firebird sitting there with 14 split points there in the overall standings. That's an interesting one. I think, that was a preseason qualifier team. Honestly, I'm going to have to keep my eyes on them because if they can replicate that kind of success, not only will I be surprised, but also they'll be heading, they'll be heading overseas. They'll be getting on a plane and walking up to land, which would be an incredible effort, honestly, because there's so many other teams, especially from their region, when you think about how many good and solid and Chinese teams there have been for such a long time in APAC-South, for them to come out and be... Yeah, just having a quick scan. Yeah, they're the highest placed Chinese team so far. That's insane coming out of PSQs.
I just want to chime in real quick. If there's Sharky back in business, there's Shark who was smelling blood in the water multiple times from last week, right? And WF Firebird, I'm very interested to see you got Azu back as well. He had the experience from a year ago. Shark, on the other hand, top 5 within those kills. A lot of damage done as well. And we saw from the Group A that most of the teams there love to play that zone. WF Firebird, they're completely different. They're a little bit more akin to the likes of X and Y, to the likes of Wonton Dumpling. The Chinese teams who love to play Edge. Here we go again with another face to mention, War Monster Firebird.
Exactly. With all these sharks in this game, it's such an Australian thing, guys. If everyone's naming their name Sharky, when you come to the land down under, people are expecting you to just touch a beach and see a shark. We got some of the most dangerous animals. We also have some of the most dangerous teams in our region. So, we've had the likes of Dark Zero. Thank you, America, for taking them. Moist Esports as well have left our region. But, we can produce these exceptional teams. And today we're going to watch who's maybe going to fill their shoes, maybe going to overtake these glorious teams. But you know what? We definitely have the best in the region, and to be able to broadcast that not only to our beautiful channel here, but to Apex Legends Genome, it's just exciting for our region to be able to show the skill that we have.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I think obviously we get to do that even more now that we've got the extra slots here as well. So that's going to be not only a cool thing for our teams to sort of reward them for their consistently, great performances. When you look at APAC-South and how we've done at LAN, typically, we've been one of the best performing regions in terms of, placement per amount of teams invited, average placement overall, that sort of thing. But not only that, it means we're also going to get more LAN experience now, right? So you're getting more teams that get blooded when they play in those lobbies. Because I can tell you from, as someone who's been there and sort of talked to players as they're going through their first LAN experience on that stage, it's so different. And every time you hear them, they're like, oh, wow, I didn't realize I had to be so tight on this. Like, jumping on an evac tower together, and they all of a sudden realize you get punished for things so much more in just all these little ways. And the teams that come back from LAN, they take that sort of experience with them. So not only are they going to be getting better, but I think we'll have more of those teams playing in a better, more cohesive way, and therefore it'll improve the region as a whole as we get all these teams coming back with that LAN experience.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's always like the skill ceiling that you have within your region, and then you're very right. You go to LAN, and then you're versing the best players from that region. So the skill ceiling is a little bit higher, so it gives you that opportunity ability to be able to reach that. You know, you can only be as good as your best team or the best team that you verse. So it's very interesting to see. But, you know, Dax, like Gino was saying, getting into these LAN experiences, I feel that, you know, the tensions are higher. It's kind of like when you go into like a test or something and you've got all the information rearing to go and then you're there and everything just out the window, out your ears, don't you think?
That sounds like any kind of broadcast, right? But truth be told, I feel like when you get into LAN experience for some of these teams, especially the OCE squads, they really take that to APAC-South and look to innovate from that point on. When I look at a team like Boogie Borders, it does feel like they're following the footsteps of what Dark Zero and Moist have left behind. You look at Team Burger, they're back and they're ready, and you know how experienced a squad like that is with both Sharky and Pricey on that roster. Those are just examples of how this talent really trickles down into APAC-South, that they can teach their fellow players how to really get even better as a region. And from that point on, emulation becomes a thing down the line. For the next few weeks, I feel like there'll be other teams picking up what these guys are really trailblazing with. But beyond that, getting to that LAN experience again, getting to that world stage, and showing that APAC-South can truly contend. Because when I've seen watch parties from other regions, they're just like, ooh boy, the mouse and keyboard action in APAC-South is just up there. So if we can just get even more competition against the likes of NA and EMEA, maybe that's where we can just take a step ahead again.
That's exactly right. And I think you were saying before, Genome, are we one of the regions that potentially have more mouse and keyboard players?
We are. Yeah, if you there's a stats section on Liquipedia where you can go and check that. Shout out to those guys, always bring so much valuable info to the scene. And last time I checked, there were a couple of Chinese players I think that were unaccounted for, so we weren't sure which input they were on. But of the ones we knew, it was roughly about 70%, I believe, which is definitely one of the highest splits. So 70% M&K in APAC-South versus 30% controller. When you look at some other regions like NA, it's actually closer to like to 50-50 between those inputs. And I mean, you know, everyone's got their different views on the matter. It's certainly a contentious one sometimes. I think M&K's, you know, it's really fun. There's a lot of skill expression in it. And so to see a veteran like Sharky come back and to see, you know, Pricey and Sharky on that same team, I mean, that's a lot of M&K fun on the one roster, in my opinion. Yeah,
exactly right. I remember playing one of the matches last week, and I think we were out in the ocean, and we're seeing some tap strafe dancing. You know, you're not going to really see that on controller, and watching all the teams kind of try to take that member down is always exciting. It's very good for us viewers and us casters here being able to watch that kind of energy. I believe it's Legends Gaming that has a triple M&K squad. I think they did. Legends Gaming, Dax, did exceptional last week, placing overall standings third.
Yeah, top three. And come on, like half the teams are triple M&K by this point. APAC-South is a region of A and Bs.
Exactly right. So we know the teams, we know the skill sets. Let's go into our first match on Storm Point.
Here we are, dropship at the ready, and we are gonna go start off day number 2, week number 2, and of course, a session between A versus C. APAC-South is here on the main channel. APAC-South is here with you folks. I am Dax here with Genome yet again, and immediately I'm looking at this map here, Genome. Storm Point, of course. We see our flight path heading towards the northwest side, and to start things off, Keep Going Gaming, a team that has always been contesting Lightning Rod. They're gonna get free reign this time around.
Yeah, they've got that all to themselves. I think when we were looking at that beacon, it was more down to the south side that we were expecting potentially some contests. It does look like Serenity will be keeping to themselves in Echo HQ, LU going to keep to themselves in Coastal Camp, and Barrow also is not being split. So where does that mean the other team has gone? Maybe it's Ash sitting over in mid-map up near ski lifts that sort of changed things around. I'll have to scan back at the end of I think this at the end of this game to work out exactly how they've switched that up. But MXF, they're the ones who do actually end up getting Barrow to themselves.
Yeah, Barometer actually not going to be contested here. T4 also establishing control of the devastated coast when we thought it could go to any other team. On the other hand, though, Legends Gaming, we watch them towards, of course, the usual Cedo Station. Lightning Unicorn, on the other hand, still without that Bangalore. And that's the one thing to really take note of. You don't have much verticality here without that Horizon as well. They're going to rely on the Valkyrie instead for that verticality, for that extra bit of rotation. And Lightning Unicorn, they're crafting it right now, getting kitted to at least go for an early rotation as soon as possible.
Yeah, and they, let's have a look. Do they have the beacon as well? No, they don't have a beacon at the moment down near Coastal Camp, so LU just going to have to play that one on spec. Maybe, you know, follow some other teams around. You can see they're scanning around with the Crypto. Maybe they'll spot a team, you know, rotating one way or the other. Often you just have to infer that information from the teams around you.
Yeah, of course, you just follow that rotation, and in front of them, it's the likes of Wonton Dumpling, MXF, T4 as well, already evacuating away from Devastated Coast, and I think Serenity is the team that has taken one of the Tridents as they're moving on forward. Let's keep an eye out, though, for the Legends picks, because I love to see what else we have here so far in this game. Many have noted APAC-South, they love to play that Watson, and you can see she's the third most picked Legend right now with 9 of them. Bangalore, though, sitting at the very top, Horizon's in that top 5, and this is something I saw in scrims for a little bit. You know, Bloodhound also getting a bit more love here, and already Keep Going Gaming, they're getting scanned around.
Yeah, so it's a nice little split at the moment. Got a couple of different tech picks. I really enjoy that. You know, Watson, even with that pylon bug that we've got at the moment. People still choosing that. Oh, keep going game. We've actually run into someone here just above the gravity cannon near Stormcatcher. And though Legend Gaming's also looking to third this, these guys might want to be quick about this one.
Yeah, Ash Esports going for full engage. Legends Gaming, though, on the prowl immediately. And this is their chance to rack up some KP. The third-party kings are Legends Gaming. They take command of that fight, and they have 4 points to start off the game so far.
Look at that. Barely even any damage on them, right? They've done about 350 damage between the 3 members, and that's enough to pick them up a sweet 3 KP to start with. So a very fortuitous gain there for Legends Gaming to start off this first match of the series. T4 actually just creeping up nearby as well, but we do see some of those fences and the pylon already set up for Legends Gaming, so hopefully they don't get rat on. By the looks of it, they know this is coming.
Yeah, armor's pretty even. Spikes are out, and T4 looking for any opportunity to actually push in. 75-7, though, he's going to need to get the shield bat up. And T4, a squad that we did see a bit of also last year. Now they're just going to evacuate. Gravity Lift to get on the way. They don't want to clash with Legends Gaming at this point.
Yeah, if I could characterize T4, it would be a team that really makes the most of their sort of home zones, home rings, you know. They get a lot of wins when the zone ends up being close to, you know, their POI. And apart from that, it can be a bit struggle street for them sometimes. A little bit feast or famine. But either way, let's see how they can do here, setting up below Stormcatcher. Depends whether the ring does end up pulling towards where Legend and we saw T4 setting up down there, or whether it goes a bit further east and ends up where some of these teams like VK Gaming is set up in this set of buildings over here towards the coast.
Yeah, I think a bunch of them are really backing on that eastern pull. You got MDI White in one building, VK Gaming, keep going, MXF, God Hand, and I do believe Bear Claw down below as well. So overall, it's really just about getting a spot as soon as possible. We've seen this actually here on Stormpoint more so than World's Edge. Teams that love to play the zone, and with Group A, of course, in the mix, that's exactly what's going to happen with all the Watson fences being set up already.
Watson in addition to the Bangalore and Bloodhound. It's an interesting combo, right? I mean, Bloodhound, Bang together can be quite an aggressive combo, but then you've got the Watson there for the ring scan, as well as, you know, sort of the defensive setup. So, interesting. Like, you know, are they sort of, instead of leaning into one playstyle or the other, hedging their bets if it's too much, or is it actually a good spread? I'll be interested to see how this composition works out.
Honestly, from what I've seen from scrims, it does feel like they're picking up the Bloodhound now just for a little bit of that scan. MXF though already taking the fight towards another, and it's KPG who's actually going to take MXF down. still, Keep Going Gaming, this is the difference from when they're not gonna get contested at the start. Keep Going Gaming can actually play the game today.
Yeah, that's right. They were getting stomped up at, what was it, Lightning Rod last week?
Yep.
I believe. Yeah, so, oh, Circle pulls onto them as well. So, as you say, clearing out their roof here could pay big dividends for KGG. And, yeah, as we can see there, so the ring goes even further east. MDY, VK, KGG, even God Hand, their position a little less tenable, but they do have that orange to play in down there. Teams like Legends Gaming will eventually have to start moving across. And this, interestingly, Group A and C, you are seeing more teams outside of the ring. Teams like IBG, Wonton Dumplings. So perhaps it'll even be, you know, maybe AVB will be that more conservative group matchup, and AVC perhaps we'll see a bit more fun, a bit more action early on.
Yeah, and I'm most interested to see Lightning Unicorn still stay back. We saw them play this in their first game, especially against Bear Claw Gaming. Let everyone else pick a station. They're just going to rotate with the Valkyrie instead, the Skyward Dive, to get in position later on despite any kind of scenario. And I do feel like some other teams have picked that kind of reasoning as well. More Valkyries in this server alone compared to any other day we've had so far in ALGS. Team Burger, though, many eyes, of course, on the returning champion Sharky. Passion perhaps reignited. Very excited to see what Team Burger and the legacy of that name can bring to the table.
Yeah, God, I really hope so. I mean, having a look at their sort of play last week, Dax, it felt like their POI was, I think, part of the reason that they were struggling as well. Dropping up at Zeus Station, if you have a, you know, a rough drop spot, sorry, a rough drop ship, it can take you actually quite a while to get up to your POI, further delaying your rotations, and then all of a sudden, you're really having to in someone just to throw it in at zone 3 or 4 and find your spot. And it felt like they were struggling to do that as we see final start here going in towards Akuma.
Yeah, we'll engage here for final start. One of our favorite names before we got into this game, the Tree Cleaner, looking to clean up house with Triple Roller Squad at the ready. It's Akuma here with Killapaws, of course, a new addition from Tom Young-Kung before, plus the coach as well. And Akuma's just leading now on the inside, trying to see he's gonna actually face off against them. It's really just a hold steady kind of play. They have the Dark Void available, and yeah, final start's just waiting outside.
As you mentioned, yeah, look, you know, Killapaws, obviously, he's still on roller. He made that change. A lot of the community doesn't necessarily agree with the change, but he's sticking to his guns. And I guess the other thing you have to note is they've changed their IGL here. I mean, that's an interesting thing to do mid-season. Dropping Limo, who honestly I thought was doing a decent job over the past year. Obviously, he'd been sort of, you know, making that transition from Pub Stomper to, you know, ALGS. And it can be a tough one sometimes. I felt like he'd been making strides, but you know, if your teammates don't have faith in you and don't have faith in your calls, then yeah, maybe a switch is necessary, as they seem to just chill for a little while we've got our other teams over here, potentially in God spot like VKG, also chilling pretty hard right now.
Yeah, VKG they've been throwing pot shot after pot shot from afar, playing the longbow to just build up that Evo shield as soon as possible. And we've seen it already. Immediate rotation into the zone. A good pull going their way. Ooh. God Hand also nearby, but Akuma's the one looking around right now. X and Y also very late on the rotation. They're still here by Zeus Station. They're gonna need to heal on up, and these meds are getting costly. XD, I'm worried. But looks like our shot caller for X and Y alive kicking, and X and Y, they're gonna be running into the likes of Overlook and Akuma very soon.
Yeah, I feel like those teams always stress you out, right? Because if you're a zone team like this, you've played this enough to know exactly which pixel you need to pop your meds on, right? Whether it's a syringe or a med kit, maybe even a Phoenix, right? You have that stuff on lock, but it is still stressful as a viewer sometimes when you're watching them get there.
Gino, don't be like that. I played Apex yesterday, and that was my stress for a whole game. I had to play with the ring. Everyone would tell me when to heal up, when to go, but it's time now to go for X and Y again. They're still taking damage. Gate kept here by Overlooked Entertainment, who has just been very much so that kind of team that looks for opportunity. We saw it especially in that 3 showdown from last week. They took the chance to actually go for the fight. And X and Y now, Can they make it in time? YC moving in. JR is already down to the ground thanks to that ring damage. And XD, oh, it's painful. They had issues a while ago getting into the lobby. Right now, they're having issues getting into the zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was, you know, deliberately kind of going down to the ring because they knew they can get picked up afterwards or not. Sometimes that can be a play, even if you've got like a gold knockdown. It can actually make sense in terms of meds to do that. Of course, the only price you have to pay is that every time you get revived, you have less and less time to get picked up afterwards. You can see that time, 0 seconds left on the revive. Really cutting it close here.
And they have to even trade up, who's up, and here comes Overlook already on the prowl, taking apart X and Y bit by bit. JR, even with a sliver of HP, he can still fight back. We're watching TC and what he can do here behind the knockdown shield. There's the target. Energy barricades into play, but X and Y caught in their rotation and now taken down by Overlooked.
Okay, but the ring's about to go. Overlook, I mean, look at this. They're popping the reses right now. I hope these guys have sufficient meds. They have to leave Surprisey behind. They can't even afford to pick him up. So many teams are rotating in now. I mean, you saw Akuma just going in beyond them. They were slightly more prepared for this. You can see with the evac, they are going to head into this ring. But we are about to have things kick off, Dax. I can tell you right now.
This is where it truly begins. The APAC-South Chaos final start, though, versus MDY. And already, Shaman taking one down. The tree cleaner moving away as well. They tried to find at least a location to play towards Stormcatcher. But Serenity, IBG, T4 are all nearby. And this is where it gets really tough to get into the zone. IBG looking around. MDY White, it's still them sticking to their guns and sticking to their location. But it is Team Burger and Akuma also trying to knock on their doorstep. Lightning Unicorn far away is gone. Sharky's the only one still standing here for Team Burger. Trying to play off the black hole. And Sharky, he can smell blood. Sees the targets down below. Trying to get the hell out of there though. The bat tries to stay alive. Way's already down for the count. And MDY Black, they're gone too. But Team Burger, this is getting very difficult to survive versus Akuma, who's happy to stick around in the corner and stay alive as a trio.
Yeah, I mean, their position, Akuma, they're stuck below right now, but at least they have the 3 members up so they can get the reset, whereas Sharky, well, he's going to have to do it all himself this game, and unfortunately does not find a safe spot. Will get sniped out. Team Burger off to a rough start.
Yeah, and final start holds the clock now. Chance here perhaps for IBG as well as T4 to move on in, but we're watching here Wonton Dumpling. Great name, great aim, and they're looking to swat away God Hand as soon as possible. And Chen, the lead CD, name's already so good, but Draco will fall first and foremost. Boring also looking to track down the target, the only controller player in this squad right now, as Akuma's gone as well. But Wonton Dumpling, the W stands for the W key. Move forward, says Jackie Chan, and God Hand's gone from this lobby.
Godhand struggling to keep up with some of the firepower coming out here. Wonton Dumpling, definitely, we know them as a very strong fighting team, and this will just about secure them a little bit of space in the ring. They're going to have to play probably down near this gravity cannon for the next little while, though, which is something. It's probably not the best place. We're talking about the best places. That's probably going the way of someone like Keep Going Gaming, who are holding that eastmost house where the ring is going to end up pulling. Legends Gaming, they're going to start kicking down these catwalls in front of them as we see all these other teams on the edge of the ring just try and grief each other going in. Serenity, IVG are going to be shooting at each other with T4 in the middle, who are likely to take the brunt of this. There you go, gone in a matter of seconds.
And the beat of that sandwich, and they just get feasted on by the two teams looking at them. Wonton Dumpling, though, holding IVG at bay as much as possible. And here we go again, a team that always changes their names up, but I believe we're watching Gugu right now on the horizon. Jackie Chan or XCZ on the Bangalore as well. Wonton Dumpling getting the hell out of there already. IVG taking the orange, but Serenity also wants a piece of the action. Here comes Boogie alongside Legacy and Jesco. A trio this time around as IVG's gone from this game. Wonton Dumpling, though, still alive towards Cliff. Serenity's the one seizing them, and the Peak God is the one to first fall here. Gugu's gone already. Serenity with the man advantage. They're pushing forward. Big frags, though, keeping them at bay. And Serenity will stick around for the time being.
Legacy and Bugie throwing out some beams there, though, to get the better of Wonton Dumpling. Even some Skynets coming in. Can they reset? and try and just buy themselves a little bit of space with this energy barricade. We're also watching here Legends Gaming try and hold down the top floor of this building over to the west. They've got MDY White, and then going back to the other fight there, Serenity. It actually gets turned around on them as we do see Bear Claw Gaming run in.
Cares about the numbers. If Wonton Dumpling wants you, they will get you. And they're one of the hottest teams right now to watch out for in this game so far. Bear Claw Gaming, though, opportunists, as we've seen. Belkin here, of course, getting on the board. And it's good to see Bear Claw Gaming alive as a trio. Belkin needs to heal on up. Bear Claw will pick up that KP.
Belkin King Rat from last week. Yeah, as you say, it's nice for him to have some support from the teammates this time. And here we go. 5 squads left. Bear Claw looking to push up. Keep going gaming. They've actually held out people for quite a while here. They've got the circle to themselves for the moment, but that won't last much longer. Oh no, easy flash.
Couldn't fight back. Well, they're going for the Evac Tower. Legends Gaming, you're going to need to go for that reset as MDY White is just breathing on their necks. Pylon is up. MDY White decides to go for player K. Beiji also using a bit of that cover. The body box there, sure, but Legends Gaming still with a fight back. They're caught in the crossfire now, and Legends is gone as well. Next should be MDY White. 3 remaining here. Keep going gaming. They've had God's spot for so long, and they're taking advantage of it.
Oh, disgusting crossfire there from Bear Claw Gaming and VK Gaming to get rid of Legends Gaming as they try and push him. Well, that's a lot of gaming that's going on in this lobby.
They're
then we've got Keep Going Gaming. Apparently everyone in this lobby still is in fact gaming, as we have our last 3 squads alive. All 3 members are up and running for them. Who's going to have the better of this, though? KGG, they've got the roof at the moment. VK Gaming playing on the low ground, and so are BCG.
All I have to say is I don't want to play any of those every time we say the word gaming kind of games from what we're going to get in this group. But keep going gaming. I said it a while ago, Gene. I'm going to say it again. This is one of the first few times we see them actually play a full game. And we're seeing them do very well inside the zone. Still with a high ground here. KH sniping with the 30-30. Very popular gun, especially for what we saw Boogie Borders did from last week. But Bear Claw has a different plan since they have Heck as well as Rudney here. They can set up the way that they want with the pylons, with the fences, and keep going gaming. They're gonna be the ones who have to run into them later on once this ring pulls in.
Yeah, because BCG, they've been slowly moving up. Not only have they been spreading out along the south side of this circle, but they're starting to take more and more space. You see VKG just getting the res off there in time, but both of these teams eventually may get a little too constricted by the fences that get set up down south here by Bear Claw Gaming. And if they can position a pylon well, then, you know, perhaps even the ultimate's coming out. Rudney's got that Rolling Thunder ready, and so does Bible from KPG. So both of these teams have that ready to put down, but Bear Claw can insulate themselves from this with the pylon.
Good shot though from Xiaokai with the Sentinel, at least keeping Bear Claw Gaming in cover for the time being. Heck, Rudney, they're gonna need to top up those shields. KPG on the other side as well, and everyone's looking at Bear Claw Gaming and their position right now, but Bible takes a bite out of VKG. Keep going gaming, facing off against their closest contender first and foremost. Cage still here in cover. Now VK Gaming is the one hurting, and Casa, can he even survive from this point? BK's gone. It's just squad versus squad, and we've seen this from Bear Claw before. They've set up well. Keep going gaming, playing to their namesake. Damage being done. Artillery will rain, and the black holes there keeping Lad in a spot. But keep going gaming. The creeping garage gets the first already. Keep going gaming are moving forward, and they will take our first map today.
Wow. That was impressive stuff there by KPG. I mean, even getting a kill, even getting a knock with that creeping barrage at the end, you know, that was something we talked about that was going to be one of the keys to victory for Bear Claw Gaming there. But KPG, after eliminating VKG, just really proactive. You saw them go for. They were cleaning out all of that utility, taking down the fences and the interceptor pylon.
well, not hoping, but seeing that Bear Claw Gaming took our first in our week 1, Dax, and they were so close to getting this victory, but a team from Group C that we haven't really seen before are just taking the victory straight out of the bag. We just had so much action. How are you feeling with that first game, Dax?
I'm just happy to always be able to cast APAC-South. But Bear Claw Gaming, right? I thought it was going to be deja vu. I was ready to say first week, first win, second week, first win. But no, keep going gaming. I really have to hammer this point on. The fact that they're able to rotate swiftly from Lightning Rod and decide to play zone instead of desperately trying to find kills around the map, go for that kind of contest again against I believe AGL it was last week. It makes such a stark difference, and it really felt like some of the teams that were banking on going for that later rotation, they were immediately punished by the likes of Keep Going, by the likes of VK, MDY White. We saw Legends Gaming though, they've been the masters of the third party for so very long. A little bit of that experience from, of course, LAN last year. They're bringing it to APAC-South. But beyond that, it really just was a kind of case where if you have the initial zone pull, we have that initial spot, you're happy to play out the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Legends Gaming, it's got Easy Flash, who was basically our damage king, Dax, always, they were holding kill leader for most of the match, they did that exceptional third party just above the grab cannon, near storm capture, their performance is always consistent, they didn't reach the top today, but, they're definitely getting warmed up. Now, Dax, I don't know if it's a bit of a caster's curse, but we saw many teams battling the zone coming out of Thunderwatch.
Yeah, it's just when we notice them, right, that's when they basically die. X and Y, they had such a long rotation, and Gino was mentioning, sure, you can get down to get a little bit of HP back up, but by that point, they were so far off. Overlook was watching them. We also saw it for anyone who faced off against Wanted Dumpling near that Southern Orange. It's just damage being done by them. I'm looking at the KP right now, and yes, well, Keep Going Gaming had an incredible performance, especially from Bible, getting 2k damage and 5 kills. I'm still watching out for Wanton Dumpling as well. 6 kills for Jackie Chan, aka XCZ. They've been so stellar, even taking fights like 2v3s. And when you get a team that plays a bit of that hard edge, they get that kind of momentum moving forward, Lace. I'm really worried for the rest of these rosters when they face off against each other.
Exactly right. Wonton Dumpling is something that I've kept an eye on. And as we saw in the game before, they were sort of just gatekeeping all the teams rolling on in. But as we have a look at the scoreboard here, of course, we have Keep Going Gaming right at the tippity top there, coming in clutch with the 23 points. And just look at the kills there, Dax, 11 for the whole team. That's just, no one's even close yet. They're basically a little bit more than double to Bear Claw Gaming, which, we've seen last week come out with a win in their first match.
I mean, it was an exquisite call, really, for Keep Going Gaming in that top 3 fight. First and foremost, they showed their hand versus Bear Claw Gaming when VK was forcing Bear Claw to actually shield on up. And from that point on, they immediately pivot into taking down VK Gaming first, knowing the ring was putting that pressure. Just some good decision-making, some good fights from Keep Going Gaming overall. And that's exactly what we wanted to see from them compared to last week's performance.
Yeah, exactly right. And, it's too early to tell. We're already in our match 1. We always say that, this team's got to do well, this one's got to do, and then they sit there and they shock us, they surprise us. So it's only game, the first match here for today. And you know what? We still have some teams that could rise from the bottom. We always love a little bit of an underdog story. So are there any teams there that may have not been in your seen top in the scoreboard that you may think could do a little bit better next match?
I mean, I'm honestly looking at X and Y to do a little bit better. I'm looking at Akuma to do a little bit better as well. But I think the name everyone's looking at right now is Team Burger. When our champ was the only one still alive, it was danger for Team Burger and didn't pan out. Maybe next time here for Team Burger, as they're trying to maybe shake off a little bit of the ring rust as well, because ALGS is such a different beast.
And yes, and we'll take a quick break and we will come back.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Clara.
Welcome back, everyone. The passion is real as we have groups A and C battling it out today. You have witnessed what this region can do. You know, we have teams from Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and more. Dax, we're gearing up to go to game 2. Again, I wanted to have a quick touch on legend picks. You know, we're on Storm Point at the moment. We're going to play 3 matches on Storm Point. We've seen a lot of Bangalores. Any changes that you noticed from the previous week where teams might have swapped it up a little bit?
I mean, more Valkyries, yes, and also more Bloodhounds are the ones to really watch out for. I've always been theory crafting without Seer now into the meta. Will we still play a bit of that scan? And it seems like for APAC-South, some of the teams that want to play that Bloodhound use the Eyes of the All-Father, use that Beast of the Hunt versus the Bangalore Smokes. It's something to consider. But from all the regions that you said, Lace, it's the team from China that does get that dub. Keep going gaming, getting a game on this time around. And it's such a stark contrast from what we saw last time, from what we saw in last week's performance. They were only in the top 15. This time around, they start things off strong with the top 1 finish.
That's exactly right. You know, we see a couple of teams sort of start out really strong and then they may dwindle a little bit further within our map changes and stuff like that. So, you know, hopefully they can keep up the energy and the passion for the next match. Yeah, we're going to touch on a few of our Chinese teams. You know, you saw Wonton Dumpling in there as well. They're quite a team to watch. I was absolutely blown away with their performance in the last match. Of course, KPG coming out on top as well. You know, we got to highlight these teams. We've obviously had a fair few changes with some of the I think it was the Australian rosters, so that's been exciting. But you know what, gearing up to go into the match 2, we obviously have a look and see what kind of legends that these use. I touched on that a lot of teams are picking Bangalore. I feel like we're seeing a little bit more Catalyst this time compared to Conduit.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here, because Catalyst was already popular from last week alongside Watchin, which is a bit more APAC-South compared to anything else. Just to build on that Conduit point though, it does feel like for teams that don't want to really contest, they don't need that extra bit of shielding, they don't need that immediate regen transfer, and instead they prioritize a bit more utility. Instead, if they play zone, they're going to be playing that Catalyst. When they want to go hunt around for the edge, they can play that Bloodhound. And if they feel like there's not enough verticality, Horizon of course is a pick, but what we said a while ago, Valkyrie is there for the squads that like to run crypto, because when you're playing crypto, you're usually just sticking around in the spot, right? And the Valkyrie, that's a skyward dive, then you have an evac tower, you just build on as many bits of mobility as much as possible to enable a team trying to play off an EMP later on.
Yeah, exactly right. And last week we saw, you know, a fair few high kill teams in a cohesion, and they had quite a few kills. You know, we have our team running up with like 11 kills. Last week, you know, we saw Boogie Borders with, I think it was 17 kills, which was absolutely insane. Are we planning to see, do you reckon there's going to be a cheeky 20 bomb ever in Pro League, Dax? Am I getting my hopes high, or do you think we might see this with some of our more aggressive teams?
Look, it just means that you did your research, Lace, and I'm gonna applaud you for that, because there are teams that have gone above and beyond. 20 kills, that's usually a normal day at the office for a team like Wonton Dumpling. But I also want to bring up again one of the records we saw in LCQ last year, 31 KP game from X and Y. Yes, they struggled here, but they're also one of those kind of teams that can have that pop war performance. IBG as well, getting in the hundreds in terms of points with over multiple games. And it's kind of sad to see, honestly, IBG not really perform as high as we've expected from them. They made it to top 10, yes, back in land, but the scrim results have been exceptional for IBG. It's just maybe a little bit of that stage jitters moving forward, because we did see them basically get caught trying to cross, especially from the Grav Cannon area, moving into the buildings later on.
Yeah, so they're usually quite a, you know, I've touched on that they're quite an edge hunting team, and with edge hunting generally comes more kill points. You know, you generally pick up the teams that are rotating in. I didn't really see that too much from, you know, Iron Blood Gaming within that. So hopefully, you know, they can showcase this going into our next match of the day. So, you know, these edge teams should be getting the high kills. Obviously, we do have a fair few teams making the fast rotate. You know, we saw Wonton Dumpling and stuff already there, ready to go. So I'm really hoping that some of these teams can change their tactics or do what they, do best, which is either play the zone or come in from the edge and sweep up the competition.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Sereni as well. They made that to top 10 with a 3-0.
Exactly
so we're going to get a full lobby here, Lace.
Yes, so as we go, we are on Storm Point. This is our second match of the day. I'm so excited. Let's go have a look at the action.
We're already in the skies here, folks, as we're getting into game number 2. Genome gonna be back with me yet again on the mic, but look and see already here, Genome, from north to south, this is gonna be our drop spots for today. And teams like Team Burger, they're gonna get to land at Z Station. The Pylon also gonna be very serendipitous for the likes of Serenity. Watching Lightning Unicorn at the end of this rotation as well towards Coastal Camp. And overall, most of these squads, Overlook struggling perhaps to get the down beast as soon as they would like, but beyond that, it's a good drop for everyone.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, it was Ash Esports indeed who changed from that potential contest we had down at Coastal Camp, so they are going mid-map. And then, yeah, as you said, it's a very different ring to last time. So going over towards down beast, maybe even mill, if we end up over there, will definitely favor some different teams. I mean, you've got Akuma, drop at mill when Dreamfire aren't there. So this is it's a pretty fortuitous pull for them in this one group where they're not having to play from a lesser POI from that. Here we've got good old Strafing Flame playing his best GDA life out over here and nicking the car once again from Cenote Caves.
Man's always playing RP as a carjacker, basically.
Yeah.
Even in LAN, he's done so. And it's funny to think that with how the spawns are now for the Trident, one by Barometer, one by that old INC armory, Legends Gaming dropping onto Sito Station, they have a lot of options if they want to choose to do so. But you said it a while ago, moving into this ring pool right now, Western side really favors teams that drop there first and foremost. And Akuma, Overlook Entertainment, those are the two teams to watch out for now.
Yeah, Legends Gaming, they're already hot in pursuit here, trying to get into mill. Where are they going to pull up? They can play those buildings that we see just to the right of them. The mill team, Akuma has already gone, they think it's going to be mill rather than say down beast. They've gone back mill to start off with, and they're playing one of those back buildings out where the mill Trident itself spawns. And then you've got a team like BCG, who they've got ring information. They've just grabbed Cannon over here down towards B. Not sure if that means they're going to try and gatekeep some teams over here. You know, you can see them trading a couple of shots there with X and Y, who started over at Cenote. Yeah, look, a lot of options for these guys here, honestly. Teams taking a little bit of time to pull up right now, though, oof, potentially some teams running into each other. Burger up the north, as well as maybe some more down here in the middle of the map as well. So Burger, yeah, they've just run straight into final start, completely caught off old mate the Tree Cleaner. And he's been very separated from the rest of his team. All three of the final start members were quite spread out across North Pad, and that was an easy 1 KP there for Burger.
And again, that veteran calls really for Team Burger, immediately finding one, and Sharky showing up immediately into this room. So stellar start here for Team Burger. They're gonna get the first KP on the board. I'm also considering Bear Claw Gaming might be in trouble. I think they were looking for a Trident there, and they ran into X and Y and one of the other squads who already had those cars under their leadership. So full engage, keeping an eye out on them as well. Watching out for everyone else. Ash, MDY White, they're playing into Sito Station right now, so overall, it really feels like these teams trying to head towards the western side here. Bangalore, again, though, top pick so far.
MDYY also with ring information are going to be starting out over at Sito Station. Having a look at the Legends, we've actually had 0 changes from the first game, so people still sticking with that. IBG potentially looking for an early win here, so they want to take out VKG with just Xiaokai up and trying to get this. Oh, okay. He's pulled one back at least. Gets a full kill.
Yo, Xiao Kai, where did that come from? And look at the inventory he's holding right now. I do believe he has a Peacekeeper on one side, the Flatline on the other, and that's something to consider moving forward into these kind of games, that lesser players are going to go for something like the
Oh my God.
SMGs. Seems like you see something, though.
Even that, he's going for the reses here.
Oh!
But a
IBG.
nice beam here from ALGS is actually going to allow him to take this one out. Incredible. I thought he'd completely misplayed that. As he had gone out there, it was like, you know, didn't have faith in his team, you know, was going to let that skirmish go by. And then VKG, like, almost had the opportunity to get both teammates up. But suddenly, here's the res, goes back in and actually gets the cleanup. Because at that point, it was a 1v1. With at least one knocked member down for each team. So, damn, that almost went so wrong there for IBG.
Yeah, IBG, they just went for it. Good spot there, Gino. But not only that, IBG taking the opportunity and claiming this house to themselves. Unfortunately for them, though, they're down a member as Dexter will just be a box right now. Ash Esports also looking from the other side of the street. Keeping an eye out, though, elsewhere, Serenity nearby towards the mill. The mill has two teams right now in. On the southern side, you got MDY White. On the northern side, you got Bear Claw Gaming. Oh, these are the two teams hedging their bets and saying the ring's gonna pull our way.
Yep, a couple of teams over at down B still. Perhaps just, you know, hoping for a slightly better pull. I mean, Overlooked Entertainment don't necessarily have that information. They have spotted out Team Burger, though, who, as you can see, are just inside the ring right now. But BCG actually getting into a little bit of a skirmish with MDY White. Those two teams playing the mill buildings.
Yeah, it's always a hot contest when you are neighbors there by the mill. Overlooked Entertainment still playing to their namesake, loving to take high ground as much as possible. And that's the beauty of landing a down beast. You get a perch that no one can contest. Burger's hurting. Thanks to the ring, sure. Overlook trying to keep tabs on them. But Burger wisely on the inside of the beast instead and will stay safe for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, Sharky's got that Rolling Thunder. He can pop the Bang ult to try and push Overlook down off the top here, who are sitting directly above them. I mean, it does seem like a little bit of a theme of Burger, or, you know, Divine, as we were calling them last week, which is, it feels like they're putting themselves at a disadvantage a lot of the time. They're often pushing in from the edge of the ring, taking damage, and then trying to win a fight when, you know, each of their members is maybe down 30, 40 health each. And that's, you know, it's almost like you're taking on reds with blues at that point. You've got that much of a health disadvantage versus opponents in those situations.
Yeah, it's really extremely late rotations, and yes, we do get context, but it does feel like for Team Burger, they need to get in there quicker. MDY White instead will be the example of that speed. Bear Claw Gaming fighting back though, and Bear Claw Gaming take the fight to MDY White, and they will take command of the mill now.
Ash Esports, one of our teams running Valkyrie in this lobby. Early on, we had MXF who was running Valkyrie. They picked up that building on the far right of your screen there. Ash are just landing on the building that Akuma are at. Remember, these were the guys set up here from the start. This is the mill team who've been playing this right from the get-go. Okay, Killerpaw going to try and bring them in here with that ult, and he does very well.
Aim assist doing beauty with the black hole to boot, and Akuma now staking their claim. Not allowed in. Ash Esports not allowed, and Akuma holds off the home invaders. We get the Dark Veil into play as well there, seen on the outside. Legends Gaming keeping an eye out nearby, and Player K, he takes some damage, sure, but this is okay for Legends. They can just keep trading those shields, keep them topped up with a pylon, and hope for better evos later on.
I'm not going to lie, Dax. I mean, you got to rethink your game strategy at that point. If you're Ash and you are Valk ulting into that spot, you must know it's going to be taken. Like, unless... Let me double check here. Ash Esports, do they have a player scan character? I don't believe so. Yeah, look, I really can't validate that decision, right? Like, you need to be planning better, either, you know, going for a less contested position there if you are ulting that late into the circle, or trying to fight your way in. I mean, that's that was a very sus 50-50 there. It's kind of no surprise that they've just dropped some extra KP and loot for Akuma, further strengthening their position at the back of this mill ring.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. They just basically delivered themselves onto Akuma. Final start though, trying to finally get into the ring. X and Y, Wonton Dumpling and Lightning Unicorn all on the south side who may see each other here as well. We're keeping an eye out really for Wonton Dumpling, who's gonna get that engage versus Lightning Unicorn towards the orange very, very soon. The push now, XDD trying to stay in cover. Lightning Unicorn, of course, heavily fortified with Jack Hughes setting it all up. Really, Wonton Dumpling, they're trying to find any way in, but Legacy from afar, courtesy of Serenity. They're third party right now, and they take one down on Wonton Dumpling's side. The push though comes to a shove. Lightning Unicorn have had enough, and they're cleaning up house here. Jack Hughes will fall to the hand of board, sure. Lightning Unicorn taking a lot of damage actually, and Wonton Dumpling, yes, they're eliminated, but danger is afoot. X and Y, Serenity, both looking at them.
Yeah, both from afar. Serenity a little closer than the other. Will actually get that finish onto Jack Cute there. Not going to overextend here. Serenity actually pretty happy with their position, so they're happy to just, you know, do some damage to one of the other teams in their vicinity. As a little bit of an update, guys, Iron Blood Gaming did manage to get the full 3 back up. Went over to, I think it was Cito's station to get that res off. So, your favorite Edge team back up and running.
Yeah, they're ready to hunt yet again. Ringo pulling in and Legends Gaming right at the center of it. But here we go again. Orange Part 2. Lightning Unicorn versus Serenity. They break down the pylon first and foremost, hunting down the remaining members here. But actually, they're just going to back on away. They don't want to be caught in the ring pull immediately. You see them use the Dark Veil to get the hell out as well. And Lightning Unicorn is left to a duo.
Yeah, so good work from Gopgaps and Lalabang there. Actually just playing the top of the orange very well. You know, obviously you have to climb up that hatch, or you have to somehow get in that top window, all fenced off. So I think they did a good job of dissuading any pushes there, considering that they were a duo. And Serenity obviously knew that and were thinking about, you know, trying to finish off the rest of the KP. Anyway, we got X and Y here sitting up on Godblock. Not a bad spot here. The ring has pulled further north, and will continue out towards those back buildings. So, as we mentioned before, Akuma sitting back there in an absolutely killer spot along with Legends Gaming and MXF. Teams down here like final start. Well, it's time to finally start going towards the ring, I guess. I don't know, that was terrible.
That's okay. Don't worry, you're pretty funny, man. But we see here Team Burger also in a bit of a skirmish for themselves. Full engaged on now. Sharky will be backing on away. Still has that Rolling Thunder to utilize if ever. But it's such a problem for Team Burger to head outside because Overlooked Entertainment still keeping an eye out them. Height is so important. Lightning Unicorn is taking a little bit of a chunk of that. Final start right behind them. X and Y already evacuating towards the southern mill on top of the rooftops. But this is problematic for Lightning Unicorn. They have resurrected their final member here to become a trio yet again.
Nice.
But they're moving in with the frag to try and siege against MDY Black.
Okay, MDY, the crypto alt goes down there. I believe that was, oh no, actually that might have been Lalabang putting that in just to try and break some of the util and get them on the inside here, but they can't quite make it. I think they're gonna have to sit outside, try to hide behind the Trident, doesn't save Lalabang, and once again, down to 2. X and Y trying to close the net now.
And you know who has gotten that KP over for the Lightning Unicorn squad? It's Serenity. They've always been watching this team, picking them apart bit by bit. X and Y, a perch to work with, facing off perhaps against the likes of IBG and Godhand. But with his high ground, JR, he's happy to still keep poking with the 30-30. When it comes down to the clutch, JR's the one X and Y relies on right now. They're relying on him to do damage from afar.
Teams in the mill. There's quite a few in there. I mean, that's what, 4, I believe, in the bottom, and yeah, another 2 up in that top building if you count Serenity nearby. But it's these back houses that we're watching here. IBG, they've got another nice clean up there onto Godhand, a team that they're, you know, really should be winning those battles against. Meanwhile, T4 struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, KPG still nearby, and it's all up to the Catalyst now to try and survive. No escape for T4. They are terminated here. What I see, though, keep going gaming. Throw out the energy barricade. Looking to stay on live as much as possible and keep going gaming right now. They have a good spot here to watch out for full engage and Overlook nearby. Final start, though. They finally made their way into the mill here.
Okay, having a look at Team Berg here, who have made their approach from the north. Okay, they're trying to get in on top of MXF. They've got a Catalyst, but there's no Watson for them. So, you know, some utility to try and hold teams at bay. All right, Team Burger, why do we have a listen to the man making a return to APAC-South, Sharky, and the rest
We
of
just
the
gotta
team?
care this angle here. The roof team can
Yeah.
probably see us, and they'll
They're
try to fuck with us.
queuing. I think they're fighting.
Just chill. We got kills DB side.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anyone bottom floor of the next building over.
Which one? This one?
Yeah,
Someone
this
queued
one.
up the height, so I'm gonna assume.
Do we just go for it? Do you have a smoke, Sharky?
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke here.
Yeah, alright, let's go, fuck it.
Yep, going. Running.
Get in.
Boxes.
Yeah. Stay for me.
We have
Oh,
an
yeah,
amber
they're
here as well.
Can we get top?
No, team dead, I'm pretty sure.
Alright.
The people in? Wait, fighting!
Are they?
They're getting
On it!
fucked!
Get him!
Nice, Pricey.
It's a full team upstairs! Full team upstairs!
No, wait, there's a fucking
Chill, chill, chill,
nothing
chill.
on me.
Yeah,
I'm
just
batting.
fucking chill.
Nice though.
I
It
don't
might
think
not be a
I'm
full
gonna
team, I just pressed
Is
the
it a
bank
duo?
going upstairs.
Someone's evacuating outside. Oh, me, full team!
Yep,
Ready on the fence!
I'm nading it.
Wait, she ran back, they ran back.
It could be a duo up top.
Yeah, can we
Checking
go?
his bank's box.
Yeah, I'm coming with you, Pricey.
They reinforced that door, I can't.
I'm walking up,
Nading
I'm
this
walking
door.
up. I'm walking
Yeah,
up.
let it.
Yeah, I'm nading this door.
I think it might be a full 3.
It should blow it off, right?
Yeah. Oh,
That
Yeah.
box is OP.
maybe next time, bro. We just gotta hold bottom floor. We gotta make sure no one comes to us. I didn't get my kill either. Cringe. People out here.
Go on, I'll watch our back.
40 on conduit.
Nice.
There's still 3 men behind this fence. They got like no
Still
roof.
healing?
There's still bats on that purple box right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
I
them
need
off.
it.
Get them off.
Yeah.
I've dropped a bunch as well.
Okay, I picked them up. I'm 6'5".
Then,
Still Pricey.
I need help.
Watching.
It's just one there.
Horizon 76.
I'm 11-1.
Yeah, I'm dropping. 2 bats.
Thank you.
All right, so we see them taking the middle building there, the bottom floor at least. They could have been a little bit more aggressive or getting 2 down Akuma, but actually letting them reset. And because they still have the cat alive, Akuma managing to stabilize a little bit on that top floor, reinforce the doors with that cat still available. And then you've got also a duo of Lightning Unicorn on the roof. So honestly, I think Team Burger are actually in a better position than they even know right now, as long as they play together and leverage that full duo there. Even firing the Kraber across to these other teams, trying to pull up to the ring now, Dax.
Yeah, but into the action we go. IBG on the prowl. Got Asia's down for the count already. Dexter's hurting, and IBG might be in trouble here. Ziki getting the hell out. The Dark Veil not getting enough cover. Legends Gaming, on the other hand, still happy to stay around in their building. But the string is pulling, and full engage is gone. IBG, incredible work from Ziki yet again. A taste of what we saw back in LCQ. We get it here again in the APAC-South Year 4. But Team Burger, you mentioned it a while ago here, Genome. They're alive, they're good in their spot, but they need to hold off many a member going their way.
I was watching Ziki's POV there. That was one of the sickest spray downs and the quickest couple of kills you will ever see. He just peeks to the right of the cat wall.
But he died to the fence! Of all things! Oh,
After all that, after beaming for about 400 damage in about 2 seconds, it's the fence that takes him down.
No trespassing. Thy name is Legends Gaming, and that has to hurt. But another clip for IBG, another clip to watch out for. And this is why we say they're a team to keep an eye out. But that house is getting crowded. Call the fire department because this is looking very testy. Akuma though, the duo that we mentioned a while ago, still taking a few shots from afar. Killapause working his way to that red Evo shield. MXF though, staying away from all this carnage here, Genome, and they're the ones towards the hard north here.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see how that decision to take the middle building instead of that northern building works out here for Team Burger, because MXF, they've got the north to themselves. Legends Gaming actually have the south building to themselves. And then we've got the other 4 teams all clustered in around that middle building. Wow, you can actually see a couple of the Legends Gaming team there. Wow, they're getting got, they got completely removed.
What the hell just happened there? MXF from afar. 30-30 repeater goes on and on and on like a song they want to sing again and again. But Team Burger, they've been sieging the staircase for so very long. We've seen Sharky try to throw some smokes, a few frags towards the doorway as well, but it's been fortified heftily yet again by Akuma. MXF though, they're hungry now for a few more kills moving forward. But the EMP, as you said, Copcast puts a stop to Artorias and a potential rampage as Akuma still on the inside. This is getting very dangerous now.
Asaran almost getting up to red with that EMP. There were so many targets for him, but they only have the 2 alive. The rest of the teams, honestly, a lot of duos left in this. You can see Team Burger trying desperately to hold on to this staircase here and just eliminate anyone who comes out of it. Very much being the gatekeepers right now. Will they be able to get way back up and alive? Doubtful at this point, but maybe if there's enough catwalk, they can obfuscate that vision and get themselves back up full and running. But so many teams now getting right into the action.
And keep an eye on the Lightning Unicorn taking advantage of all the cards as Jakku gets one. Serenity though still behind the veil as MXF is eliminated now. 3 squads remaining here. Sharky on the prowl. Lightning Unicorn is gone. And here we go. Serenity versus Team Burger. The Battle of the Aussies go in Serenity's favor and they'll be the winners of this map.
Oh boy, that is some big damage from Serenity at the end. And I mean, honestly, hats off to how they played that one. You got to remember, they were slowly working their way past Mill. You know, Bugi picking up a few kills as well as Legacy in that game. And just slowly working themselves all the way back to that final circle. An impressive finish from them, Lace.
To take out the win, they're just going up, up, and up, you know. If you weren't already aware, we are here for APAC-South Pro League, showcasing groups A and C. Serenity obviously taking out the win there. Team Burger is another one I wanted to touch on as well. You know, they placed about, I think it was 14th in the first match. Genome, I feel like they're pulling their socks up coming into this second match.
Yeah, you saw it was a pretty tough series of decisions for them to get forward. I do wonder if they could have taken out MXF and then played from that northern side. It was a tough call, though. I think they made probably the safer play, but you know, it could have been the high risk, high reward option that rewarded them better at the end.
Yeah, and Iron Blood Gaming making us clench a little bit there with the 2 teammates down. You know, they're managing to eliminate that team and then getting a full reset. You know, that's the performance we love to see from Iron Blood Gaming, this edge hunting team, Gino.
I mean, it was an incredible game from IBG. Once we get those scores, I'm not going to spoil it right now, but I can tell you they absolutely cleaned up in game 2 here, considering they had that rough start where they actually had to pull back out of the circle. There's that effort from Ziki that I was talking about. Oh my lord, that was a section. Yeah, so they got so many KP in this game, and it was a pretty incredible effort considering they had to rotate all the way out and all the way back in again.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, and here we see Serenity just absolutely obliterating the team. But, you know, Team Burger, I think they only went in there with a little duo. And here we are with the scores and the damages. Serenity just literally eliminating the competition, just coming out there. Great performance from Legacy and Bugi, you know, with Team Burger then having the 2 players up and still managing to secure second.
Yeah, but then Casterize down to 7th position there, Lace. 14 kills
Sheesh.
for Iron Blood Gaming. Sheesh is correct. Taking out the damage leaders, essentially, for the lobby. That's a nuts result from them. But when you consider, you know, the kind of damage that the Ziki could output there, it's also kind of not completely surprising. So here we go. The standings after 2 games now. KPG still on top with 30. Managing to edge up a little further, but Iron Blood Gaming, this is what we are expecting them to do, right? Obviously, they didn't get to play last week, but this is how we're expecting to get on top of lobbies, not through placement points. As you can see, they are much lower than everyone else around them, but through sheer force of will and firepower.
Yeah, exactly right. And like I touched on, Iron Blood Gaming, you know, they're not new to competition. They did place 10th, I believe, at the ALGS Championship. So they, they've got this in their belt. They've won prize money. They've seen the money before. I just feel like it sort of took that first match just to warm up the fingers a little. They're a very aggressive squad. And like we just saw then, having 14 kills amongst them, that is exactly what I was looking to see from them.
Well, I feel like they're playing so close to the limit the whole time. Every time we see them, yeah, they're right on the edge, maybe taking a bang ult, walking in from zone. And if you keep doing that, obviously you're going to run through the flames sometimes.
That's it. It's like having a little fire under there. You got to keep going. But as well, we'll just head on over to a break and we will see you right after for some more action.
Locked and loaded. Drop shocked and rocked. Say hello to the 401st.
For Alt.
Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
And what an exceptional second game. If you weren't already aware, we are here for APAC-South Pro League. We're showcasing groups A and B. KPG having the first win of the day there, and it's ready to take the second win. And not to sound like a broken record, but APAC-South has produced the likes of Dark Zero back-to-back champions and, Moist Esports as well. The teams today, are they living up to your expectations so far, Genome?
I think definitely a couple of them are. I mean, not everyone can win if we're only 2 games in, right, Lace? But yeah, we have seen, Legends Gaming been making, the final circles consistently. We've seen some good play there out of Sharky. Of course, Easy Flash is a permanent fixture.
Always there.
A permanent fixture on this graphic. You can see the Bangalore's leading from the front as well, right? You got to remember, she's a very high pick rate in this meta at the moment, but also generally the point man for your composition, the one who is pulling out and doing a lot of that. Legacy being on top, honestly, shout out to him. That's a big play, and you've got to remember, you know, they were playing as a duo, Serenity, last week, so they have a lot of ground to make up.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we did see them as a duo last week, and then, you know, seeing them as a full stack team, they can show us exactly what they're made of. You know, we've had 2 matches on Storm Point so far, and we're gearing up to head to our last match on Storm Point, but of course not the last match of the day. Any teams you feel have a little bit more confidence on Storm Point compared to World's Edge?
Yeah, would have to go back through the stats on that one. I mean, I think as I was noting earlier, Dreamfire had a very rough Storm Point last week, so maybe you know, not that they're in this lobby at the moment, but you know,
that's it.
Hopefully they can get there.
I'm going to stop you there, Genome, because we're about to see what they can do on Storm Point. Here we go with match 3.
Both at 30 points right now, and it can be anyone's game moving forward given how the scoreboard's really been shaping up to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair call. A lot of teams getting a look in so far today. MDY White, obviously one of the fan favorites when we went back over to LAN. They got so much support. It was honestly incredible to see, along with Dreamfire especially. Just having a quick look at the legends here, Dax. We have actually finally had a change, and that's going to be for final start. They were playing Bangalore Bloodhound Horizon earlier on, and they have switched off the Bangalore. Insane. Switched off the Bangalore and actually picked up a Catalyst. So they'll be playing Catalyst Bloodhound Horizon. A very interesting composition.
I mean, it's something many of these teams have already considered, right? If you have that Valkyrie and that Crypto, you're not playing at Bangalore. Another one to add on here. Bloodhound also getting so much love so far in this game. But here we have it, MXF. Keeping an eye for them right now in Barometer. We expected them to actually be contested all throughout this day. They're happy to have this POI to themselves. And it kind of is because some of their scrim results haven't been the best. I've seen other teams like Lightning Unicorn challenge this kind of occasion. Ash Esports being one of them. But MXF, they're going to get a pretty safe start to begin with here.
Yeah, it's pretty safe for them. Gold armor. 2 mobile res beacons, and yeah, as you said, you know, they Valk ulted essentially into Godspot last game, and now the zone pulls on them again, so a very fortuitous game here for MXF. Other teams around the middle. Got a couple of teams actually going through Jurassic here. Full engage. Ash, even MDY White actually going straight past them in the Trident. Will start taking some heavy fire as they pull past both of those teams, but of course, with some of the gates removed, as you can see, sort of torn apart. Who knows? Maybe that was the Prowlers. Maybe that was something else. Either way, it does allow them safe passage. Well, not really safe, but they do get through.
They get the orange, that's for sure. Luckily, Prowlersaurus Rex isn't around, but MDY White, they're ready to engage versus full engage. And it's already bounced off a 5th. Ganda in trouble here and needs to go for a little bit of a reset for now. Medkit is online, but MDY White, they're still sticking around on the inside. Barricade fortified, and Kizix is the first to fall here. Full engage, losing one early. And this is where they contend with. Do they actually just go away already? A little bit of considerations now. The drone detecting them as well. Ash Esports nearby, and full engage. They tried to play their namesake, but now they have to full evacuate from this point on.
Kizix bleeding out on the ground here. Will his teammates be able to get back for him? Honestly, kind of doubt it. MDY may be happy to just sit in this orange for a while. You do see teams often, you know, they're happy to post up in there. As you said, though, Ash on the other side means MDY actually have quite a few angles to worry about. Kizix may be making the longest push as a downed person I have seen. not getting thirsted. This is incredible that MDY and Ash haven't teamed up to take him down. Now getting punched back to safety. Watson fences and the pylon going up. My God, is he? They're doing it, guys. They're reviving Kha'Zix.
They gave him a premium package, basically, and Trauma team is ready to go yet again. Full engage, back up to 3. There's the push, finally. But MDY White, they might have taken a little too long, and now they're gonna have to play against the Watson ultimate. Bang Papa 5th, though, gonna fall first and foremost. Here comes MDY White yet again. Their fangs spared, full engage this time around. There is no escape as MDY White has their number.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Ash have taken up their position. Ash move forward to the orange. MDY White has that very belated decision, you know, kind of spelt the end for them. You see some big grenades coming out there. And Yase really trying to finish them off. They've got such a small amount of cover to hide behind. 2 of them down. Now it's only Mingyue. I hope that 3KP was worth it, guys.
You know, sometimes they say better late than never, but perhaps this time around, it was better never than late. Just the call really there from MDY White. Instead, they're going to be a victim from Jackyute and Lightning Unicorn from afar. And Ash Esports now getting some free loot along the way. They haven't found Mingyue though. He's hiding behind the spikes, and Yasi doesn't see it just because of the little particle effect. It's a little bit over him, but finally spotted. Mingyue has to get the hell out. Gravity cannon to try and make it the barometer. Ash Esports also finally realizing they've been bamboozled, but please MDY White, they survive with a solo for the time being.
Oh, I don't know how long he's going to make it, honestly. Unless he knows a good spot in Barrow, this one could be tough for Mingyue. There's, you know, under those bridges often will get played pretty quickly. Oh, okay, Wonton Dumpling going to be taking on Bearclaw there. I think that was.
Well, Alabang's the one in trouble right now, and Wonton Dumpling giving chase and Googling versus Lightning Unicorn here. It's only Jackyute left to try and stay alive. A solo yet again, as even Surprisey and Overlook Entertainment getting in the action from afar. We've seen this multiple times, so for Wonton Dumpling, always the siege, always the push. And yet again, it does get value, but BK Gaming, they're hunting as well, scanning for targets.
Yeah, my bad. That was LU taking the L's there, and it will be completed by VK Gaming, who end up finding Jackyute down the bottom, all on his lonesome. So VK sitting there, 13 points at the moment at number 8. Not too shabby at all. And the ring.
Is why you got the Bloodhound.
Yeah, exactly. You're tracking those guys to the ends of the earth, if you know exactly where they are, and you can lock down that they're alone way out towards middle. We have IBG trying to. They've actually found these guys on the crafter. It's time to send it.
Now we've seen this from teams with the Bloodhound, especially even other regions. I saw this in NA before, seeing it now here in APAC-South, and IBG is on the prowl again. The tree cleaner will get mopped up there by Dexter, and Dexter's just looking for anyone else. Really a standout from the Exo clan before. Now Final Start will get their ending here in Store Point, and IBG, they get even more KP now to rack up with.
Oh, and this is where I think IBG potentially are, you know, separating themselves from the competition. Dax, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they locked down rotations. They, you know, could have reasonably deduced that team was there crafting, and they pull up at exactly the right time to catch them off while it's happening. Obviously, with that crafting symbol, you can tell from quite some distance away the team is there. You know their position, and it's so easy for the pros to pull up and just put down that one-clip damage there. So IBG, a good start here in Game 3 after an absolutely wild Game 2 where they picked up 14 KP.
Yeah, but Serenity, on the other hand, they're in trouble here as X and Y will spot them immediately. The winners from last game now left to a duo, and X and Y, they've been struggling all throughout, looking to find their form here. XD is the first one to already fight. Spike's thrown, the frag though is the answer here, and X and Y is just looking for any kind of opportunity. They left one behind to make this effectively a 2v2. Serenity still sticking on around though with each other, and Jesco and Boogie getting a bit of cover right now. Detected though by a Crypto again. X and Y will head on out, doesn't want to get victimized by any other team. And while Serenity survives for the time being, X and Y, they're waiting for an opportunity to engage again. XD does so from above. Legacy will fall to the ground, and Serenity cornered like rats. They're getting exterminated here by X and Y in such a slow fashion. What can Jesco and Boogie do by this point?
Well, the thing is, JR's nowhere near this fight, Dax. He's actually holding down the building for XNY. So at this point, even though they've got Legacy on the ground, it's still a 2v2 until now, when finally they're going to pull this back. Or will they just go playing the knockdown well? No, the Hemlock too much for them, and XNY do finish that off just very slowly, using the height there to peek and make sure they keep re-knocking them.
That is one of the longest fights I've ever seen in APAC-South. And you mentioned it, Genome. I also noticed a while ago, right? You have YC still watching out for Bear Claw and MXF, knowing that this can be a potential third party from afar. But just because of those even numbers, it takes them way too long. And they were in danger because of T4 nearby too.
Yeah, so it was a very heads-up play, wasn't it? You know, how many times today have we seen a team full send it and then just not be ready for that third party? So the fact that they were playing that slowly while also holding their position in a zone, which, by the way, looks like it could be a very, very powerful one. I really like how X and Y played that.
Yeah, it's just their evolution. They used to be one of those hard edge teams that just goes for the full sends and get those 30+ KP games. They know how to play a bit more of the zone now. Kraber, though, in the hands of MDY Black. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw Augenstern also have a big Kraber in his hand. So double Kraber for MDY Black. Please don't look at them if you spot them.
No shot. That is, that's a little bit too scary for me.
It's a bit of overkill, that's for sure. You get shot by 2 Krabers at once. Doesn't matter, you're just down immediately.
Yeah, I guess at any point, right? That's at least 280. Actually, what's a leg shot for a Kraber? I don't know, I have to work that out later. Either way, you know, maybe it's just avoiding that disappointment that you get sometimes. You know, you get the headshot on the Kraber these days. It does like 189 if it's like a purple helmet, and like it just hurts you inside. So I think it's only fair that you get 2 Krabers and then you can avoid disappointment.
The match checks out, Genome, and here we go again, though. X and Y having their own kind of scuffle as they do move in to MXF and Bear Claw. Gaming Akuma also here by the bridge, keeping an eye out as much as possible. But it's a big skirmish here by the southwest side of Barometer still. X and Y, they have called for the disengage.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is Team Burger, by the way, on the other side of this from Akuma here. But they're ready for this. Once again, they've come through the zone. Doesn't give them a lot of options. And we do see that Horizon all come out immediately to try and deal with them. They are very quick to get rid of that, though, and they will survive just for now. Looks like Team Burger don't necessarily want to take this fight with Akuma. They're just trying to survive.
But will they be forced because Pricey and Sharky are already down to flesh. Pricey goes down. So many targets looking at them from Barometer, and it's Legends Gaming marking them yet again. Yukoi, though, finding Pricey there. Akuma will be on the hunt with the Dark Veil in tow. So it gives them a little bit of space to work with. Move on forward. Need to be careful because Barometer has many of these squads. They spot out one from Team Burger. Sharky desperately trying to top himself up. Way frontline too, but Way spotted Yukoi with a double kill already. More for Akuma. They are out for blood and hunting Sharky in the water. What irony is this?
I mean, it's his home ground. That's where he feels natural for the Shark, but unfortunately, he's gonna have to go for higher ground at this point. Once again, Sharky is the last left alive for Team Burger. Legends Gaming. They're holding one of the zipline spots over at Barometer. They're going the Sentinel rather than the Kraber. Oh, nice frag out from Player K to finish off KPG there.
Swish and 4-3. Player K lobbing it like the best of them. Watching God Hand, though, they're going to need more than prayers to survive at this point. It's been a struggle for them so far in Storm Point, and X and Y might make it even more difficult. They're still trying to move in, though, towards that southern bridge, pivot their way into that building, move into the next ring, perhaps. But God Hand, they spot out the target. It's X and Y still seeking cover. Using Barrage now into play. XD dropping down I Draco to the floor. And while we're watching this, Team Burgers is also been hunted down, and Sharky is turned into soup, unfortunately. God Hand, though, can they survive? It is not looking pretty for God Hand whatsoever. X and Y with another one, and they're really keeping their domain in check.
I mean, this is incredible work from X and Y, still operating as a duo, up with the red armors that, you know, almost gets them closer to having their health of a third person. Meanwhile, JR still just in the building by himself. And once again, the circle has pulled further that way. So X and Y, not only with triple reds and 6 kills already, but looking fantastic as IBG try and get even further in from the north side of the ring. Overlook Entertainment currently under siege in this building.
Well, IBG, they just want kills. Over 70% of their points are from KP right now, and they want to add even more to that. Overlooked Entertainment, now they're getting siege on in. Immediately, one will fall. The damage from up close. Zicky brings in the Volt and brings in the Thunder. So one down, Overlooked. Can they even find any chance to reset? They take the fight to IBG instead. And sure, they're gonna get a down along the way. It's IBG with advantage. IBG with the aim, and IBG with the wipe.
I mean, it was a gold knock, actually. The Overlook managed to get that up in the middle of that fight, but it still wasn't enough to hold out IBG. That said, we've seen how often IBG go down, so actually getting the gold knock of the loot there could really help their further rotation into the circle, because I can tell you there's a lot of teams in between IBG and the next zone as it pulls further south. In Barometer, one of those you can see being BK Gaming, who are holding one of these zip buildings, the one across from Legends Gaming.
And a really wise choice here from IBG. Instead of running into Keep Going and Legends Gaming, they take the old spot of Keep Gaming, move on to the left-hand side. Instead, they're going to go contend with BK, as you mentioned. Keeping an eye out, though, for MDY Black as well. They know Bearclaw and MXF are nearby, and they're just sticking around in the tunnels. IBG, here we go again. Back to watching Zicky do Zicky things. They're all dead to his hand. And IBG, they're just racking up these KPs immensely.
Who's next on the list? Is it Wonton Dumpling? That is the team in front of them at the moment. T4 a little bit further down, but Zicky has now, unfortunately, in the knockdown shield. Will the gold res come in once again to save them?
Easy flash though, the marksman from up top. Legends Gaming keeping the pressure on. And we get the Rolling Thunder into play yet again. Creeping Barrage will do a bit of damage in IBG. They've gotten Zicky back up to his feet, so IBG survived for the time being thanks to the chaos up top of Barometer. You got Wanton Dumpling, you got Legends Gaming. And speaking of Legends Gaming, Player K with a central location. Dark Veil gonna be up straight from Flame, trying to get the hell out, but IBG, they smell blood yet again. There is just no stopping a squad like this that wants to keep fighting, that wants to keep going. And we see it from Asius, we see it from Dexter. They catch out already, one from Wonton Dumpling. Smoke though in the way. I don't think they have really Digithreats to work with right now, but that's good enough for IBG so far. Instead, they're keeping their sights trained onto Legends here.
A mere 10 or 15 seconds there to reset for IBG is not only enough to get them healthy, but enough to get squillions of KP here for the team who just do not stop. They are up to, what is that, 11 kills already. An incredible effort when only half the lobby has been eliminated so far, and about half of them at the hands of IBG alone.
Speed kills in IBG is just in maximum velocity from this point on. Quick resets to get them back into the game. Legends, on the other hand, stuck to a solo, and IBG even wanting to track down anyone who tries to play the evac tower. Keep going, playing to the mantra, moving forward now into the building where MXF and Bearclaw have been staking their claim for so very long. IBG though knocking on doorsteps yet again. The fences are set though, and IBG reassessing. KPG does find one along the way elsewhere, and IBG still sticking around here by the doorway.
Yeah, now they know they have to slow down a little bit. Dexter just hit a scan and he got the dreaded 10 plus hostiles in front of him, because of course there are still quite a few squads around here. Iron Blood Gaming don't have a good spot yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get one soon with how insanely on point their team fighting has been in this series so far.
I mean, the win condition here for IBG is to make that 10 into a 7, into a 4, into a 0, basically. And their rampage can continue if they find a good engage with Bearclaw, Legends, and Keep Going still sticking all around. Keep Going also. They just have a small corner to work with. I know it's fun to be by the beach, but man, not like this.
I mean, they're gonna have to get the sun house, get the sunscreen on, I think, if they're gonna be running through the zone to get to their next spot. Unlike a team like, you know, MDY Black here, they're sitting right in the middle of the zone with a couple of energy weapons and still that double Kraber in their hands. Other teams in notable positions, you've got X and Y to the south, down the bottom by themselves, and T4 actually have a decent position over to the east as well. The rest of the teams clustered up towards IBG. Can they take further advantage of the chaos now that they have this high ground? This could be potentially a kill record game. I mean, this is, and maybe even a kill record series for Iron Blood Gaming, considering how wild they've been going.
I mean, it is a possibility. I guess my concern here for MDY Black with those two Kravers, they can ill afford to miss those shots. Overall, X and Y has just been waiting for opportunity and doing so well to get those reds up. IBG, though, yet again with the fight, they find the final rat of Legends Gaming player. Cadence cannot play anymore, and IBG send their talent towards T4 here, all the way to the east. They're ready to become the beast, with Argenstern doing damage that needs to be done. The Black Hole controlling IBG, and now that the one's in trouble, Asia's the only one still standing here. T4 looking to hunt this final member, and Asia's, does he even find any room to work with? Ziki being revived on up, but MXF have had enough of this rampage. They're keeping IBG suppressed. IBG still alive though somehow, and instead X and Y will have to back on the way. Artillery hurting here, the side of X and Y. You got MXF making sure that Ziki will fall, and IBG, they're now caught in the crossfire.
MXF obviously a great position overlooking a lot of the lobby here, and everything's coming out. It's the missile swarm, it's a lot of those grenades as well. MDY Black, they've been scaring off teams with the Kraber. I saw a couple of people on approach there, absolutely backing off after taking the 140s to the body. MXF now finally having to drop off. Can they finish off this position? Yes, they will eliminate Bearclaw Gaming, but how much further can they go?
Yeah, T4's gone as well, and MXF have the high ground now. Eventually, the neighbors are gone. Who else might be on the list? As Asia's the only one still standing, and oh no! We gotta see the rest of the action, but MXF, they've had prime opportunities so far here, Genome. We've seen them wait for those kind of moments, and heartbreaker that happened near the end, but still, it looked to be such a stellar last ring there, Lace.
That's it. We just love Apex Legends and how it works so swimmingly. Like, we may have not wrapped up our last match so successfully, guys, but you know what? We're still passionate. And can I just have a little conversation about what we saw from Iron Blood Gaming? Like, again, showing their cohesion and aggressive play style. You're bunkered in a building? I don't think so. Like, they're still going to jump in there. They're kind of a little bit like cockroaches, okay, in a good way. You know, you can't get rid of them, right? They just keep surviving. Okay. We saw, I think, Asia's there right at the end before where our match disappeared. That, you know, they're still holding on for dear life and having, like, all these kills along the way. You know, it's awesome to see, Genome, that they added Dexter to the roster, and he seems to be performing well for his team there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Dexter, I guess. Okay, I mean, it's a bit hard when you look at the history of this team, right? Because I would say Dexter's sort of been the core of that team for a while, but obviously they have changed names from Tom Young Kung over to IBG, and it's been a bit of a shuffle. Like, you know, Ziki was there at the start and then came back way later. But look, regardless of that, I would say all three of them, Lace, are absolutely kind of killing it. From what we've heard, and I mean, I was in the game as well, and I think the entire lobby actually crashed. So we'll just have to wait and see what the admins say about this one. That's a real shame, because that was one cracker of a game there. I mean, IBG, if they don't, you know, if we have to start the whole game again, because I honestly have no idea what we do in this situation.
Genome, the passion was just too strong in our region that we crash a lobby. We are just so good that the Apex can't even handle it. Dax, any, like, you know, from what we saw in that match to when it ended, anybody you had your eyes on that was really just outshining the rest of the competition?
I mean, X and Y was something we were talking about for so very long. They took the south side of Barometer. They played this style where they go for the 1-2. As soon as they get a knock on a team, they send 2 towards the bridge, still keep that elevation, and always keep tabs of Bearclaw as well as MXK, I believe, who were looking for those kind of opportunities. They built built those red shields. They had so much space to work with, and it really felt like if IBG's rampage could be stopped, and we saw a bit of it, right, when T4 was able to contend against them, that could have been their opportunity to strike. So that's another consideration to really watch out for. These kind of teams that stay away from a squad that just heftily rampages, right? You don't want to feed the beast, you run away from it.
Yeah, I think we saw MXF there sort of holding hype for a little bit, right? And Asia's trying to get a bit of a clutch res in the corner. You know, they're always rotating with that gold shield, but, you know, Asia's still holding on at the end before we, you know, couldn't see the rest. But no, it was a great performance, Dax, by MXF. You know, they placed about, they were quite on the bottom of the leaderboard, I believe, in the first match. I believe about 18th, you know, and they're just rising up through the ranks, hitting 4th in the second round, and then, you know, placing in our top 3 just before Dax.
I mean, something else interesting that was happening right as that game crashed there at the end was X and Y actually pulled off a respawn. I was like, damn, there's like one X and Y guy like way out in the zone. How is he surviving? It's like zone 5. And then I pulled up. He was literally jumping out of the ship as that final zone was closing. Yeah, so like it was going to be a very fun final circle there at the end.
I feel like we were robbed. I just feel like I wanted to see how many kills IBG got at the end of it, whether they won that game or not. Because you mentioned a while ago they were already up to like a dozen near the start of that rampage. They got a few more along the way. They took down Legends. They took down, I believe, Wonton Dumpling. It was just piling on for IBG, and truthfully, the replay we have right now here is the IBG highlight reel for a reason, because these guys are just one of those hard-edge teams that you have to fear for. When I looked at Group C and I saw the name IBG, I already knew a game like this could come their way, and we saw a glimpse of it here today.
Yeah, exactly right. They had about roughly about 12 points. You know, coming out of their second match where they had about 14, you know, we could have seen them call up a little bit more, but they did have, you know, 2 teams sort of keeping a watchful eye on them over the top with just Asia's left alive. And I do believe that we're going to be seeing the lobby come up soon. We're just getting all our players sorted after, you know, one of the things that can happen in these things where the lobby doesn't like to work properly for our genome. You know, I am kind of new to the cast and new to the desk, and in my eyes, you know, we watch the ALGS championships, and I know you guys at home, we always have a little bit of a moment when the match doesn't go our way.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it, right, Lace?
Yeah.
One is, you know, it's kind of sad for the players who obviously, you know, teams like IBG or XMY who had a fantastic, what was that, game 3? And then who knows? There's also a couple of viewers at home just being like, "Hey, are you saying we basically get an entire another game of ALGS to watch? Hell yeah!"
That's it. Not only we do have, you know, A and C today, you know, we do have another 6 matches after that. We've got B and C. It's a long day for us, Dax. So while we'll just sit tight, be patient, and we're just going to take a really quick break, and we'll
prize.
We are, of course, here with APAC-South Pro League, where the words down under mean that things happen a little bit differently here in Australia. We love to give you guys more action, so we'll be showcasing game number 3 again. You can see your favorite teams from Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, battling it out again, for the chance to win some cool prize money and, of course, their chance to play at LAN. Genome, I bet you're itching to just roll this again.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't quite ready to let go of Storm Point, so I said, hey guys, let's just run it back. Let's do it all again. I mean, it's a shame you can't do like exactly the same circle again, but oh well.
Exactly right, but here we go, guys. Let's run it back again. Game number 3 on Storm Point. Let's fire away.
You won't let go of Storm Point, wouldn't you, Genome? Because we're back at it yet again. Game number 3. Take number 2, and we will take back all those KP that IBG built on, unfortunately. But we saw how exciting it got towards Barometer. We're watching now the dropship send us over towards the northwest side. And what I'm watching out right now also, of course, is what will IBG do next? Their Rampage, that kind of momentum, they have to bring it to this final game on Storm Points.
Oh, I hope so. I hope they're not discouraged by, because obviously any team who did well in the last game are going to feel a little cheated, right? Like, they're going to feel a little rough about having to do that all over again. As we said, Circle's not going to exactly be the same again. Apparently the Legend compositions aren't going to be the same again, with once again Final Start switching it up. I don't know if you guys caught that on the first screen there. They've switched now to Bloodhound Conduit Revenant.
Revenant? In this day and age, so very interesting.
Apparently.
And you play Revenant, it is a little bit selfish, sure, but if you can get the ultimate online, a little bit of tankiness to the front line, then it's a Legend that can hunt for some targets. So it's pretty interesting when we see a Revenant here in APAC-South, but we're watching, of course, IBG. Happy to still play Checkpoint. Watching back, though, towards the ring. It's very reminiscent of a ring we saw last week here, Genome. It does seem like the pylon is where the action will be occurring, and Wonton Dumpling is in the center of it.
Yeah, could be. I think it might even pull a little bit further down south potentially to somewhere to like Echo HQ or Coastal Camp even. But last time we had a pylon circle, it was a tricky one, right, Dax? It was ping-ponging all over the place. It was actually quite hard for those teams to read. I mean, having a look at IBG as we just were, they did get that player scan in Checkpoint, so they're going to be able to hit that and have a look. They'll probably wait maybe a minute or two just to see where the other teams are heading and get full value out of that scan. Because, of course, they don't run a console character. They don't run a controller, of course, who can scan the ring console.
I mean, if they find the players, that probably is next ring, right? And that's been the call for IBG. Also, with the beacon available, they can scout out Final Start to their north if ever they choose to do so. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them start heading the way of Sita Station and beyond moving forward. MDY Whites, one of the teams we see constantly try to get one of the Trident, flying by the coastal camps, really, from Devastated Coast into Echo HQ, and just passing by Serenity and Lightning Unicorn plus T4. So 3 squads might create MDY White. Also next on the chopping block here might also be MXF, who had a good zone game a while ago. They have to pull away from Barometer this time around.
Yeah, man, this is like the landing at Normandy here. Like, ships just pulling up all over the place to assault the beach here at Echo HQ. Now, of course, it's Serenity who start off in Echo HQ, but they don't have a Watson. And this is why I was interested, Dax, is obviously as one of the new POIs, it's interesting to see how teams play these new POIs and these new circles when we do see them. Now, Serenity seem to be playing this from the main level of Echo HQ, so that they're not taking the roof, but they have a Catalyst, not a Watson, which means with the big doorways, they can't necessarily utilize Catalyst fully because you can't go up those doorways. They're too big for that.
Yeah, that barricade ain't gonna be the size you want, and I understand here for Serenity, you play that content as well because you're in the middle of two POIs, you can get thirded at a moment's notice, and even in other regions we've seen this POI be contested by many teams fighting for the middle. So Serenity, they have the center point, yes, but not the legend composition that really can maximize it. On the other hand though, you got Ash, you got Lightning Unicorn, MXF, everyone's banking on this spot, this Echo HQ, to be the headquarters of that final ring later on.
Yeah, so a lot of teams just vying for position, trying to find their spot early on. A couple of teams who have maybe misidentified the ring, Full Engage and Wonton Dumpling actually taking some shots at each other over at the pylon, because neither of them do have the ring information. So that's kind of why they're over there by themselves at the moment. Potentially some other teams going past now. Bearclaw Gaming coming from the north will run past. An early wingman for Boring here means that Wonton Dumpling are looking to get a little bit aggro on this. And Full Engage, they've already used their Catalyst Wall to try and disengage a little bit. But I don't know if Wonton Dumpling are going to let them get away.
I mean, they want this. It already says it in their name. Hold W strong, as Wonton Dumpling are taking the compound away from Full Engage. Full Engage, though, two of them inside the house right now, setting up the pylon as well. But Wonton Dumpling, they spot it immediately. The doorway opens, and this is dangerous for Jump Jibib, because he will fall first and foremost to Gugu. They break the shields of the other members of Full Engage right now, and Full Engage is gonna be packing up 4 Storm Points Day already, as they're the ones first eliminated here.
First squad to go down here in our revisit of game number 3. If you walked away and you came back and you're like, hold on, I just saw game number 3. We have had a lobby restart, so we are playing out game number 3 to completion once again. This time, however, the ring will not be shifting towards Barometer like it was last time. We are going down towards Echo HQ, one of the new POIs here in Season 19 of Stormpoint.
What do you mean, guys? This is the real game number 3. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Watching out, though, for T4. Keeping an eye out and holding as much as they can. I guess considerations right now, T4, Legends Gaming, these kind of squads need to rotate on in. And speaking of Legends Gaming right now, they have this building for themselves. It's been a bit of a struggle though for Legends near the tail end of these games. I think I've noticed, Genome, coming into Ring 4, Ring 5, we're still at double digits. Sometimes even Ring number 6, there's still 5 kind of squads alive. And we haven't really seen Legends Gaming find the opportunities to third party as much as they would like.
Yeah, look, maybe not, but, you know, Easy Flash is already sitting on 7 kills. You know, they're in 5th place. They're not doing too badly at this point. I think, you know, the interesting thing is, as we have a look at this circle and where it's pulling... Oh! That's a spicy one, fellas. Everyone, almost everyone banking on this being an Echo HQ circle. And from what we can see there, it's probably going to end up Coastal Camp. Whoever... maybe even a team like Wonton Dumpling or one of those edge teams just waltzes straight into Godspot here.
Yeah, and look at that, MDY Black, they're trying to get into Echo HQ, and they might just have to contend with the single building right in front of them. That one gravity cannon actually being their cover as they're scouting with the crypto. We're watching though Bearclaw Gaming, one of the teams already on the inside. Serenity in God Hand also nearby, but wouldn't it be nice to see this ring give them such a big surprise later on? Bearclaw though fortified for the time being and holding on the inside. Watson's really reigning supreme here in APAC-South.
Yeah, well, they're going to hold it down tight right until the next circle, at least, when everyone... I'm expecting to see a mad scramble from these teams over at Echo HQ as they change positions. Meanwhile, we've got IBG, who just flew over the top of Final Start up to the north of the map, and they were literally flying over them when Final Start hit the player beacon. Does that help IBG, or does that help Final Start? I don't think so. IBG look like they're going to get the better of them once again.
It's time to hit that big red button, but the tree cleaner will mop up Dexter to begin with. Asian Stone makes the trade work, and IBG back to IBG things. They continue on with the rampage. They find 2 already. Final Start only having their conduit up on her feet. Asia's looking around for one more target. Here he comes tracking down the opposition well, and Final Start will be gone as well.
Okay, very nice. Now, as we look towards this next circle. I think what we need to think about here is, Dax, okay, talking about priority, right? You know, how fast you get to rotate into a certain position depending on where your POI is versus where the ring ends up. Often, if you have low priority, you'll wait and you'll hit a beacon in Zone 3 to try and work out where Zone 4 is pulling and just try and take advantage of maybe some empty spaces because of that. We are seeing this happen, and it is going very much to favor those teams this game because the zone pull has been so hard for these teams to read. As a result, Overlooked Entertainment, they have that Ring 4 knowledge. X and Y, they also have that same knowledge, and these teams have now pulled up into Coastal Camp and will get Godspot.
And now it's time for them to see who's actually going to be the one to hold Coastal Camp by them. Lonesome Wanton Dumpling. On the other hand, though, they fend off MDY Blank, and they were trying to give chase, but they realized many a member here in the server are all sticking around and calling HQ their home.
But you know what's funny about this position from Wonton Dumpling though, Dax, is that
it works.
They wanted to hold a gatekeeping position, right? So they sit up here on the hill and they're like, oh yeah, you know, maybe a couple of teams will rotate through, you know, around from the north and Coastal Camp and try to get through from Echo HQ, and we can take them on. A couple of teams. It's not going to be a couple of teams, Dax. It's going to be like 15 teams going the other way from Echo HQ to Coastal Camp. So look, I don't know. They might have more on their hands than they can actually handle here. They might be able to bite off more than they can chew.
Look, it's one of those doors where you realize the open and closed parts are on the wrong way. They just have to flip it over, and that's how many squads still waiting for them. I think that's around 14 squads over onto the eastern side right now. The only ones west of Wonton Dumpling right now are IBG heading to Pylon, X and Y over onto a godly spot here in Coastal Camp, and Overlook inside the building. That's pretty much it. Wonton, they're gonna be fighting around 40 people at this point.
Moment of truth. The next ring is revealed, and you can see a lot of arrows pointing left, because all of a sudden every single team is looking to the west and being like, oh god, how do we get over here? If you're lucky, you might be, say, Akuma down the bottom here. It's a simple stroll along the beach for them. Quite a scenic little walk. For a lot of these other teams, as you said, if there's 14 teams in Echo HQ, they've got to work out how to navigate around all of them and somehow make their way over to Coastal Camp. This is going to be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah. Well, the first ones to evacuate are Akuma. They see the high tide warning, and they're moving into the camp to just evacuate and face off against Overlook. Hillapause, Yukoi, and Crusade, they're moving forward. And we said again, the only team we have here with triple rollers so far. They've done a decent enough job, but they know they can do a bit better since they lose a target early on here, Genome. I think that's really the problem right now for Akuma. They lose one early, they try to play as a duo, and it becomes really tough for them to rack up KP from that point on.
Well, this kind of position certainly feels like it's going to favor them a little bit more this time. Teams honestly being a little bit slow to get going here, but I don't blame them because I feel like the first person to move is probably just going to get shot down immediately by everybody else. So teams, you know, who can take advantage of any small spot in the zone, I think they can get in Zone 4, will probably just opt to hold on to that and hope that the teams rotating will go out first.
I think it's a really smart evac tower there from Keep Going Gaming, flying by IBG. Team Burger Dome facing off against another target, and it's MDY actually catching out Sharky. Team Burger taking a little bit more than they could really chew, and Burger's gone, feasted on. Serenity also looking to get the hell out for the time being as chaos ensues here at Echo HQ.
Oh my, okay, Bear Claw could be the next casualty for this. You can see them down the bottom trying to hold out against MDY White, Lightning Unicorn ahead of them, even God Hands also getting involved in this. There's about 2 or 3 5-way fights happening down here on the south side of the map.
Welcome to APAC-South. We saw this last week by the tree. This time around, it's chaos on Echo HQ as Bearclaw stands with one. It's Heck all alone with a pylon to call his friend. MDY Black, it'll be eliminated along the way. Lightning Unicorn trying to carve a path through Bearclaw as well as alongside God Hand, but Serenity's the one still alive and fighting. They know this Ash Esports and Legends Gaming are nearby. They're taking the fight to Rococo already. IBG though actually catching out KPG towards the north-hand side, but we watch Serenity with their own siege moving forward. forward now past the pylon, looking for anyone else to hunt. Squad still falling left and right. Ash now gonna be confirmed here by Serenity and the rest. But while this happens, it will be Godhand also caught out. Lightning Unicorn, they have a good perch to work with on the south side, staying away from all the other squads here as MXF will be just a witness elsewhere.
Sickening roller sprays there from Serenity to take down Ash, but they've now got 40 seconds to reset and work out what their next move is. There's a mountain that they need to move before they get to the next zone. But it's not just them, it's also Wonton Dumpling still sitting on the hill. It's we've got, you know, T4 behind them as well. MXF will go down the south side and probably be okay there. You know, evac towers, God, they're certainly going to be at a premium, I think, as this next zone closes.
Yeah, the ones who split up from X and Y, and we see JR here fending off IBG for the time being, seeing them slide down. IBG also looking for Bible, and the scan is actually catch out the last rat here of KPG. Bible has to say his prayers and run on away. He meets YC's nemesis from above, and KPG trying to survive with bated breath. It's really been quite a test for Bible, but X and Y still very comfy in their spot here.
So if you've ever played Coastal Camp, you know that this sniper tower can be especially powerful. So X and Y sitting up there. We've got Serenity moving into Coastal Camp. Why don't we listen in to see how they deal with this situation? They're going to start it off with a 200 beam. Alright, they're just trying to reset here though. Yugi gonna get back up. They throw the armor swap over to him. Can they get this the ult down there from the... Oh man, before they even get a chance to breathe. Serenity, they did a good job, honestly, but too many teams around them. They just get crushed in the middle of so many good fighting teams. IBG, of course, going to be one of them, and I believe that was Asia's black hole there that got them eliminated.
Utter perfection really with that black hole, and IBG silencing a squad right in front of them. They're ready again to go on the prowl. Overlook looking likely to be their next victim alongside Lightning Unicorn. We're seeing Wonton Dumpling though for once not actually in the thick of things, staying away from all the action. Akuma on the other hand getting the spot, getting the ring to go in their favor. And they're just happy at the center, but X and Y from above looking around for any target. IBG looting for the time being, getting themselves geared up for the next engage.
Okay, so the carnage is mostly over now. 7 teams left alive. The hard part is kind of done. You made it out of Echo HQ, you got into Coastal Camp, and we've still got a couple of teams sitting up in the buildings. Then you've got Akuma actually sitting down on the south side, very close to where this circle is going to finish. I think these guys will be in a fantastic spot, honestly, to close out this game.
I mean, they got a good rotation early on before all that carnage over Echo HQ. Lightning Unicorn on the other hand here by the tower. I do believe though they can listen into Akuma right now as Wonton Dumpling is right in front of them.
I'm playing,
you can bang out them too. You can bang out them too.
Yeah, bang out.
I bang out to the team far.
Yeah.
I'm playing under.
They should be playing on my right side ping, like the low ground spot.
Yeah, I'm on low ground right now.
I can try to peek a little.
Yeah. Flying! They're flying!
AD on one. Yeah, be careful, be careful.
Yeah,
oh, come under. You fly, come under. Right side pushing us.
Get back on the back.
I'm ulting right side.
Chill.
Yeah.
Get back, bro. Now fucking back, bro.
Stay on me. Can we queue up?
Yeah, going.
Oh, dot. 3 up there. Just stay slow here. I'm racing.
Did they go back up?
Yeah.
They went up. They're horizon queued.
I'm smoking.
Yeah. Face low. They might fight each other first.
Have digis. People have digis.
Yeah.
You can knock tight.
We just play here. Is that they're not? Or what?
I have no shields out of more.
Here, up here.
I'm ready on height.
Just watch for me.
Come here. After you heal.
Ready.
Come. We need to peek this.
Yeah.
Peeking. Come on, in front of me.
Crack.
Push up.
Push up. Bang there. Pay your life. Don't bang. Continue one. No. Last guy one.
Fight together.
Low. Last up. Oh.
He's one.
Kill him.
No.
Fuck.
Akuma, they were trying to sit by the coast, bothered by Lightning Unicorn, and they got a bit of a reprieve there, Genome, but eventually the fight against Wonton Dumpling doesn't go their way.
God. I mean, look at that. He's on 10 kills currently peak god. And I can tell you, he was on 1 health, right? The red armor he had there, that was the armor swap. So, you know, when they were saying he's won, they weren't lying. Akuma was so close to taking out that fight. But instead, Wonton Dumpling looking to pull off one of the biggest bags of APAC-South here if they can get a dub here. Because I can tell you, most of the other teams down the bottom, they're kind of getting into it by themselves now. Overlooked Entertainment, probably their big competitors right now.
Yeah, they had the height and they're trying to send everyone away. IBG now going to be gone. Overlooked, taking the fight towards Lightning Unicorn and Wonton Dumpling. It's just being as patient as can be. Gravity lift though, and here comes Wonton Dumpling. Enough is enough, they say, but he got to the floor. Here comes Jackie Chan. XTZ is at the ready. Give him a salute as Wonton Dumpling has the elevation now, just beaming down on any target. The smoke's going to be out as well, and keep an eye out. This Bolt has a digi threat, and you know this guy is an absolute menace on the inside. He got to the floor, boring as well, and Wonton Dumpling is sent home packing, overcooked by Overlooked, and Overlooked Entertainment will take this one instead.
But 3. But take 2. It just seems to be just as action-packed as we hoped it would be. Oh boy, teams got themselves a second chance. There, Dax. You know, we had to replay again on Storm Point, but it was just as juicy as the first time. You know, we had a fair few teams, as I saw, sort of making a rotation to secure those placement points. But in the wrong direction. So it seemed like Wonton Dumpling there, you know, they were just going to fight a horde of zombies. They had that position on the top of the hill overlooking all those teams. You know, I know one of them pulled out about 10 kills at the end of the day. But take us through the replay, Dax.
I think it was pretty insane what Wonton Dumpling had to deal with all throughout that game. I said a while ago they would have to deal with around 40 people. They killed 14 in total and got to that top 3. But from all the momentum that they had, Overlooked Entertainment, they did such a good job staving off the initial gravity lift. They caught one early on, made them down. They took that advantage. And we saw a while ago in our take 1 of map number 3, MXF, we saw how important elevation was. Overlooked did the same, kept players like Unicorn at play, teams trying to like Unicorn, teams like Akuma. When it got down to it though, back in Echo HQ with utter chaos, you'd have a few of these teams wisely finding the fights. Lightning Unicorn, an example. Why they made it the top 2? Because they made sure the south side of Echo was all theirs. And on the other hand, I feel for teams like X and Y, they called the zone early, but they were caught by Lightning Unicorn, they were caught by Overlook, and instead they only end up in 6 because of it.
Exactly right, yeah. X and Y seem to have the knowledge that the rest of the lobby didn't, but unfortunately they couldn't really like solidify that zone with everybody coming in. And you know, when you've got Iron Blood Gaming showing us their aggressive edge hunting team, they don't care if they have to do it twice. They're just going to collect souls along the way. And as we have a look at what souls have been taken out, Overlooked Entertainment, absolutely beautiful position there at number 1, and just seeing what they can do. You know, we haven't seen too much from Overlooked in our first couple of matches, so it's really nice to see them up on the board. And then coming in second there, Lightning Unicorn, you know, they've been not only the best looking logo ever, Dax, but you know, they've been performing consistently.
Yeah, best name. And we've seen so far always making it into those podium spots, giving them a chance to get back into the top 5. Serenity, though, still in lead. IBG racking up KP as well. I think I saw them get 9 kills there and a good amount of damage. So that's really been quite a ratio to watch out for compared to the KP and placement points. And I guess really the concerning factors here have to be for Legends Gaming and Team
5 Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just finished our matches on Storm Point. It was action-packed, to say the least. We're showcasing the talent from APAC-South, a region who has turned into a major region. You know, we're sending more teams to land than ever. We're doubling our prize pool. And as we hit halfway through our 6 matches, we are about to go on to World's Edge. Genome, are you excited to change maps? Are you excited to see if there's any composition changes? Take us through what you might think will happen on this OG map.
Yeah, look, hopefully both of those, right? And that means also we get changes, of course, in the drop spots as well. So why don't we head into the beacon and take a look at our drop spots for World's Edge. With Moist moving on, you know, Overlook is open. We have seen them sometimes take that in international lobbies. Usually they had better ones than that, I guess, in APAC-South. But then you've also got new teams like Ash Esports taking Epi Survey, which, you know, again, is probably one of those less contested POIs, Dax.
I mean, yeah, Ash Esports, I think they traded with Kakoyi last week, right? In terms of POIs, giving them Monument instead. So they're still sticking around in Epi. Final Start also here by Skyhook. And I guess really my consideration to really watch out for here as Team Burger moves into Trials is who gets Harvester. It was double contested from last week, but that was, of course, A versus B. Lightning Unicorn also going to be nearby towards Countdown. And this is very interesting as well here, Genome. MXF and Akuma nearby. Mirage Trois can be a staging ground from Akuma moving forward.
Yeah, does that mean Akuma are thinking about just landing Mirage Trois? Does that mean they will actually contest for, you know, Fissure, and then whoever wins that gets both of those, or sort of that 1+ POI there? It's hard to say, honestly. Godhand, one of the newer teams, they get Geyser. Again, something that, you know, teams often end up with rather than choose themselves. And then IBG and Bear Claw, I find it interesting that those guys are down over at Morden Stacks, because as two of the closest POIs in the game, it does offer IBG opportunities to just pick up immediate KP in that instance.
I'm extremely excited to see IBG head out with Stacks and just carve a path of destruction towards Dome or Big Bot, as you mentioned. Launchite also from XNY, yet again an Edge team who can try and play zone later on. They're going to start on the outskirts, and it's something that they love to do as much as possible. One thing to take note too, keep going gaming. Without DNZ around, Harvester is ripe for their taking. So I really hope Keep Going Gaming don't play that Revenant anymore that we saw a while ago. Play a little bit more of that first game kind of style that we saw a while ago.
Yes, and you know, exceptional map for us and bringing you home. We're going to head into game number 4. This is World's Edge. Let's get it started. Take it away.
We finally made it here, Genome. Finally, we're in World's Edge. Enough of Storm Point for the time being. And we'll see what Legends Gaming can do from Lava Siphon in the center. Welcome back, folks. APAC-South here on the main channel, here at Longshot, and everywhere and anywhere. You guys having watch parties and whatnot. We love that you guys are supporting the region. But keep an eye out now. Ring pulling towards the center here, Genome. And I'm keeping an eye out who has a bit of priority. Actually, towards Epicenter and Climatizer. BK, Serenity, they're going to look for a good location moving forward.
Yeah, correct. We'll be heading over there. And just in terms of what we were wondering about with that on the beacon at the start, MXF, yes, they will just take Mirage Trois, as well as Akuma sitting happily in Lava Fissure. So no contests here in groups A and C. They've worked it out. Everyone happily just sort of keeping the peace for the moment. You know, as you said, Team Burger not just in Trials, right? This POI, I think even across all of ALGS, honestly, has seen some pretty good teams, you know, sort of pull up there recently. So I'm not super surprised that Team Burger are taking both Trials and Skyhook West.
Yeah, it's a historical area. I can't remember if I can remember correctly, rather, it was EXO or Tom Young-kung taking that kind of area before, or one of those old school teams that really love to play from trials and move forward into countdown, where usually you'd have Dreamfire. We see though already in our Legends Bloodhound still gonna be around. You see single Wraith as well, and it's something of an interesting pick we've seen from last week here, Genome. The Wraith is in the hands, I believe, of MDY Black this time around, and they're running the Crypto and the Watson with it.
Yeah, wow, okay, so that is, that's kind of closer to what we saw Legends Gaming running sometimes on World's Edge last year, Dax. You know, I think, I can't remember if it was exactly those three. It was definitely Wraith, Watson, and then +1. And, you know, Strafing Flame was, you know, said that was basically his brainchild for World's Edge. It's especially powerful when you end up in places like Skyhook, places where there's a lot of buildings, because the Wraith Portal just gives you some rotation options in the late game that you can't really get otherwise.
Yeah, and also take note, second most picked legend right now is Watson, right behind Bangalore. Other teams, of course, still running the Valkyrie Crypto that has become a bit of a meta here also in APAC-South. Using Ayatel for Keep Going Gaming. Yet again, I have to say it, it's good to see them get to run around the map when they were 0-3 last time around on the Harvester contest. They have to deal with Ash and MDY White though nearby.
Yeah, so nothing kicking off just yet. And to answer one of your questions there, Dax, you know, who used to hold out Skyhook West in trials? I mean, I think there's been some different teams over the years. The one that sticks out to me, personally, was, well, going by different names, but whichever team Nutsuru-sama was on. Right? Because he loved the fact that you'd always, you know, not only did you get guaranteed snipers up the top in the special sniper bins, but you also got the gold armor. And, you know, back then it was all about getting that gold armor, so you only had to burn a single cell to charge up your cell.
I think it was Truth Esports, if I remember correctly. Thank you for the correction there, good sir. But Team Burger now looking to at least find a little bit more form moving forward. Immediately the contest versus Akuma, who's nearby onto Countdown. Beast of the Hunt gonna get nearby way, and Mainstream Lob, Energy Barricade also gonna be there, but Akuma staying in cover for the time being. They have that conduit, they have that catalyst, and they can fortify for now. But the armor advantage is getting very clear here. Team Burger, they want to get in.
Exactly, 75 in the favor of Team Burger here, who, as you can see, they put the energy barricade down to try and lock Akuma in here. Will this be their graveyard? It kind of seems like it with all these nades rolling in right now, trying to burn the wall as well to get past.
Yeah, Pricey was in trouble there. The Dark Void for Kuma to actually move on forward, but counter-frag nade. Philippus kept at bay for the time being. The barricade will be answered by the energy barricade at least. But from this point on, it's just a standoff. Team Burger, they're really thinking about this fight, but there is consideration perhaps to get the hell out. They have reset though for the time being, as Pricey has an off angle to work with.
Yeah, honestly, kind of incredible how this fight sort of started in earnest, and then we've had almost a complete reset. You were talking about the energy barricades there. With the way they work, you can essentially cancel your opponent's energy barricade if you put your own down. So it's one of those abilities where you kind of want to hold on to it if you know that the other team has a conduit, because if you put yours down afterwards, you kind of win out in that instance.
And Akuma, it's difficult for them to get the hell out just because of the Bloodhound scans. Team Burger take two, and they're looking to at least get the push going. Push comes to shove. Brute Force is the answer, but Way immediately down on the ground. That's two here for Akuma's advantage. Three gone from Team Burger, and they cannot get a slice of the action whatsoever.
Very impressive fight win there from Akuma, as we noted. A lot of utility used, but Akuma coming from behind with triple blues to take that out. Honestly, very well played. Congrats to them, but now they've got to deal with Final Start, who have just pulled up.
Yeah, it's not over here for Akuma, as Countdown leading to potential destruction of squads yet again. Final Start keeping them inside yet again. It's a different direction Akuma's looking, but this time around, they're heading on out with confidence thanks to that extra bit of armor. Rolling Thunder now to play the tree cleaner, also pushing forward. Beast of the Hunt spots a target in elevation after that gravity well, and it's high time here to go for the trap. Kill a pause. killed in action so far. Final start though, gonna get traded here by Crusader, and it's a 2 versus 2 now. Here we go yet again. The lift is up here for Kang. To find these targets. Black Hole also the play, and here comes Akuma yet again trying to fight on the high ground. Countdown still bleeding out. Here it's still all the chaos between Akuma and Final Start, but Wonton Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in knocking. Final Start is gone. Akuma has one left standing, and Wonton Dumpling, they want it. Do they get it? The bin's not enough, and they will take it.
Oh, they'll wrap Akuma up in a tasty little package there and walk away with some KP. Unfortunately, those two just taking far too long to finish that off. Dancing around each other with those gravity lifts means that, yeah, essentially neither of them come out in the victor. In the end, it really is the third party that gets all the joy there. Anyway, there's been a lot of action well outside the ring to start off World's Edge for us here in Game 4, but now we can move back over to the teams who have a chance of probably taking this out a little bit more. You'd say the ones who are playing the circle, the ones that are inside the ring, they're all the way up towards Climatizer. It will finish, actually maybe somewhere in between Epicenter and Climatizer. We've even got some teams down towards Overlook at the moment, who aren't too far outside.
It's one of those moments where I say, meanwhile, back at the ring, right? Full engage, fully suppressed, in the corner, bang for fifth. Can he even get the hell out? That's a big question as IBG crossing through the tunnels and moving forward as well. Beautiful arc star there from Dexter to catch out one. Full engage in the meantime, eliminated after getting sandwiched there by MDY White and Legends Gaming. But as IBG is working their way through the tunnels, you got T4 nearby, you got XNY also giving a little bit of chase here. And as it stands right now, they're going to keep safe for the time being and balloon on up to get the elevation going.
IBG happy to sit always, you know, maybe just a little bit outside the ring. It's often getting back inside it as it's closing that could be the issue for them. Certainly fighting other teams hasn't been an issue for them so far. I mean, you know, unless it is the worst of circumstances, they just always seem to come out on top. Ziki, Asias, and Dexter are just honestly phenomenal when it comes to team fighting.
And I think it's just insane that they have such a big amount of kill points right now. 26 to 10 so far. Then you add on one more after what Dexter just did there. The ratio is getting insane, man. Who needs to place when you just can kill everyone along the way? And because of it, right, they haven't won a single game yet here, Gino, but they're in the top 3. They're second place and only 5 points, or in this case, 4 points now away from Serenity.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty nuts, right? You know, Ziki, as you said, 10 kills. Asia's leading the way on that Horizon, who's almost got 4k damage so far going into today. So it's a very impressive performance by those guys. As you can see, they're not even too far outside the ring this time. They can probably head up there and maybe take on Bear Claw Gaming if they like.
I'm watching the left side though, and evac towers are a go as Wonton Dumpling and MDY Black need to head in towards the epicenter, and flying by Lightning Unicorn as well as MXF scouting around with the crypto, so they know squads are dropping into epicenter. Does Wonton Dumpling force the issue? No, they don't. They have red armor, but not the best HP, so they'll stay away from MDY Black for the time being.
So occupying the underside of epicenter here. When you can set up here, it's probably not going to help them out very much. They don't know exactly where the circle is pulling, but you know, if they've got some experience in reading that, they should know it's probably not going to be anywhere within epicenter. You just don't get circles that end anywhere near the middle of that POI.
Wonton Dumpling go back with the gas pedal. As soon as they reset, they go, and they're going for broke immediately. Breaking shields as soon as possible. Boring here, keeping the suppressing fire on, and Wonton Dumpling just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Jackie Chan with the triple karate chop there. XCZ bringing the damage, and MDY Black is gone already.
Oh, incredible pressure put on by Wonton Dumpling there. You can see, not even waiting to like for an opponent, essentially just firing bullets into the doorway, and if anyone peeks, they've met them. As soon as that Watson fence went down, though, they full sent it in the middle there, not wasting a second. So Okay, the circle. Oh, okay, it's very much pulled back towards Climatizer. The building on the hill there, Ash Esports are in that at the moment, so they're actually in a very good spot. Lightning Unicorn further up in Climatizer are going to have to probably make their way further in. They're gonna run into Keep Going Gaming, who are coming on the bottom floor, and then Serenity on the top floor of that building.
Ash Esports, they're actually a team good at getting towards the zone, but the problem is when they get overrun. Speaking of, though, T4 also overrun yet again. Wonton Dumpling is hungry for more, and they can actually find these targets. The only one left, the Valkyrie inside the lava. Legends Gaming also a bit of action for them as well, keeping Iron Blood Gaming and MDY White at bay. So as Overlook's eliminated at this point and T4 is left to a single rat, there's still a problem that everyone on the south side needs to deal with. Wonton Dumpling, this team coming into this year, they're taking these fights so much smarter than before.
Certainly feels like they've used their off-season well and skilled up. Having a look at the map on your screen, it has continued to pull towards Climatizer. LU playing in the middle, but they are a little bit in the open. Honestly, those teams in the building might be better, a better spot for a little while. Legends Gaming actually getting worse off now as they take on MDY White. And they've tried to shove into that train car, but they haven't done it successfully.
Yeah, they didn't notice MDY White really creeping into them, and now it's already 2 down here for Legends, confirming Strafing Flame. MDY White picking their battles wisely, and it's a big reason why they got that clutch back in Split 2 playoffs, keeping that 5th place. That's why they won that LCQ. Just the advantage taken by MDY White in that scenario. X and Y, though, also in trouble. Wonton Dumpling has their number, and X and Y is booted away. Wonton Dumpling, the servings are just keeping on going. Who also wants to have a bit of a buffet here? Iron Blood Gaming, they also order up the same case.
10kb so far for Wonton Dumpling. I am getting hungrier and hungrier the more kills they get. The hungrier they get for kills, it seems, honestly. I'll have to refuel in between these series, but Wonton Dumpling, they're certainly not at risk of stopping any time soon. Going into this, they were in 4th spot, 10 points off the pace. And they're going to be moving up the standings, I dare say, here after our first game on World's Edge.
For Gugu and XCZ, even back in, if I remember correctly, World Not Fair, this is their map that they can really go on a rampage whenever they find a path to work with. Legends also gonna be gone. Another kill goes the way of Wonton Dumpling. But while this happens, Iron Blood Gaming actually prioritizing moving into the zone here. They're contending with Serenity, Keep Going, as well as Lightning Unicorn, who is on the outskirts right now, fortifying the way that they are accustomed to.
You can see Lightning Unicorn, they've got one very, they've got hard cover to their north, and they're trying to create some to their south. Maybe even just blocking vision by putting so many damn fences out in front of them that people can't even see them to shoot the bullets through. But I don't know how long that's going to last, honestly, because there's quite a few teams all the way below, as you can see here. They're starting to push up. Teams like MXF actually taking the risky route across the lava. And do they know? Godhand, right above them.
Oh no, Godhand also looking to be miners here. MXF, they do get the first down going, confirm acquaintance along the way, and MXF, they threw themselves into the fire. They have to deal with the furnace now. Guess who's cooking? MXF trying to be the chef in this kitchen, moving forward past the spikes and the XSJ in the front line, and the wingman shot will secure the position. Godhand is gone again.
So I think Godhand were a duo coming into that fight, and they just saw someone crossing the lava and like, well, hey, this is probably the best shot we're going to get. Why don't we just, like, have a crack at them? I don't know. I think maybe they could have found a better spot to rat it out there. That was a tough fight to take, even if it was a 2v3, honestly. So MXF probably happy with that decision. Now they get to crawl up onto the edge of that cliff. Even just EMPing, that was their MXF's EMP that they just threw into the building there, causing chaos for all of those Watson teams that were set up.
And even more so, Bear Claw's gone thanks to MXF. We saw a while ago Godhand looking for gold, but apparently it's MXF who gets those threshers going, and they like their spot right now. away from VK Gaming and the rest of these squads. Lightning Unicorn coming up close, but here we go now with the raid boss of the server. Wonton Dumpling has arrived towards the circle, and they're moving in as soon as possible. MXF, though, they're not done. They're going after Lightning Unicorn first and foremost. They already got a single down. Gopcast Jack you to the floor. Lightning Unicorn is crumbling as we speak, as MXF are showing up now.
It's a shame LU had found a better spot there, but they do get shoved out of it by our crypto team, MXF. I mean, IBG probably happy with those cryptos in the lobby because it makes their job a lot easier. They don't have to shoot out the fences. They can let another team deal with that for them. Wonton Dumpling, honestly, at this point, 12 kills. They don't need to do anything more. They can just sit here and take this position.
Those kills just keep going their way. 47 points, first place now. And with 6 squads remaining, it's still Wonton Dumpling keeping the pressure on. But the Labyrinth defenses await them. Lullabang, the only one surviving here for Lightning Unicorn, trying to be the rat along the way. But these 30-30 shots are sublime from Boring. Nades also lobbed, and Wonton Dumpling will take the black hole as a signal to go. Casa to the floor. VK is in trouble. Lightning Unicorn, they've been found and they've been sniffed out. But this is still VK absolutely hurting. Wonton Dumpling, they don't care who contends against them. Whether it be VK, whether it be MXF, whether it be Serenity, they will fight against all of them.
So much presence to Wonton Dumpling show that all the other 3 teams are shoved into a single corner while they command about 80% of the space in this final ring. They're actually running pretty low on ammo, some of them, but do they have just a few clips left to deal with these last 3 teams? Iron Blood Gaming, I mean, they've got 7 kills so far, but somehow that pales in comparison to the carnage that Wonton Dumpling have wrought throughout Game 4.
Yeah, IBG's playing very patient just because Serenity's above them. They're waiting for Serenity to drop first and foremost, prioritizing the elevated target. But the Dark Veil now into play. IBG moving forward, MXF nearby as well, and IBG will run into Wonton Dumpling. Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Only one can win in a battle of heavyweights, and it's Wonton Dumpling in command yet again. Dexter now is gone from this fight. Wonton Dumpling given a chance to go for a reset, and while this happens, Serenity, they're behind the wall. IBG getting hunted. It's only Ziki, the only one still standing, but Serenity has their own fight here onto the floor. MXF versus Serenity. IBG being hunted by Wonton Dumpling, and Serenity's just keeping distance from the other side.
IBG goes down first out of those 4 teams, but Serenity and MXF have played this a little bit slower. MXF currently on the low ground. EMP is ready to go. I think Asarin is about to pop that. Serenity have tried to wait as long as possible to allow the other teams to do the damage, but now it is time. Could Wonton Dumpling finish this off with even more kills and maybe even a win? Or will it be Serenity?
They've been piling onto the scoreline, and now they're going for as soon as possible a reset here. They get the shields from the conduit. They already knocked down Jesco and Boogie along the way as MXF will chip in, and it's MXF instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missiles as well, but Wonton Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton Dumpling keep on winning, and Wonton Dumpling will take this one. An incredible game to kick off World's Edge here.
What?
It was just absolutely insane. We just had game number 4 and our first game on World's Edge. So, you know what? Generally, you could see teams perform a little differently. You know, sometimes the teams in the lower brackets push their way to the top. But, you know, I feel like our higher placing teams, Genome, they're consistently performing today.
They sure are. I mean, I don't think any team can show consistency at the level of damage that Wonton Dumpling put out in that game. That was a singular effort by the Chinese crew. We know they've had firepower before. It was one of the first weeks that they ever showed up in APAC-South, you know, where we saw Gugu and the likes just doing incredible amounts of damage, even to the best players and the best teams in our region. And once again, we are seeing glimpses of that potential here. I mean, when we finally get to that scoreboard and see how many kills and how much damage these 3 did, it's going to be one of the most sickening numbers you've ever seen on a stats line.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking a lot about Iron Blood Gaming and how, you know, they absolutely like to play an aggressive play style and take some kills along with them. But I feel like Wonton Dumpling at the moment are going to give them a bit of the run for their money. Wonton, you know, took out 14 kills in match 3. And then we could see, you know, when we have a look at the scoreboard, I believe one player actually had 10, so they're going to really bring the skills and spices for us today. But, you know, right at the end there, as we see a couple of our high-hitting teams perform, I want to take a quick touch on MXF. I feel like they had a little bit of a turn of events coming into game number 4. You know, they had a bit of a spider web of Watson fences positioning themselves quite well in between these crazy teams.
Yeah, I mean, MXF's style has been quite interesting so far. Look, I'll tell you about that in just a second as we stop and we appreciate one of the best games of Apex Legends ever seen in a pro league setting. One of the best games ever. 23 kills. This isn't Pro League qualifiers. This isn't some low-level lobby here, Lace. This is, aside from LAN, the best it gets. And Wonton Dumpling have put down 23 kills and almost 8,000 damage. More than 2k per player. More than 5 kills per player. 23 kills. I tip my hats to these guys. That is just phenomenal.
You kind of just get a little bit speechless. You know, the team has great cohesion and they're all kind of performing across the board, which when we have a look at the overall scoreboard, you can see why they're at the top at the moment. Wonton Dumpling with a total of 66 points. But, you know, let's take a look at, you know, a wrap-up of the 4 games and the kill points there, Genome. 44! That's just insane plays by them. It's mainly almost double, you know, what Serenity's doing, but they're coming in with a bit of replacement points, which brings them in obviously second there. But, you know, our hard-hitting team, Iron Blood Gaming, at 33 there. But Wonton are just 11 in front of them, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've just pumped up their numbers pretty insanely with that effort. I mean, that was, what, a 35-point game if they got 23 kills, which is... You can't really do much more than that.
Yeah, and you know
you just can't.
You just see these teams sort of start out in the beginning, and you know they're kind of getting a little bit slowly, and they just build up the energy and the momentum. You know, generally, I know as us as casters, we get a little tired when it comes to the end, but these guys seem to be just amping it up. But the action doesn't stop there. We're going to take a short break, everybody, and we'll see you back soon for game number 5.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will Flamma.
Welcome back, everybody. We are showcasing the talent we have in APAC-South. This is A versus CG. No, we've seen some heavy hitters and, you know, some damage stats that are just out of this world. I'm just a little bit in shock, the performance that each team is doing. But you know what? We do have some players that are performing extremely well.
Okay, well, here's a matchup between Ziki from IBG and Gugu from Wonton Dumpling. 22 kills already for Gugu is, again, I cannot stress this enough how ridiculous that is. 13 for Ziki is an amazing performance. 22 after 4 games is disgusting. That is like, I think at one point last year, Lace, I was going through and trying to work out how many players had dropped 20 kills by themselves in a series, and it was not that many. I don't know if anyone ever managed to get 20 kills in 4 games.
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, I kind of wanted to see a little bit of like a 20 bombs and stuff like that. And Gugu just, I think, was listening. I didn't give the caster's curse. It's actually happening, you know, in front of us. You know, like you said, they're picking up kills a little bit later in the couple of matches. Like the Wonton Dumpling, when they first started, you know, they were about, I think it was 6th place with 7 kills. You know, that is still an exceptional feat there. But then second round was 17th. So, and they didn't really pick up anything. And then just out of the bag, round 3, they just flipped a switch. And that's when they came in with, you know, the 14 kills. And they're just picking it up from here.
And to even compare that with IBG, right? Because IBG were doing the same thing, you know, racking up insane amounts of kills early in the game, but then very rarely finishing, you know, even in the top 5. So the fact that Wonton Dumpling could come through with that many kills, but then also win that final circle where, like, there were 2 fully prepped other teams, and they were fighting the entire time. They weren't the last one to come in and kind of third party that. Oh my God, that's just levels above.
Like a snowball effect, you know, they just keep rolling and rolling, like no matter what team is sort of rotated or set themselves up. You know, like I said, I saw MXF sort of have a nice position already, but the snowball effect from Wonton Dumpling is just too strong for these teams that are just solidifying themselves there. And you know, the thing I really love about World's Edge is, you know, we have some legend changes. You know, Catalyst was a major pick on Storm Point, but when you hit World's Edge, you do see, you know, like MXF, a few more Watson teams seem to get that higher pick rate. There's just something about World's Edge that I feel like makes these teams feel at home. And you are ready and ready to go. This is game number 5, World's Edge.
Here we are yet again. Will we continue on with the Wonton Dumpling show, or will we get other contenders to their crown so far? Welcome back to World's Edge. It's game number 2 out of 3 on World's Edge. It's game number 5 between Group A and C, and we are watching history being made by Wonton Dumpling. 66 points right now here, Dream Gnome. 22 kills for Gugu alone, and honestly, we have a saying here in the PH, man. Get that 30, bro, because it is possible for Gugu in 2 maps.
It is. I'm not sure anyone's got 30 in a series before, actually. I am so keen to just, like, dig through the archives and have a look at those stats at some point after this series, because, man, that'll be fun to see if that is a new record here that Gugu is trying to set. Because, to be clear, by himself, he has more kills than everyone else in the server apart from Serenity and Iron Blood Gaming. I mean, like, as in personally, he has kills, more kills than 17 of the other teams.
It's just crazy to think, right? In that top 5, it's Gugu as well as Jackie Chan or XCZ. In the top 3, the only contenders right now are IBG's Asia's and Ziki alongside Legacy, who and Serenity had a good run so far. And Serenity is still in a good spot. Number 2, only to Wonton Dumpling. But it's time for us to talk about the ring here, Genome. Center pull and straight into perhaps Monument and the like moving forward. What will we get here? We saw how Boogie Borders took a god spot last week on the outskirts of Monument. Can we see another team do so here?
Yeah, so it looks like it could be one of those rings that pulls into, I'm going to call it like the pocket, right? It's this pocket that's below to the southwest of Monument, just outside the train tunnels. And, you know, sometimes it'll pull, like we saw in that Boogie Borders game, a bit more up to the north, and you have teams pushing through from the sort of the landslide chokes and coming down there. And then sometimes it'll pull down to the caravans, closer to the lava river that you see right in front of you there. Perfect timing from our observers, as we see Legends Gaming flying over. So it'll be interesting, especially because you can't really play those positions that well early from the start. So most teams have to find a spot in one of the fragment buildings or the monument buildings, and then work their way over. So it's a multi-phase sort of rotation there throughout the game.
Yeah, it starts as urban warfare, right? 2 garrisons poking at each other, trying to fill those shields up. But full engage, they're facing off against the squad already, and it's Lightning Unicorn landing on them immediately. A trade though, it's now 2v2 for the time being. Oh no, that's the Watson already gone, and full engage. What else can Bang Fafa 5th do at this point on? The names have been longer than the lives that they've had here so far, your Genome. And Lightning Unicorn, they lose Lalabang right now as well, so it's not the best engage for them. They get a reset.
Yeah, can they get him back up in time? You know, full engage, trying to get their reset on at the same time exactly. So I think both teams may actually just end up coexisting. It's possible here. Lalabang though, he's thrown out the EMP immediately. And oh wow, did he get re-knocked? No, I think they actually got off the res there, because they were resing Kha'Zix and they were like about half a second away from completing that. And he's still on the floor, so I guess they're gonna try it again. There goes Bang Fafa.
Yeah, I feel like we need to take a quiz every time we look at full engage. The names Bang Fafa 5th. We got Jub Jibib. I already messed that up a while ago, and at least Kha'Zix makes it simple. But we're not done with the action. Keeping an eye out though for Overlook Entertainment.
Do you think that's like
Lava Siphon?
Do you think that's like one of the requirements though to join the team? Is like you just have to have a really stupid sounding name.
No, those names are great. Come on, the great and amazing Jub Jibib. See, I already remembered it after a while.
Okay, so maybe if you're a wizard instead of an Apex player is what you're going for. Okay, yeah,
Pretty
sure.
much. They spell cast with the words that they weave. And Legends Gaming, we've seen them have some struggles so far. I think really the biggest concern right now for Legends is they're getting outpaced by some of these edge teams. When they try to rotate, they're caught instead by other squads playing the zone. Keep Going Gaming, another team we want to watch out for after that first game a while ago and that win. Chasing after MXF, Overlook Entertainment also nearby, and this could be a big scuffle now coming our way.
Yeah, they're running into the remaining members of MXF, and they will go down. So sad to see those guys not make it through there. You know, Lace was just talking before about their interesting play style, and I actually kind of like it, right? You know, they're often playing with the Valkyrie there, playing Valkyrie, Watson, Crypto, and it means they're often found actually very good spots in the zones with those early rotate. And of course, now that Valkyrie is less picked, you know, sure, you can get some places with the evac, but sometimes that extra height and extra range that you get with this guy with dive will actually help you out a little bit more versus those other teams. So it's interesting that MXF has managed to capitalize on that difference.
And it's also something you don't need to rely on RNG on in the spawn. Bearclaw Gaming, though, he's in trouble as Rude tries to smoke on out, but that's IBG, and they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The guys, there might just be the last sight that the opponents can see. Bearclaw Gaming, it's only natural that they get hunted down by IBG right now, the true predators of this stage so far.
There's a couple of hungry beasts running around both Stormpoint and World's Edge, and as you say, IBG definitely one of them. They actually get a Prowler as well to help them out here. Oh, where's the Digi gone? Someone else does. Ziki, come on, bro. I mean, okay, all right. He's the Bangalore. It's fine. You give the Digi over to the Bangalore. It just hurts me to see the Prowler with a HCOG on it, you know?
Yeah, fake red, not the real red experience, man. Come on, give him the Digithreat back, but already the ring pulling actually to the eastern side, moving closer to Fragment rather than the usual countdown spot, or rather the usual monument spot that we saw from last week. So it seems like Serenity, they're gonna be keeping an eye out from the high ground, away from all the buildings. You got VK, you got MDI White, and of course for Legends Gaming, this is gonna be a sigh of relief moving forward.
Yeah, you can see it's actually shifting very much on top of the building. So I'm wondering if that means it'll actually go further down towards Serenity, who are playing down to the south there, who actually just managed to get a down onto Jack Q. Team Burger, of course, one of our favorites. Not probably their favorite day of ALGS they've ever played, though, honestly, as they're sitting in 12th spot here with measly 15 points at this point. Obviously, they've made the change today from Shady over to Sharky, and a lot of people were really excited to see one of the most decorated players from APAC-South make his return here, but it has been a lackluster one so far.
Yeah. It's been tough for Team Burger, as Lightning Unicorn is just feasted on by many teams around them. You saw Serenity taking down one. You saw as well MD White, I believe, shipping on in. Speaking of MDY, it's MDY White here, very safe. MDY Black might be the ones in trouble on the other side. I guess my concern right now for Team Burger here, Genome, is you saw even last week that yes, they have a lot of potential firepower. They have incredible legacies with the players, but it took them so long to get really heated up. It took them map 5, map 6 to really have an impact into the server, and it might be the same case right now, even with the new player in the roster.
Yeah, well, it is interesting because it feels like they're playing a style that's very different to what a lot of them have succeeded on during their careers, right, Dax? When you think about Pricey playing on Moist or Sharky playing with Reignite back in the day, you know, maybe Reignite were a little more aggressive than Moist, the hyper-rotate team, but they still played zone as much as they could when possible. We are rarely seeing Team Burger inside the zone. They are very much seemingly playing an edge style so far, and they're just struggling to make it work, similarly to how Dreamfire was struggling to do that last week. It feels like other teams like Wonton Dumpling or IBG have a better feed on how to play that new brand of aggressive Apex that is working for them here in Year 4.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Some of the legacy plays, they just don't work anymore as much as they would like, and instead we look to teams like Wonton Dumpling, who's ready to just bulldoze Akuma here by the tunnels if ever they find that contact. Wonton Dumpling, they need to get in there sooner or later. And Jackie Chan, yet again, here comes XCC going into the front line. Always exciting when Wonton Dumpling is nearby an enemy squad, but they're not getting the contact as of yet. They don't have a Bloodhound here, so they don't have that scan legend alongside them. But Akuma, they're just hiding inside right now. They're really staying away from this potential contact here.
Yeah, obviously different approaches to how they do play this aggressively. Conduit, not a bad option, as you can see in here. Jackie Chan making the vault work.
They tried to go for an Avengers Assemble play, and they did show on up, but Wonton Dumpling instead trying to pick them apart. One down though here as Boring's on the floor. Jackie Chan trying to confirm these kills, thirsting the opposition as much as possible, and Akuma will survive with Yukoi to tell that tale. So that's pretty much it. Akuma trying to get the hell out. Can Yukoi strafe away from those bullets, sliding over into the snow to stay alive. Wonton Dumpling, they'll reset for now, but they want that final PK along the way.
I mean, God, this team has so much confidence right now after that last game. How can you take them on? How can you make them, you know, they're just going to have so much belief in themselves and how good they are right now. Look, either way, the circle does continue to shift, and it will be sort of what I was hinting at before. It's going very much south, but it was to the position that Serenity were playing. They've actually moved up a little bit further onto the train tracks, and there will be some of the most southernmost buildings still in. Not this one that we're having a look at with Legends Gaming. You know, streamer building, that's not going to be in play. It's going to go further down that, and we're going to see some other teams like, yeah, so KPG and Overlooked. Whoever wins this fight will actually have a very good spot towards the south of the zone.
Yeah, especially with Serenity giving up the cliffs a while ago, potential god spot in front of Keep Going Gaming and Overlooked. That one is Dark Fail already. Standoff now as Overlook is poking here with the scout. Big C now pushing forward alongside Surprisey, and to get the close contact going versus Keep Going Gaming. But the problem is that elevation's still going to be a problem. Energy barricade available here for Big C, but immediately we get the artillery from the Bangalore to respond. Overlook and David, they're stuck here for the time being. Keep Going Gaming. They also have the Kraber looking to find a shot.
Oh.
We're watching KH hit a nasty one, and it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. VC already gone to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming, and they're just keeping Overlooked away as much as possible. The ring will do the dirty work along the way.
Exactly. Overlooked, they kind of look behind them as if they've got an option to retreat. They do not. They have to go forward or win this game, and Surprisey actually tries to do so below the lava. Actually makes it out. He's by himself right below KPG right now. As you said, they thought the Bangalore ult might be able to help them there, but no, because KH already had the interceptor pylon set up. That, of course, eats up all those missiles that Bangalore drops on you. And at that point, KPG really had a hold on that fight with the height advantage, and they will take it out. I think they've just worked out where Surprisey is. Yeah.
Yep.
It's actually going to be boring, adding to his stats.
And instead of finding the last member of Akuma, they find the last member of Overlook. What is up with the past few weeks with all of these rats playing rock and stone along the way near the lava? But Wonton Dumpling, they've gotten out of the tunnel. The only problem for them this time around is they're only a duo. We're keeping an eye out also on the other side. You got T4 all the way towards the north, where MDY Black, Team Burger, God Hand are also along them. So I guess it's really that rotation moving into the next ring, right? VK Gaming, they have a good spot, and MDY White wants a piece of it. And you can already see Team Burger taking the streamer building that Legends Gaming has already evacuated from.
Yeah, we're actually getting a respawn in as well. So Wonton Dumpling have managed to find themselves a Moby res and get back to full strength. No one nearby really to stop that happening or jump on them as they do. Team Burger, as you said, occupying the same building as Legends Gaming, who have actually lost Easy Flash here.
Yeah. Here we go again for Legends Gaming. They're trying to transit, and they're caught immediately with one going down. Player Kato, beautiful Arcstar, way now with a slide on in, but Casa instead chipping in to help out Legends in the pitch. So BK wants to beat the action. It's all left to Pricey now to stand by his lonesome. The energy barricades are keeping him alive for the time being, at least of safety to work with. Trying to break through the shield, gets the banner going. He's looking for the armor swap. Into the purples he goes, and at least endurance is the name of the game here for Team Burger. But the wraparound to try and find an off angle here versus Legends Gaming. While this happens, here comes Wonton Dumpling back as a trio. The Bloodhound is an easy target. That's goodbye to Kizzix already. Full engage, gonna be gone for the time being, but MDY is still ready for even more action. Wonton Dumpling now in trouble. This time around, they're gonna get caught, and this time around, they're gonna get eliminated. We'll let the same happen to Team Burger as Pricey survives for the time being.
Oh man, Pricey there, just like wall jumping out to his heart's content, trying to find those angles. God, he's a fun player to watch. If anyone had a chance to clutch that out, it was him. But Legends do actually stabilize a little bit with two of them left alive, which is, I guess, better than just Pricey by himself. So, a couple of teams there limping into our next zone, Zone 5. Meanwhile, IBG have actually got a power position down to the south on the opposite side to KPG. As you can see, the south side of the zone is where you want to be right now. Those teams up in the north going to find a bit of a crush in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, Serenity in the meantime might be kicking themselves after repositioning, but they also wanted a piece of the action that we're seeing towards the north side. God Hand has decided to reign supreme, and Ash Esports is left to a single rat. Legends Gaming also gone now. VKG, that hand that fed you a while ago, that will be the hand that will slap you away. And VK Gaming, they've gotten good value with things like the triple take. Can they stay alive now? A Kraber in the hands of Xiao Kai. Here comes the Peacekeeper now, ready to do a bit more damage. EMP though online. VK Gaming will be be in trouble here and now as MDY White will take advantage of the situation. Team Burger also gone from this conflict.
Can't rat it out any further. Ironblood Gaming, they want to show that they are the real threat in this lobby. Can they get on top of Wonton Dumpling? They've got a position to capitalize here, I think, potentially, Dax.
BK Gaming stuck into the corner. The rocks will be no cover whatsoever. And BK Gaming, they got hit by the EMP. And they're hit by the full force of MDY White. Ash also removed now. That rat towards the north has been sniffed out. And the only one staying alive as a rat is Akuma. But we get a clash here between T4 and Serenity. Trying to cross through the train tracks. Do you even have a ticket here, good sir? As T4 cannot get any transit going. 5 left as we go for even more.
MDY White, they've just got a tiny little bit of pipe on the edge here to crawl in, but as soon as the zone pushes them out of it, they run into serious trouble. That's Ironblood Gaming firing down at them from above, but also Serenity having a look from the west as well. They'll come out on top. Oh, Legacy, he's up. They should be able to find a smoke here and get Bugie back up and running. At that point, they could be looking good, but Kraber looking for this from above. He hits the shot. KH, maybe even a potential to get a collat here.
Hit the shot, but MDY White gonna get eliminated along the way. Keep going. Gaming, they have elevation, but IBG might have the God spot to watch out for. And these Kraber bullets are going to be very important moving forward. Legacy, he's just trying to survive right now as his teammates are on the floor, but there's just no real cover to work with now. Armor swap to stay alive. IBG, they're thinking about it. They want to push on in and get this kill secured, but keep going. Gaming instead gonna be the contender. Full squad versus full squad now as KH mobilizing to find an angle. Still has a Kraber though. Secure the shot. Legacy's gone. Serenity will be eliminated. And we get full versus full. Here comes IBG.
Oh no, barely any bullets left in the chamber there from KH. He was really relying on that Kraber to get the damage done. Now that they finished off Serenity though, it's IBG.
Yeah, he said that box find a new gun. And a Prowler is at least a worthwhile weapon to utilize, but Siki taking advantage of the situation. They're going after KH first and foremost, and IBG sliding on down. Aegis Stone to the floor. It's a 1-for-1 yet again, and this has been a strong spot for LAN with the 30-30 dropping down to contend yet again. The massive shots trying to trap these targets, and Ziki using his own teammate as a shield wall. Push comes to shove, and IBG look to capitalize on that fact. Smokes out. Here comes the forced issue, and Ironblood Gaming will take this one.
And welcome back, everyone. Nothing short of amazing. Those teams were absolutely incredible. That was just action-packed. I'm literally sitting here with my mouth open, Dax. I was just like, I just wasn't even ready for that. You know, we had just finished game number 5 as we're wrapping up. We're very close to finishing off our groups A and C. I know we're itching to get to the end here. Dax, how do you feel about that? I got to touch on, you know, Ironblood Gaming were racking up the points. We've talked about them. We've seen it. But they finally solidified a win.
Yeah, I think that was the most, I'd say, responsible game IBG has had so far. And this is what separates IBG from the rest of these edge teams that love to go for the full send. You saw Wonton Dumpling. They got 6 kills, yes, but they were caught out so early on in the rotation and they only made it to 14th place. On the other hand, IBG keeping tabs of so many of the other teams nearby. They watched out for MDY White, who played from the building. They kept an eye out for Serenity towards the train tracks. And they made sure they weren't tempted to actually push Serenity and cede all of that high ground to keep going gaming. Yes, there was damage from KPG, especially you saw it land there with some nutty 33 shots. But as soon as KH ran out of those Kraber bullets and went for a death box to get a new gun, that was the signal for IBG. And we've seen them be so good at these kind of 1v1s. Ziki's good for it. He's always a clutch master for IBG, and he provides another one yet again for his team.
Exactly right. You know, MDY White were actually performing quite well. You know, they kind of had to stop Wonton Dumpling in their tracks, which then opened up the gateway for Iron Blood Gaming to take the win with 11 kills. Dax, it's just insane that this team is still performing even into match number 5. Want to touch on also Keep Going Gaming. You know, they took out a win in the first round. So, you know, they are coming back for blood.
Yeah, I think for Keep Going Gaming, they won some very important fights along the way in this game. One against, I believe, MXF when they got them to get basically cornered by another squad. That win over versus Overlook Entertainment to play for the Southwest God spot in that ring. And just because of that, you can see Keep Going Gaming, they're still around that top 5, but the contenders to the win for today, Lace, Wonton Dumpling still keep a lead, but narrowly 2 points separates them and IBG.
That's it. You wonder if Wonton Dumpling are just going to, you know, do the heavy hitting and take out the kills, or maybe place, you know, in the top couple of squads, because they are only 2 points ahead of Iron Blood Gaming. Iron Blood Gaming, you know, are known to absolutely just obliterated the rotating teams. So they're just itching behind there. They're very close. It could be anybody as we go into game number 6. You know, we've had so much action from, you know, these heavy hitting games from these players, sorry. So we just want to see a little bit more in game number 6. How do you feel? Do you feel like they're going to just steamroll again, or play a little bit smarter?
I feel like it's just going to be a showdown between Wonton and IBG, truthfully. From what we've seen so far, if you notice, Lace, the top 3 have more kill points rather than placement points. Edge gameplay has reigned supreme so far. That's what Group C brings to the table, and I can't wait to see who has the better shot to finalize this A versus C matchup.
Exactly right. You know, we are hitting A versus C. We haven't had C perform until today, and they are performing, but we are going to take ourselves a little short break. You guys get some snacks, get ready as we wrap up game number 5 in preparation for game number 6. See you soon.
Surprise.
And welcome back, everybody. We have showed you exactly what this region is made of here in APAC-South. Dax, it's been nothing but short of amazing games from match 1 to us finally going
Wonton Dumpling or whatever team they were last year, once they get heated up, they become a force to be reckoned with, and it's really up to teams to catch them as early as possible to prevent what has happened so far.
Yeah, we were looking at the previous game, MDY White sort of knowing that, Wonton Dumpling kind of needed to be stopped in their tracks, and that's exactly what they did. We might see some of these smart plays coming into game number 6 just to sort of stop them there. But, Iron Blood Gaming, like I said, someone's got to stop them as well because they are very close to taking out this week here. So, it's only got a time will tell, but I'm very excited for game number 6. It's coming to the end of A versus C. We still have the one more game sort of hitting us now. Do you reckon anybody might swap up some legend picks? Do you feel like anybody's going to change their tactics? When it comes to the final game, sometimes you'll see some teams changing a little bit of their play styles or meta.
I mean, I'm just looking around if we're still gonna get something like the Wraith. Will we get something like a random Revenant out of nowhere? Those are considerations right now since the last map anyway.
Yes, and I'll cut you right there. We're about to head into game number 6. Let's fire away. Let's get this started. It's Wonton Dumpling and IBG going head to head.
The thing is, I was here at the dropship looking around on who's actually gonna be dropping into World's Edge. And here we go again, Genome. Last map of a certain map, or last round rather of a certain map, right? We get final start. They're gonna play that Revenant on Tree Cleaner. They got also the Bloodhound, so these guys will just hold W and look to fight anyone they see.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually had 5 teams changing up their legend composition going into this final game, Dax. That is quite a lot in the lobby. Very interesting here. As you can see, Tree Cleaner started off with not only the Revenant, might be bringing out those Forged Shadows sooner rather than later, but also got a purple shield to go with it. So
yeah. I mean, MDY Black, they still have that rate for Shaman. We've seen, actually, MDY Black try to utilize that a lot back in that last map, where they find places to play the portal, poke out teams like Wonton Dumpling. We've also noted here from Prod that a Mad Maggie is online, so apparently Lace is gonna play this game today.
and with none other then strafing Flame at the helm as well. So Legends Gaming have switched over to Mad Maggie, Bangalore, Watson.
It's, such an interesting pick here for Legends, and I guess it just goes back to the fact that we've seen them multiple times caught in the crossfire in mid-rotation. Perhaps them now going for the engage, playing a little bit more of the Black Hand-esque style that we've seen from before that whole finals run when they made those kind of switches. Give a chance to actually contend with the likes of Wonton as well as IBG, because we know Legends Gaming are incredible shots, that triple M and K threat that the whole world saw from last year. We haven't seen it as much in their home region.
Yeah, look, not quite as much, and you know why is that? It's honestly hard to say. I think one of the big reasons is probably that the finals lobbies at LANs are just so tight that if you can find good spots, if you know, for instance, you're playing Landslide like they were at Champs. The hard rotates, I feel like, do get rewarded quite a bit. And maybe in some of the chaos we see here in APAC-South, not quite as much. And that is that's translated to Legends Gaming doing well, but, you know, not as well as we've seen at really the highest level.
And YC, impressive. Already catching one on out, X and Y.
On the
Can't even
trampoline.
land. Can't even land, man, and the death box instead will bounce on the floor, so X and Y. No, they'll pick up the KPS, but that is probably one of the most unfortunate deaths I've seen in a while.
I just loved how you could see him creeping like he was really scared of getting launched into the air himself by the geyser and then becoming the next casualty.
Unlucky. In any case, let's talk about the ring as we usually do. And it's pretty similar to what we saw in the last game here, Genome. A little bit more southern compared to the ring itself a while ago. You get a little bit of Harvester, a little bit of the compounds above Lava Siphon. But beyond that, these teams can go back to playing the buildings here by Fragment as soon as they want to.
Yeah, which is very interesting because I feel that like that almost makes it a 50-50 here between either ending essentially exactly where it did last game, in the pocket below Fragment East here, or you know, maybe there's a small chance, wouldn't bet on it though, that it goes down towards Budget Fissure, oh sorry, Budget Siphon, that's what I meant to say there, and yeah, there's a potential it goes to that north spot, so I don't know, we'll see. Couple of teams on either side there, and it could be run it back, might be a little bit different.
I mean, place your bets here. MDY White, they're saying go back to a building that worked for us last game. On the other hand, MDY Black taking a different approach and playing into the campsite that you mentioned. Akuma also nearby. VK Gaming ready to play Gatekeeper at the moment's notice, but we're watching Ash Esports as well, trying to just stay alive. They set up the pylon already. And we've seen from Ash, it's really just been a consistent game of zone for them. But unfortunately, they haven't had the best outlook when it comes to teams running into them.
No, Ash, as you say, it feels like their game plan is solid. But, you know, this isn't FPS at the end of the day. And you got to win your ones, Dax. And it feels like Ash have rarely been able to perform on that level. The macro is on point. The micro needs a significant amount of work when you are dealing with some of the most dangerous, you know, M&K warlords in the game.
Yeah, welcome to APAC-South, and you have to be able to hit those beams when it matters. Speaking of Ash, they're contending with God Hand and MDY White. T4, on the other hand, a different plan, as MDY Black is the one scouting them out with a drone. So Budget Siphon, it's gonna have many a team on it. Overlooked Entertainment as well, one of the teams that we've seen play a different kind of priority so far in this server. They're betting on playing all the way to the south of the ring pool at this point.
VK Gaming nicely set up on the hill. 30 seconds until we get that next set of ring information, which will probably give us a good indication of, you know, where along that 50-50 split we were talking about this next ring will end up. I mean, this is I guess we should also mention the 6th map, right? So
Yep.
you've got teams fighting it out here, and you know who is going to walk away with those 25 split points for coming out on top of this lobby. We are pretty close to finding that out now. It seems like it's very much between Wonton Dumpling and Ironblood Gaming, but Serenity have had honestly a very good game to back up. You've got to remember they played as a duo out of very unfortunate circumstances the first week, so they're looking for this kind of comeback and potentially could get it here today, starting out at 67 points, just 6 off the lead there coming into game 6.
Yeah, they only need 3 to make it to the top 3 so far. They're still in contention for that top spot. If Keep Going Gaming also has a monstrous game, then they can actually snatch the wave, but the odds aren't looking likely in their favor. Keeping an eye out though, X and Y, they knock on Overlook's Entertainment's doorstep. Overlook tells them to screw off, not right now, and they're even gonna answer with the Rolling Thunder to keep X and Y at bay here.
X and Y spotting out some teams. We're going to see a lot of similar sort of vibes from last game, Dax, because this circle is so similar. And that means, of course, Wonton Dumpling coming from this similar position. KPG are also in that spot, but Lightning Unicorn are getting sent right now. They're hiding inside the caravan, and it looks like they're honestly kind of fearing for their lives, which I would be too if Wonton Dumpling was running at me.
I mean, it's the same rotation path for Wonton Dumpling. We're watching X and Y right now, and Overlook Entertainment yet again clashing against each other. Seems like Wonton though has already caught out Lalabang. Lightning Unicorn able to trade it back, and watching now Wonton Dumpling. Jackie Chan, it's all up to him. Let's see how his prowess is gonna work on out. And Wonton Dumpling, do they get silenced this early on? This leaves the door open for IBG if ever. XCC, he needs to stay alive right now. Lightning Unicorn on the hunt and on the prowl. They strike when it is hot, and this is such a testament to be made by Lightning Unicorn. Problem is, there's another squad knocking on their doorstep as well. Team Burger full engaged. There's no thanks to anyone here. They want the fight now, and Team Burger playing from the tunnels to move forward.
Yeah, indeed, and I think this is one of the big differences between how Wonton Dumpling wins fights versus someone like Lightning Unicorn. You know, they seem to just do it so quickly that they armor swap and then they're on to the next one. Meanwhile, LU have lost a member here and they're going to struggle to hold out, but this fortified position inside the RV, well, they say sayonara, and they're going to take the Valka ult on the back of Jack Cute here to try and get out, but oh, you can see the shots coming from way. Oh my lord, Jack Cute is down to about 20 health, but they are going to make it out. They're actually going for a respawn beacon here somewhere up the back.
Breath of relief here for Jack Cute. He was one Hemlock burst away from dying. Does get still scanned by the server beacon, but this is such ripples now moving forward into the rest of the scoreboard. With Wonton Dumpling gone, this means it's probably going to be either Ironblood Gaming or Serenity that takes the win for this group. This is such a good sign for either team right now, knowing the fact that, well, that rotation path from Wonton Dumpling, it's not going to be very testy anymore. Lightning Unicorn fortifying so well. And I guess the point I want to really make here, Genome, is when Wonton Dumpling is hot, they are on fire, but when they get cold, it is just frigid of a reception.
Yeah, it seemed like it was an ambitious push, trying to take out a very well-fortified team inside that caravan with the full pylon and fences set up. But, I mean, considering the other things they've done today, you can't really count them out of any fight. But, as you said, it does leave the door open. With them going out early, it means teams like IBG and Serenity are well-placed to take over.
Yeah, single squad wipe is all IBG needs to have enough KP and take that lead away from Wonton Dumpling. Lightning Unicorn, on the other hand, do successfully get the respawn that we were talking about. But Legends Gaming, this gets interesting. Here we go again. Easy Flash, the one first knocked down. And whenever they take a fight and decide to bail out of it, someone gets sniped along the way. It's been such a picturesque moment for the likes of Legacy and the rest of Serenity. They stand up, and here comes trouble. IBG, they want to go for it here.
Yeah, I mean, it was Legacy that actually got the knock from way downtown. So I was wondering if IBG would actually get that info. But they do. They get the scan, and they would have realized that Legends Gaming had one on the floor. They don't choose to push it, though. A very interesting decision by IBG. I would have thought they'd be full sending as soon as they realized there was a knocked member there.
Maybe they're watching out for potentially Serenity nearby.
Yep.
And while that happened, Akuma, a beautiful third party there to knock down whoever was left between that X and Y and Overlook Entertainment scuffle. But Legends Gaming, they bring Easy Flash back to the fight. He's been very sharp on the shots, but he hasn't had as much impact so far. T4 gonna be gone as well. And Iron Blood Gaming, they still have to contend with players nearby. Blair Claw on one side, Legends on the other, and IBG looking for any opportunity along the way as the tree cleaner. What is going on with the Rev Squad elsewhere?
They've taken down God Hand. Good on him. Still, again, one of our favorite names. Fantastic addition to the roster of incredible names we have here in the APAC-South region. Bearclaw Gaming posted up within Fragment. They're looking out towards teams like IBG and Legend Gaming, who are still on the outside. Why don't we hear what Legends Gaming are thinking going into this next phase of the game?
70.
Push. Dead. I'm balling.
1 HP back. Button on HP.
Swing this.
Button
Swing this.
Amir.
I got naded. I saw.
Press. No, you can't rest. You can't rest.
Shot from the right. Full team. 2. 3 now. Oh, you're fucking gone. The fuck?
You got this one.
And
Team above is completely like, no. I think it's only one guy that's like on the hill.
Legends Gaming, man. They took the fight to IBG, and that eliminates the chances, I believe, of IBG actually taking that top spot away from Wonton. Who's gonna be happy about that? It's Serenity, but Legends still with a solo here. Easy Flash, the only one still standing after everything is said and done. But keep an eye out. MDY Black and Akuma already trying to move around. BK Gaming as well. And the players, the teams that banked on the closer to Lava Siphon side kind of rainfall, it's not gonna pan out for them. The gatekeeping is unreal. Akuma also trying to give chase to MDY Black, but what a turn of events to the top spot of our leaderboard so far.
Yeah, that is throwing a couple of wrenches in the works there. Potentially teams down the bottom can start moving up now, but I think those top two teams really did have such a lead that they should be safe for now. Do they pick up enough points? We'll see. We will see. MDY Black currently looking through the teams below them there. We've got an evac going over the top of them. Of course, that'll be Akuma running around. And then you got Team Burger here just trying to walk it in across the tracks. Can they do that safely? Does Sharky have enough smoke to get them across this very dangerous part of their rotation?
Team Burger is still alive and kicking with the smokes, but keep an eye out for final start as well, as they've been on a bit of a rampage so far. They already catch up Ash Esports, but they are left to 1 actually, and it's only the tree cleaner still alive here. MDY White, also a similar fight. They're going after Team Burger and anyone else they can see here. VK Gaming also a victim. Pylon being set on up, and MDY White, they might be in trouble as they run into Burger now. MDY White's gone. Final start as well, and chaos ensues as all these teams will start moving on to the outskirts here.
Team Burger, they've waited some time, but they're looking to finally put their mark on this series. 6 kills for the team right now, as well as making it to top 6. They've got someone else's Watson Gen there, helping them out to help this position, making sure the grenades coming in don't worry them too much, as Way's actually putting some damage down long range with his frags. They now move up. 5 squads left. Legends go down. And Team Burger looking to crack into the top 10.
And look at this, deja vu for Keep Going Gaming. Yes, it's outside of the next ring, but it's a similar position with a Kraber in hand. Team Burger, though, they're looking for impact as much as possible, moving forward now. And it's Serenity right in front of them. Here we go again. A game of legacies are afoot. Wade, though, trying to go for the confirm. Seems like Team Burger is still good for the time being, and it's MDY Black instead. someone they have to contend with all the way. MDY Black, they have a good vantage point. Keep Going Gaming also ready for the pinch. 5 squads remaining, but from what I'm seeing so far, with Legacy still alive, the top 5, its placement points actually bring Serenity to success.
Yeah, I mean, KPG have just had such a great day. As they are landing here on World's Edge over at Harvester. Of course, that's giving them fantastic rotations here into these 2 central circles here. And as you can see, with the Kraber coming down on top, he hits the shot onto Legacy and moves them even further up the leaderboard.
Yo, I am easily impressed, and KH, you take my breath away with a shot like that. So Serenity's gone to make it to top 5, and that might be enough to take the top spots because of placement. But Keep Going Gaming, they're now in trouble as here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. Yukoi bringing damage. It's land from above one more time with a bow check. Tried to believe in Dark Veil for that cover. His teammates are gone. Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY Black merely an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep Going is gone. We're down left to 2 as Team Burger's also eliminated. And MDY Black, they're able to paint the town red with these kills as they will be our final winners of this set.
I'm out of energy ammo.
Exciting stuff again for our final match. That's game number 6 done and dusted. APAC-South, you know, we've produced the likes of Dark Zero and Moist Esports, and wrapping up groups A versus C. You know, all you guys at home can definitely see that this region will have some more contenders for those top spots at LAN. You know, Gino, we've talked about Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming going toe-to-toe and collecting insane kill points, but their reign of terror came to an end in that final game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of very aggressive teams. They've typically done quite well in the early stages of LAN and run amok. And, you know, some have even managed to do that in the final lobbies like Dreamfire. But it looks like we could potentially have some additions in their ranks. You know, yeah, some teams like Wonton Dumpling. It'll be fantastic. It'll be so entertaining to see what they look like running through other regions as well, not just APAC-South, but IBG. I think they are also in top form, and I'm really excited to see them if they can grab one of those 8 spots and then wreak havoc on the world.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, we've taken out the heavy hitters, and that made a little bit of room for like the likes of Akuma or MDY Black Dax. Insane plays from, you know, these teams that are sitting a little bit lower on the bracket.
Yeah, incredible step up from our top 3 for this game. You got Team Burger making their mark finally, and I guess that was my concern for Divine last time. It takes them so long to really get heated on up, and they navigate through the train tracks well to make it to the top 3 spot and get 8 of those kills. Akuma as well, winning so many of those sudden engagements and just carving a path of destruction. But MDY Black, there were just so many times we watched them just keep an eye out of everyone else. They fended off Serenity, they fended off Keep Going Gaming. I think they also were able to get good catches onto VK Gaming as well as Final Start. Shout out to the Revenant getting 4 kills, by the way. But it just goes to show, when you play that right alongside the Crypto, it's more so that kind of game where you're playing a little bit more patient, and they really hit their targets well in well-timed outlets as well.
Yeah, and as you can see here on our final scoreboard, Serenity coming out with the 78 points. You know, Wonton Dumpling, Iron Blood Gaming doing exceptionally well. You know, only a couple of points behind, but obviously getting knocked out quite early in that final match, which has just sort of opened the door, or say window, for Serenity to come through, Gino.
I mean, that's incredible turnaround of fortunes there for Serenity, who start off, as we said, as a duo, and then today come out and win their lobby, grabbing the full 25 points for the split. That is, that's really a statement from them, and honestly, a pretty big upgrade, I think, in how they've been playing over the previous year of ALGS. Wonton Dumpling certainly recognizing some of their potential with one of the biggest games we've ever seen in APAC-South history. I think it was 23 kills, absolutely nuts. Iron Blood Gaming, a team we did expect to do well, up there at 73 points. And then there's a bit of a drop-off where Keep Going Gaming, probably the best placing team of the day, who really, you know, had a couple of shifts over towards them.
Yeah, and as all these sort of points, we calculate up, we do have our series points, so it's still anybody's game here. But as we have a look at who's at the top here, Lightning Unicorn performing exceptionally well in our first week. They have been extremely consistent over the couple of matches that they've played. So, that's kind of pushed them to the top there, along with Legends Gaming also performing consistently in our first week. But Serenity's just snuck up on in there as well. This was A versus C Dax. So we still have more games after this. As you can see, like Boogie Borders, they didn't compete in these first 6 matches, but we'll be seeing them shortly.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Wonton Dumpling, IBG rack up even more points at the end of our day. But for me, I feel like the recovery from Team Burger in the last game does push them up higher onto the standings than we might have expected when they started off as Divine, so good on them. Serenity is well making it to that top 3, and that's just, even though it will change sooner or later once we get B versus C, making it the top 3 after playing as a duo in that first outing, it really just goes to show Serenity has put in the work, and we've seen multiple times in such a chaotic lobby, they're the team that takes multiple opportunities and seizes them. So I'm very impressed with what we saw Serenity do today, because it's just a bit of a contrast to the full send, to the full engage that we get from our other APAC-South teams.
Yeah, exactly right. Our full sending teams of Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming. I'm very interested to see when we have our next lot of groups. So we'll have B versus C. Another hard-hitting team that we saw in the first week was Boogie Borders. This is just going to be amazing to see these teams that rack up these amazing kill points now battle it out together. But guys, you know what? We're going to take ourselves a short break. You were just watching groups A versus C. Coming up shortly after the break, we're going to have B versus C. You're going to see the action. We're going to get it sorted. But first of all, go get yourself some snacks, have a stretch, and we'll see you shortly.
undisputed champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Bristle strike there.
About to go down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady finds a target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashima.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down. Oh my god!
It's the 360! What a beast!
Hello and welcome everyone to the APAC-South Pro League, where we're covering all the Apex Legends action in Split 1. My name is, of course, Lace, or also known as the fake voice actor of Mad Maggie. I'm, of course, joined by my wonderful casters, Genome and Dax. You know, we've only had a little short break, guys. I hope you did your stretches. Are you rearing and ready to go for another 6 matches?
Well, I mean, look, we were just tucking into some food, as apparently the stream got to see very briefly in the break. So yeah, I'm ready. Yep.
I know, I got a nice little preview of Dax. I think I was out and walking there. But Dax, hopefully you've had some sustenance.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course. That's all I want to talk about now over anything else. But yeah, I mean, we got B versus C coming up next, and we already saw how explosive Group C had an impact coming into the day. Now that they have double duty, endurance, yes, is going to be a factor, but I'm still looking at the usual suspects, IBG, Wonton Dumpling, those names we have to watch out for.
And I mean, it's not just that they had to play 2 series, right, Dax? Because you got to remember, some of these guys, right, like, I mean, you know, they'll find a spot, they'll sit in zone the whole time, and maybe it's not as stressful as an experience for them. But teams like Wonton Dumpling, who are fighting from the start of the map to the end of the map, if they have to play 12 games in a row, like, that is a pretty intense period, right? Like, there's a lot of energy expenditure there.
Yeah, you know, we had a captivating start to Split in week 1. You know, we saw Bearclaw Gaming starting out strong and taking the first win of the day. Then we had Boogie Borders rise to tame, you know, with their tight cohesion coming together and winning overall for the first week. And then, you know, as you just touched on, we just witnessed, you know, more teams showcasing their skills, such as Wonton Dumpling and also Ironblood Gaming steamrolling anything that they saw in their way. But I do know that there's a team you're keeping your eye on, Genome, which is Dreamfire. Now that we are in groups B versus C, are you excited to see them play?
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, these guys have been one of the most exciting teams in APAC-South for a very long time, and they've got a lot to live up to after last week, certainly. Looks like they've loaded in with Bang, Bloodhound, and Catalyst, so sounds like a fun comp.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're just going to get started. We're going to get rearing to go. This is groups B versus C. We are on our first match on Storm Point. Let's take it away and see these performing teams.
We're back here at the Storm Point, but with different teams now with Group C. Welcome back, guys. If you are just tuning on in, it's our second outing, Group B versus C this time around in APAC-South. Dax and Genome going to be on the mic with you as per usual. And one thing that you already pointed out, Genome, fan favorite Dreamfire, they need to really make it work this time around, and they forego their old composition. They go with the Bloodhound instead, play a bit of reconnaissance to boot.
Yeah, I mean, they'll still be landing over at Mill, of course, but
what's new?
It does mean that they can make use of both of those beacons that spawn in their POI. You know, they can get the ring console, and then they can also hit that player scan just to tell them exactly how they might be able to move into the ring, what spots might be available, maybe if it's too far away from them, who they can run it.
And you know what I'm really curious about is who will take the Legends Gaming spot of Ceto Station here with them gone from the lobby for the very first time. It's actually Kill Devil. You also have WM Firebird over onto Checkpoint, which means Norpad gonna get taken by IBG. And I'm very excited to see WM Firebird really perform now versus Group C. They were one of the teams we saw be very aggressive, play that edge, and truthfully, they have so many similarities to what we saw from Wonton Dumpling a while ago, especially coming into World's Edge. I wonder how they're gonna stand toe-to-toe with such titans now.
It is a good question. Was that just a freak performance from War Monster Firebird, or are they the real deal? Can they back it up? We'll have to see. Teams now rotating down towards the south of the map. Yep. Some actually going past each other even. I mean, you know, you're seeing full engage going straight over the top. That was Boogie Borders that was below them. A team that would happily take a couple of, you know, donated KP if they landed it in their lap. There you go. As you can see, quite a lot of it's over Jurassic Park, which actually makes this a fairly easy circle to predict. Or at least I'm going to say that now before I'm horribly wrong later. But that should mean this finishes, I would say, somewhere around Bamboo. I guess there's a chance it finishes over towards Pylon at the sort of the north west buildings there. But I really reckon this is probably going to be a Barrow and therefore, you know, probably north Barrow Bamboo kind of circle.
Okay, so we're going to take note of what Genome's prediction is going to be. Boogie Borders nearby that location as well. And speaking of Boogie Borders, incredible game, especially in their last outing in A versus B. We saw Rafi put up the PK shots. We saw Fussy with an incredible 30-30. And now Boogie Borders have their sights set onto No Credit. It's been an interesting outing for No Credit, having to play from preseason qualifiers to make it back for familiar names like Savior, like Mexius. And from what we saw from last week, Genome, No Credit is that kind of team that just pops up out of nowhere and basically griefs your rotation. Yeah,
like No Credit, no sense, no nonsense, maybe? Like, I don't know, man. Look, we've got Multiview running. I'm sure there's some people in the chat that have been spamming that, so please go and check that out if you guys want to see. It's been a great introduction this year with our help over with our friends from the Friends Project. And you know, obviously, yeah, you get to see all the teams. You can hear their comms as well, so it's a great way to enjoy the APAC-South action. What I would recommend is going to check out the No Credit team on Multiview, because if you're with them all the time, honestly, it'll just be insanity, and that's just fun to watch.
We're watching final start now, still sticking around with the Revenant. It worked a while ago. Does it work yet again as we're in a new group? DNC looking to deny them already, but Joker down for the count. It's Papa, the only one still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. And I was gonna consider maybe DNC a better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here. The slice and dice action from Papa just cleaves the opposition, and final start will be gone now.
Oh, pops him down at the end there. DNZ, as you said, coming out just on top. They've got quite a bit of map space to themselves now as they can start moving in. Meanwhile, yeah, North Barrow is getting super congested at this point. The way this circle is pulled, this means usually I feel like it's going to cut off a lot of the playable space in Barrow probably like a whole circle earlier than it usually does with the way this one is playing out. So it'll be interesting to see how teams deal with that.
Yeah, and I'm watching right now for the teams after getting position. Kill Devil here by the bridge, getting covered by the staircase. You got MDY Black, the team that took that final game of A versus C. And I wonder if they can get a bit of consistency moving forward. But Wonton Dumpling on the hunt yet again. A slow start a while ago on Storm Point. Does it continue now as Wonton Dumpling is losing this fight? But suddenly tides turn thanks to Jackie Chan. XDZ though, eventually he is hit by the Mastiff. And MDY Black, they stop a potential rampage in its tracks.
Oh boy, a bare 40 health. MDY Black win that fight by, and that of course means that there's zero time to reset when VK Gaming pull up and scatter them to the 4 wins. Augustern actually is maybe just barely going to get away, but I think MDY White have spotted him out and probably will be able to deal with him. Not sure they've worked out as a solo yet.
Yeah, they're pinging him, that's for sure, but they haven't really noticed how many numbers are there. Outside also watching out for them. Keeping an eye out on War Monster Firebird playing by Sito Station. So we're getting a lot of action right now towards the north side of the Forbidden Zone. And VK Gaming, a little bit of a disappointing run from that last outing a while ago. Looking to find a little bit more footing now. Hunting down these final members, playing away from the edge here.
AGL, they're pulling up the top of Barrow. Just below them, you've got Full Engage, MXF. one of the teams we are definitely expecting to be a hard zone team, as we've seen them play so far. I mean, I think essentially anyone you see with a Valkyrie on the team in year 4 here, or at least in this current meta that we've got, Dax, you can very much expect to be a hard rotate team, a team who wants to get in position very quickly, because you are really sacrificing so much fight potential with Valkyrie, just to get that earlier and better rotate that you get out of Skyward Dive as opposed to evac towers.
And look at that, right? If you're caught immediately trying to rotate towards the zone, then especially as a rat, MDY White will hunt you down. So that's MDY Black eliminated along the way. I do like the fact that you mentioned it, because MXF is one of those teams on the inside already. AGL, though, a team that we saw a while ago play on Barometer, that they're usually one of those edge teams that love to fight. We've seen them be a bit more, I'd say, passive this time around compared to their old outings, and I wonder when we'll get a bit of that flame back from the likes of Jackie, from the likes of QQ, especially because we know this is a team that can hold W key as well.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, you can see running the Conduit this season, you know, she is a bit of a flexible hero. You do see some teams like Wonton Dumpling running her because of, you know, that kind of capability that she gives you with the Radiant Transfer. But also her ult, her Energy Barricade, is actually quite defensive in a lot of options. So can be used for either scenario, and honestly that's quite helpful in Apex when, you know, maybe the start of the game you are being quite aggressive, and then once you find a good spot you want to turn that around and suddenly repel the other teams who aren't in such a fantastic position and need to fight for it.
Yeah, it's a good balance really that is brought to the table. MDY White, though, they're chasing after outside as much as they can, and LQ, he does have a ring also he can utilize, get that intel moving forward. Boogie Borders, though, alongside Kill Devil and Kakoi, they're gonna be having immediately that position, but not the intel MDY White has. So I guess that's concern right now here for MDY White. How do they position into the next ring, knowing the fact that Boogie Borders sticking around by Orange and is gatekeeping everyone on the northern side of this ring so far, as IBG, they're hunting WMFP right here, right now. Pull up, as you said. Aegis wants to lead the charge. And here comes Aegis yet again. Beautiful beam. The doorway blocking his final few shots to keep at least the member of War Monster Firebird alive. But Iron Blood Gaming, they're here for more. Azudo, a beautiful arc star through the door now and is able to keep IBG pinned. One down here for Iron Blood Gaming. It might be dangerous to face off against War Monster at this point. And WMFB, they're answering back with a gravity lift to boots.
I'm not gonna lie, that was straight up just Conduit knowledge and ability usage there that won the fight for War Monster Firebird, or at least, you know, won the start of the fight. Looks like they're gonna finish it off now. Ziki may be able to get out and stay alive. But so basically they stuck on one side of the door, popped the Conduit all inside, and then, you know, he couldn't get through, was trying to heal, but was just, as you can see, taking constant damage from the shield jammer.
And I was asking a while ago, can War Monster Firebird contend with the likes of IBG, contend with the likes of Wonton Dumpling? They pass already from the first map, and you gotta give big props to Azu. I believe he used to play in the Golden Stage roster before, one of the veterans really off this squad right now that came from the PSQs. But DNZ, on the other hand, it's a team that can actually play the same way we saw Keep Going Gaming do so a while ago. They do have to deal with outside here on top of the pylon, and for now, they don't want to contend. They do have the Horizon if they need it in a pinch.
Yeah, now it's DNZ all the way over at the pylon. We get the moment of truth in just a second. And nope, pretty much as I called it. It looks very much like a bamboo circle. And these teams are over at Watson's pylon, who may have been holding on to hope. Well, they're going to have to move it out. But first, we're going to play a little 3v3 arena game. It looks like it, because they are so close. It feels like surely outside and DNZ have to pull into this. IBG, in the meantime, it looks like they did get some kind of res off, but Aegis is well away from Ziki right now, who's just been taken out. So, by the way, Aegis is over in Bean, crafting over there. So he's got a red armor to himself, and he can start moving inside the ring. But War Monster Firebird, ooh, have they played this out well enough?
Yeah.
Gosh, the rest of them they're all popping meds very much in the zone.
I mean, it's a mistake that they've been making even last week, right? They take the fight outside the ring, but they take way too much damage, and we've seen them even with shields die to that ring in the first place. Luckily for them, though, I think this time around they have a car, so the Trident is something they can rotate with. They have full healed along the way, and they might even catch the last member of IVG by surprise at this point, but most of the rings now trying to head on down. MDY White, I think that's a team that has a bit of that intel, but they still can't find a way in, and they're navigating to where Kakoi is stationed instead.
I mean, it's a fascinating circle, Bamboo, honestly, as we see a little bit of almost oob action there from outside. They're going to pull down Boogie Borders right next to them in that orange. But, you know, you saw Kill Devil and you saw VKG hiding around Bamboo in the bridge area as well. Fantastic spots, but honestly, I feel like this is a better circle played from outside in. Yeah. Those spots aren't super defensible. There are a lot of angles, especially within Bamboo, that you can get hurt by. And playing those spots early can be very risky.
Yeah, you have the open sight lines for the pylon to be broken, and you can get overrun from that point on. VK Gaming, they tried to bank on that early play, but War Monster, Firebird, they really wanted IBG, and they will get Asians along the way, so that's them down. But War Monster, Firebird, they're also in trouble. Caught now in the crossfire, Kakui, as well as X and Y looking at them. We're also keeping an eye out on T4 right now here with no credit nearby. This ring is closing on in. No credit, desperately trying to cross, and they already lose one here as Savior will catch one of the members of T4. No credit, no traded on back. Savior up close, a Watson specialist, but not the best position for it. Nexus on the other one, he's fighting with the PK, just jiggling on around. 72 on the first shot, looking for another, gets it there, and no credit. They take down T4, but they're also caught by Dreamfire along the way. Opportunity taken here by DF.
Well, a couple of KP. Well, you certainly take it. DF, sorry, still have obviously some way to work themselves into the ring down there at the Spiders, and they're going to have a lot of sight lines to the left of them, but a lot of those teams still up in the Barrow buildings. Meanwhile, teams like DNZ actually sending it onto Boogie Borders here in the orange. It's a very... We were talking about playing outside in. This orange is a great place to do this from. Boogie Borders would be livid if they can't hold on to this spot.
Yeah, Boogie Borders happy already to get the first snap onto Bolin, but here we go, DNZ. Black hole into play, courtesy of the Boogie Borders, and now they're gonna try to go onto the outside. Digi-Threat, though, doing some damage beyond the smokes. Fussy tried to find opportunity. Eva 8 in his hands. The auto shotty packing quite a punch, but he's the one down instead. AGL takes advantage of all of the chaos along the way. You got DNZ also nearby, and Boogie Borders, they might feel they're just getting hard focused on by this point.
Oh man, this is so unfortunate for them. It felt like Boogie Borders, they tried to back off. They didn't want to actually play too aggressively against DNZ because they were worried about something like this happening. They could see it coming from a mile away. They wait, no one's around, so they actually push out and try and finish the fight off against DNZ. And just as they do, AGL turns up. Incredibly unfortunate timing, I think, personally, for Boogie Borders there.
That has to hurt for Boogie Borders. He said they'd be livid, and with the Raki, the only one probably just banging his table by this point after everything is said and done. DNZ, though, and AGL nearby each other, still full squads. And it's just interesting to think it's really Boogie Borders, the one caught along the way. SWQ, though, gonna be gone. X and Y taking the fight to the outside versus Kill Devil as they see the setup. But while this happens, MDY White have a really good perch here to the left. They're gonna have to move in with MXF and War Monster Firebird nearby. DNC, though, eliminating AGL now. And they're moving into the shorelines here. Outside, though, spots them along the way. Dreamfire gonna get eliminated too by VK. And that has to hurt the chances of Dreamfire yet again. But you know who's hurting, it's DNC. X and Y also going for the fight. And we're getting these squads clashing now.
Yeah, full engage. Only one member left alive. Tries to pull off the no-scope face-eating Kraber shot, but that's still not enough by themselves to take one of the X and Y members down. 8 squads left alive now. Raki from Boogie Borders still ratting it out. Who knows? Maybe he can get some revenge. I mean, he did outlast DNZ in the end, so he's got that to hang his hat on at the very least. VKG have taken up the spot inside Bamboo. and the circle will be just to the northwest of that. So it actually is a little bit more on top of Kill Devil over here at the bridge.
Kill Devil for the time being, but MDY White breaking through the fences that MXF has left behind. Artillery strike though is a go. Rolling Thunder gonna be seen already. The Dark Void allows MDY White to cross over to the other side, and MXF is taken down because of it. Well done by MDY White, but look who has been playing a good position as well. X and Y trying to recover after a bad outing in A versus C. Here in BNC, they're doing some good damage so far. 30-30, killing Levy, and X and Y are on the hunt here. BK though, they're the ones in trouble now.
Yeah, JR doing some senior damage there. Shots from the 30-30 coming out. BKG lose their spot inside. Raki actually coming through, says, hey, maybe I can third this. Unfortunately, taking a little bit of damage from the fences. Can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on him.
He's making it happen. It's a possibility here for Boogie.
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close. Gets the armor swap along the way. Sato trying to just punch him to impunity. No bullets though in R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch, another slice. But outside will eventually beat up Boogie Borders where they stand. It took so long for Raki to die. And outside has to be hurting because of it.
Outside, crawling back into the circle. Raki literally got down to 0 bullets, I believe, during that fight, which is why he started that melee action. All right, I don't know how we're gonna top that in this game, but we've got 4 squads left alive, and really it's MDY White versus XNY in this end game.
Yeah, here we go. XD's beautiful Kraber shot to begin with. Only has 1 bullet left though in the chamber, but he wants to lead the charge. The shot caller moving forward. X and Y will follow suit. JR again, the 30-30 keeps on repeating. It's a tune that X and Y love to hear, and they're now in the top 3. Outside though, spots an opportunity. 2 left for this squad, and it truly is chaos here by the bridge. Rolling Thunder now to play again.
Oh, JR not having time to get the med kit off before he gets sent again. But as you said, yeah, outside actually get an opportunity to take out this fight. Now putting it into a 2v2 here. And outside, wow, using the height to their advantage, will come out on top here in game 1.
Well done by outside. They take our first win, and it was a long slobber knocker of an approach. We saw them face off against Boogie Borders there. We saw them get that win over X and Y, and they'll take that first map.
Exactly, that was exceptional gameplays from all our teams. You know, I feel like Wonton Dumpling were feeling the sting of playing their 7th game, being eliminated quite early, but Dax, the freaking Boogie Borders, being eliminated by the fists of Thanos. Like, that fight there was just great for us to watch, you know. But coming up from 7th place, I believe, from last week, outside.
I mean, yeah, they found so much impact right now with 7 KP along the way. This is such a big boost for them. But then again, you also look at the rest of the top 3 right now. War Monster Firebird fending off Ironblood Gaming. So immediately, right, it's a trial by fire. And they're able to come up ahead of it. X and Y as well. Very impressive 2nd place with 8 KP along the way. This is the kind of outing that they've been wanting in Storm Point. We saw it a while ago when the game unfortunately didn't really work out in their favor. But here and now in this game, there are these teams that are trying to contest, right, from Group C. But Group B, they're able to handle them. You saw DNC win it out. You saw MDY Black win it out. It's just, it has been the fact of the matter that these teams can face off against each other.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, we saw the very slight clutch of No Credit almost being able to, you know, solidify the kill there. But unfortunately, you know, another team's just waiting on the outskirts. I believe, you know, Dreamfire sort of came in and finished off No Credit after they just won that. You know, they're really, you know, Dreamfire have competed at land after a rocky start to week 1. It seems like they've kind of taken the time to assess what they've needed to prove on here. But as we're coming up to our replays, I think this is the boxing match of dreams.
Ah, this was a good one. All I have to say is, I know Tekken came out yesterday, but we are getting it here in ALGS today. And Satoko High, he takes that match win there. Look at them go! Raki did such an incredible job to make that so contended to begin with. He made sure it became a 1v1, but as Gino mentioned, they ran out of bullets, and it was the same case for outside for a little bit. But here at the end, just that knock that Genome also said a while ago, when X and Y lost one, they tried to go for the reset. Outside took that bridge position, and that was enough for them to take the win from.
Exactly right. So, you know, we're inside, but outside is ready to go. You can see that why they placed number 1 there. Look at that damage and the cohesion with the team. You know, and also taking a couple of kills. It's Sato Sung as well with 4 kills. It's just they're doing an exceptional job there, coming in second. You know, X and Y, just watching them from that previous match, Dax, they just seem to really take down anything in their path.
Yeah, it's just them shaking off whatever happened in that A versus C matchup. I believe they were at the very last place of our standings, unfortunately, and this is such a big boon for them. Shark also, as well as LD, being absolute menaces in the server so far. Look at MDY White, 1.7k damage there for the Watson, and because of it, we get our standings with Outside in the lead, but X and Y just 2 points behind him.
Yeah, and coming in at 4th place, I want to take a look at MD White. You know, they just played for us in Group A versus C, coming in about 12th. And, you know, I feel like they're just getting warmed up. You know, this is their 7th match of today. So, you know, they're just getting rearing ready to go. And you can see that even though it's been a little bit of time, they are here to be in those top 5 placements, you know, as we have like new teams of WMFB, you know, coming in as well, showing us what they can do. Boogie Borders, you know, sitting there at 8th. But this is what we saw from Boogie Borders last week, Dax, where their first game of the day, they didn't really perform the way that we know they can. I believe it was 17th. So, you know, they got knocked out quite early. But we just see a rise from them in the coming matches.
I mean, it's always there, the potential of Boogie Borders. And let's not forget, it was one of the worst, unfortunate things that could happen in that third party between DNZ, AGL, and Boogie Borders. So I feel like the bounce back, it's always a possibility for them.
That's it. And it's only time will tell. And we're going to take a little bit of time. We're going to head towards a break. That was your game 1. We will see you in a moment for match 2.
I'll break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
And welcome back, everybody. You are joining us here today to watch Group B versus C go head-to-head. Dax, it was just an exciting match 1 on Storm Point for this lot of groups. I think we had Outside just taking the lead there. We obviously are seeing a fair new group of teams come and battle our original group that just performed for you today. And, you know, you can see the difference in teams that are sort of had today to play a bunch of games, and then, you know, the teams that have, you know, probably just been practicing on the sidelines waiting for these matches to be over. Do you feel like we're going to see some of our, you know, our C teams crash a little bit quicker than, you know, the newly brought in B group?
I mean, you make a really good point there, Lace, because endurance is such a big factor. Where Group C, they had the week off last week, yes, but now they have to put in the work and play 12 maps in a row, basically. And we saw that crash and burn for IBG and Wonton Dumpling. They need to find their footing back, and they want to have those monstrous performances that we saw a while ago.
That's it, stamina is hard to come by. And then we're just taking a look at the Legends picks. We still have Bangalore out in front with 16 picks. It's different from the first lot of matches, though. We saw Catalyst being a larger pick for our first group, and now we're seeing Watson sort of take over Catalyst stacks.
I mean, Watson and Catalyst have always been within that top 3, especially for Stormpoint. I think it just really goes to show, though, that we're having few lesser Valkyrie and Crypto picks right now. They don't want to play that hard zone as much. We've seen teams play Edge and just actually fight each other as much as possible. But then again, when you have that Watson available, you can just park yourselves immediately. Call this your home, put the fences, put the pylon. And I think that's one thing APAC-South really loves to do. Just have a way to really play zone immediately out of nowhere, even if they want to play Edge to begin with, or they want to have that zone kind of ideology first and foremost.
Yeah, and right down the bottom, you saw the one Revenant pick. I know that's kind of tickles your fancy when you see a Rev there. At the end of our last matches on Game 6, some teams just want the crutch character with the more health that Revenant can provide, and they seem to pick it just because they have nothing else. But having these teams come out the gun and just actually pick Revenant on Stormpoint is quite exciting to see. So I wonder if they're going to change their tactics, or you might see that team sort of keep with the Rev plays.
Unfortunately, Lace, I am not the biggest fan of the Revenant in ALGS, and I think what we saw from Final Start, they were like, okay guys, I got 4 kills in that last game with Revenant. Do you trust me enough to play Revenant again? And they were like, yes, sure, let's go for it. But it really panned out. They got 0 out of it, and I'd love to see Final Start go back to something a little bit different, because they have been a bit pesky, really, especially with Tree Cleaner. When they find teams that are late on the rotation, we've seen them actually get a bit of that value, get more of that KP, and I'm really watching it for their legend selection right now, if they're still gonna stick with the Rev, because I feel like enough is enough by this point.
Yeah, we hate battling Rev in ranked, so, picking it in such, tickling circumstances is quite crazy. But, at the end of the day, these teams are, of course, for LAN, but, the prize pool is sort of itching into the back of their minds there, Dax. It's $20,000 for our first place winners, and $125,000 spread amongst all the teams. So, not only do they have, their teammates yelling in their ears, but, they've got money there. And as we head on into our game number 2, this is Stormpoint.
Prize pool is there, the land slots have been increased, and APAC-South getting such a good showcase so far. But unfortunately, to my chagrin, I see a Revenant still Final Start, and it's gonna be very interesting to see if they can get those kills there. Welcome back, though, to game number 2. Dax and Gene, I'm still gonna be with you, and I gotta ask you, man, I know we talked about it a little bit in that last map. We talked about it in the pre-map as well with Lace. What is up with Final Start with their composition here?
Bro, why are you hating?
Okay, there you go. So,
bro, why are you hating?
That's the only answer I need from you, actually.
Oh my god, they actually got a pick on Kill Devil in the Trident there. Wow, good start from MXF. Obviously, so Kill Devil essentially trying to execute the same strategy that Legends Gaming do by stealing that Trident, but I'm not sure. I think there's not a beam team in the other groups we've seen, Dax. So maybe that's the difference here. They run away from Cenote, and then they kind of get it through for free through Bean.
I think it was as most X and Y contesting a little bit with Bean, but they just give it up to Legends Gaming anyway. But MXF, it's something we saw a little bit in scrims, right? Even last week, when they know there's a team going for that Trident near the old armory, they're gonna go for him immediately, and with that lesser protection, easy shots from MXF to pick up the first kill on the board.
Right here.
Yeah, I mean, you're dropping straight there, right? Like, you most likely almost certainly have a white armor. So, yeah, it doesn't take all that much to take you down. Sure, the Trident gives you a little bit of damage protection in terms of how much damage you take per bullet, but it also widens your hitbox by, like, 8 times.
Yeah, well, I'm just watching the rotations to the northeast, even though our ring has pulled more so on the northwest instead. So teams playing towards North Path, towards Checkpoint. Those are the squads to watch out for, and those are IBG and War Monster, Firebird, Kill Devil, though. They're down to 2, unfortunately, looking around for any opportunity as MXF, they're just out of here by this point. They're already rotated, and they're moving in towards the mill here.
Yeah, I mean, well, they get the car as well, right? So not only do they get the KP, but they do grab the Trident as well for their troubles. Now, as you said, we're getting a North Pad zone. This will be fascinating to see for a couple of reasons. One, you can see Dreamfire. They've taken up a good position up the back. Is this finally, you know, their ticket to a good game? We mentioned they'd struggled very much in making those late rotations from, you know, say Zone 3 onwards. Previously, this time they should be safe, I'd say, till Zone 4 or 5 with that position up the back of the fingers there. The other one that interests me, Dax, is how IBG play this out, because they have been gifted a zone here, but obviously they're a team who likes to pick up KP. But I think they're smart enough to play this out, you know, in a zone fashion. So I want to see if they choose that option.
No, for example, right, back on World's Edge, they had Godspot near map 5, if I remember correctly. And they played it so well in terms of their elevation, in terms of when they took that fight. And now that they have 2 purples and 1 blue, I think they're effectively ready for whoever will come their way, since they have 30-30s, to build up that Evo Shield. And speaking of, it's IBG trying to fend off MDY Black, who is landing on them. It seems like NordPad, though, will have a few more members to contend with. Dreamfire, as you mentioned, over onto the fingers as well. So MDY Black, they're caught between a rock and a hard place, and they need to stay in a tunnel here just to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent spot, honestly. They've got Watson as well, so once they get the gen and the defenses up, it will become a lot more viable. Of course, we do have a couple of cryptos in the lobby, so, I mean, that'll hurt them in the meantime. Oh, no. AGL actually catching VKG off here. There you go. There's that crypto EMP that I was just talking about, and VKG rough spot of having to loot their teammates' bodies.
Oh no! Oh, that has to hurt. Barricaded in front of face. AGL has taken the inside already. And IBG with that elevation also taking pot shots at any target that they see. So VK Gaming, I don't think it's going to be the best situation for them right now, losing a member this early on. But at least they have the position. So NordPad getting a bit crowded right now. I think elsewhere on the map, I'm really curious. Got final starts. They were waiting by Zoo Station, trying to catch out DNZ in the lightning rod rotation. Here we have it. MDY Black, though, finding Azu to begin with. So WMF Firebird also losing a member here, and they're down to a duo by this point. So 2 duos around the NordPad area already.
They are, but they're reasonably close to the banner, and they also do have a mobile res beacon in their survival item inventory. So I think potential options here for Warmless Firebird to get back into this game and get the full reset. We'll see. We'll see if it comes off.
DNZ's going to take the sweet time to rotate. They got AGL on the inside, SWQ flying as well, and I guess the concern really for any team now trying to get in there, it's not just NordPad where you have to contend with, it's the trenches, it's the buildings, and SWQ flying past MDY White. Still keeping an eye out though for MXF. They're just across MDY Black by this point. Still Dreamfire being a threat from the fingers, and you just can't peek your head out or else you're gonna get whittled down by heavy fire at this point.
Yeah, Dreamfire actually pretty split. We've got, there we go, a res coming out there, a respawn, I should say, I guess, from VKG. They get one of their members back, not both of them. And Dreamfire, they're actually quite split at the end of the fingers, so I'll be interested to see if a team pulls up there. They could get caught off guard if they're not on their toes. It's a 2-1 split, 3MZs by himself on the middle finger, and then Peter and Roy on the rightmost finger. As you saw, you know, a couple of teams down there in the trenches as well. Warmless Firebird, as expected, did get their 3rd back up too.
Yeah, but here we go now towards the Orange's final start, taking the fight towards full engage, and the tree cleaner, the shadows are with him, and he wants to lead this charge alongside Kang. The Bloodhound also bringing damage, tree cleaner also getting the first knockdown. The R99 up close, packing quite a punch, and final start looking to the end of full engage already. The trade though clear, Bang Fafa 5th, at least downing a target. Catalyst also has to back one away, but the staircase is looking perilous. An overextend there, dangerous now. Full engage, making it a 1v1. It's Zelka versus the world here, and it won't work out for final start whatsoever. Full engage was ready for it.
Yeah, but with about 50 health left, it's the easiest cleanup you've ever seen in your life there by MDY White. Full engage, man. I feel like, honestly, they're on the receiving end of the full engage pretty much every time we've seen them today. They don't seem to be doing a lot of full engaging themselves, which has been a little bit unfortunate. Not their day so far.
Yeah, it's a bit ironic, right? And Final Start also taking the fight, but they are the ones fended off instead. So that's already 2 squads eliminated this early on. The late rotations will come from the likes of Boogie Borders from DNC, Wanton Dumpling also taking their sweet time from being so far off there by Pylon. I think really right now the team I'm interested with in terms of the late rotates is X and Y. They're here by Mill, moving into down B's. Kill Devil also on the outskirts by the beaches, just using the natural cover to keep them away.
Tango spotted.
These spots up at the rocks, I honestly do rate them. Depends where the circle pulls, and Kill Devil, of course, don't have the information. As you can see there on their mini-map, it's not pulling towards them, or at least not where they are currently situated. They will be able to move forward a little bit closer to there, but also you can see teams like MDY White moving all the way in from the eastern side after cleaning up the remnants of that engagement we saw earlier.
They're gonna stick around to where they got at least a few KP. We got T4 also nearby. And I like that SWQ is that kind of team that loves to play on the outskirts also. We've seen from last week, right? SWQ, when they find the opportunity to just get a single kill and then back off and let another team do the dirty work, they're able to do that really well, and it worked well for the likes of Serenity a while ago in the A versus C matchup. Seems like that can be a cause of consideration here for SWQ. We're watching WMFB, though. War Monster Firebird, they got the res up, as you mentioned a while ago, and they're just across the likes of Dreamfire and the rest of these teams waiting on Northpad here.
I mean, sitting pretty at the moment in 3rd spot for this series here with 14 points. It'll be interesting to see if they keep up that pace, because, you know, they had a fantastic week 1, and honestly, who knows? I think they're probably a dark horse to kind of make it to land right now.
They're pretty underrated from what we've seen so far, and as the weeks go on, and if they can continue a performance like this, more eyes will be on them. But IBG, they have been rampaging from that last group outing. Now, they're at the bottom of the scoreboard, a bit of a reset, but they have the high ground to work with, and they have a lot of bullets here with the 30-30. They can keep sniping and trying to pick apart other players along the way. X and Y, though, finally playing into the bunkers, trying to go into the trenches, but Kakoyi, as well as BK Gaming nearby, seems like it's Kakoyi who wants to contend against them. X and Y, they're gonna have a few fences in front of them, but beyond that, well, that's pretty much it for the engaged. Lahim, though, pot shot from afar, and X and Y notices him already.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Skull Piercer ringing out on that 30-30, and if he gets any closer, he's got a Prowler to back it up. So, sure, looking a little bit scary. I think that said, he's still on white armor, so might want to hit a few more 30-30 shots before they decide to full engage, as it were. X and Y, of course, with the triple purples are pretty happy if they get any hits. You know, you're always calling that out, white armor, blue armor. Your teammates generally have that understanding. Okay, moving on to Wanton Dumpling. They've been doing some zone crafting, and after an absolute killer first series from the Chinese team, they're going to be moving into Checkpoint here, where you've got DNZ, but also Boogie Borders. So this is a pretty risky triumvirate of teams over here at Checkpoint.
Yeah, a bunch of big dogs ready to fight each other as soon as they see that they need to move even more north. No credit, though. They're in trouble. Saviors already down for the count. MDI White, they're happy to still stick around this bunker. They even have 2 pylons to work with right now. One from the enemy, one from themselves, and this is their base. No one can touch them.
Oh my god, this looks more like a StarCraft base or something. These guys have got set up here on MDY White.
They have enough Psy.
Playing tower defense in there. Okay, well, no credit now, down to 2. They're just going to be creeping on in the meanwhile. Someone coming over the top, that's T4. Actually, a fair bit of space there as you see them take that evac tower towards the north side. They're trying to find a spot behind, you know, one of the rocks there, perhaps the, you know, the little concrete pylons that are up the top.
Oh, Kill Devil. They're in danger, low already for the 3, and you talked about Normandy a while ago. We're seeing it right now. The traps, the boats, the only things keeping them alive. X and Y is on the hunt, and they know they can secure this wipe immediately. Kill Devil is gone. That's points racking up for X and Y as they are in the top spot right now.
And you know what? Once again, that was just the 2 of them, Dax. YC, way far away from his teammates right now in the gazebo. Holding down his spot in the ring. X and Y are so incredible at doing 2 things at once.
Yeah, I think they're one of the teams we've seen really love to have this anchor play available. If everything goes bad, they can just go back to where YC is usually stationed. I've seen JR also be that solo player as well. And it makes sense because XD is your IGL. He's also your catalyst. So if you need the Dark Void to actually get through with the wall, then there are so many escape plans here for X and Y to work with.
Yeah, quite a few for them. Even a wingman in the hands of JR now, but no credit after going down to 2. Are going to get sent on. Found out by Boogie Boarders, but it's only Panna left alive. Taking on Nexus here. Somehow they've turned this into a 1v1, and I dare say it's going to work out very well for either team as MDY White pulls up. And you've even got Wonton Dumpling in the area. There we go, no credit. The first one to go down, so that'll at least give Boogie Boarders the 1 placement point. Can Panna make it any better than that?
That's a good question because MDY White has been so well to actually third-party these squads, taking the sweet time to fight outside though. Winners of the last game on the outskirts yet again. And they see MDY White, one of their bigger contenders from how this ring has been pulling so far. Boogie Boarders though, they only have a single rat to work with, and it's Panna alive and kicking X and Y now, dealing with Wonton Dumpling who runs into them. X and Y, they lose 1 already. JR, YC, can they escape though inside the smoke? Wonton Dumpling tried to reign supreme. Immediately, it's up close and personal, but X and Y holding their own. Melee strikes yet again, chopping the head of the final member there. That's Gugu gone, but can X and Y survive a little bit longer? JR trying his best to do so.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got 6 kills. They'd love to convert some placement points as well. It's only Panna who's in the area, so this should be a solid reset here for X and Y. You can see there's no one else really that close to them. Everyone else is really jockeying for position up in North Pad, where, you know, most of the teams that we saw pull up early are still very happily just awaiting this end game.
Oh, and it's 0 for 2 for Wonton Dumpling. They're usually the teams that gets the overrun going, but X and Y made them work for it. We saw a while ago MDY Black do the same thing. And X and Y just still being a factor despite being outside all of these North Pad fortifications. We're watching though Dreamfire. They've been playing the fingers ever since a while ago, and not only that, they have the purples to work with. The Dark Veil available for Roy if ever. But we've seen the problems for Dreamfire when they decide to engage. It's never really the best sign for them. X and Y though, different plan as they get closer and closer now.
Whoa, hitting the 95s there. With the wingman are X and Y, but so many teams shoved into either the canals here or into the building, on top of the building. A couple up north as well. That's where the zone is pulling. It's right on top of Dreamfire, so they have opted straight into God's spot here. Have to keep our eyes on them as this game draws to a close, and 1 by 1. These squads are falling. T4 haven't managed to find a lot of success so far in year 4. Boogie Boarders, there we go, Panna. Oh, does fall.
Yeah, MDY White holding their own. Yet again, though, another game. We're still at double digits in terms of the squads, and the ring is already by the 5th DNZ. There's trouble afoot. Here's Black Hole, gravity lift as well, and Bolin at least trying to find his opportunity. He throws out his Black Hole at the same time, and that's a beautiful break onto the Watson shield. But does he even have an angle to work with? They're trying to climb now. DNC taking the fight to the front line. Lahim will fall to the floor immediately. It's Kakui in trouble here. Bastion, the only one standing outside, also gonna be gone here. And X and Y, they're moving forward too.
Incredible fighting prowess and management here of this space shown from X and Y as they think about getting onto the roof, but with a couple of teams up there, they decide they might need a safer route into the next zone. A lot of these teams are going to have to deal with MDY White, who are out in the water and actually have a lot of space to cause havoc on teams making this next rotation. As you can see, round 5 is closing. The team's in the tunnel. It's their time to go to work.
Yeah, these waterways are so clogged. Look who's so close to XY right now. You got DNC, you got AGL, you also have MXF with their fortifications as WM Firebird are looking to chip in at the same side. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads if ever, but X and Y are in the front line one more time. MXF is in trouble and they are eliminated along the way. X and Y trying to use their fortifications to defend themselves. AGL is going to be gone as well as IBG have been playing so responsible from above, and we're down to 7, but DNC fighting chance, ring closing on in. MDY White, they're overall to the corner, but safe for now.
These aggro teams just don't know how to stop sometimes. I mean, God, IBG on the back of Wonton Dumpling and now X and Y. They just go from one victory to the next. It's like they get some momentum and you cannot stop them. X and Y have fully reset now, and I can tell you that they're sitting on 11 kills. JR, the man holding the wingman, up to 1,700 damage with 7 of those on his back. A very impressive start here.
I mean, this was the expectation for X and Y after some major games in the offseason. They won the championship in the offseason. They're playing into a bigger tournament as well later on for another kind of situation, right? And what we've seen so far, the LCQ performance, that over 30 kill kind of game, you already know that X and Y, it's always a potential threat to begin with. But IBG, perch from above. Dreamfire, though, still with a god spot that they've been working with. X and Y next to contend against them. And this is a big test versus Dreamfire. They've been struggling all throughout the split so far. Now they're going to have to deal with the young guns barreling down on them. X and Y are thinking about it. Can they actually go for Dreamfire now here?
Well, you can see Dreamfire are quite low on meds. They've been playing up here for a long time, and I don't think they've actually had a lot of access to death boxes. So hopefully they've managed that well enough because they have space. They've certainly been doing that job well, but Iron Blood Gaming popped down. The ult there, I think, just gets eaten by the Watson gen, and therefore their plan, complete disarray. IBG go down.
They want to bring in the boom, but instead it was unfortunately their faces flat on the floor. MDY White, though, still with the opportunity, and we've seen them pick their battles so well so far in this game, but this is a showdown we've been waiting for. X and Y on one side, you got MDY White on the other, and Dreamfire a witness here towards the north. X and Y, though, the wingman shots here from JR doing wonders versus Roy. Through the dark veil they go. It's Dreamfire gone already. They've been perched for here so long, but MDY White, can they even stand more of a chance here? They still have 2 up, looking to mop up the remnants here of X and Y. No chance here for JR and the rest. They are eliminated as well. And who's next? It's MDY White taking a win here. Well done, MDY White.
A passionate end to our second game on Storm Point. We saw MD White placing in about 4th in our first round there, taking out the win. It's just amazing to see these teams sort of go from the bottom to the top, Genome. But, you know, Iron Blood Gaming, you know, they showed their edge dominating skills, having the zone pull to them. They kind of treated it a bit like a spider web, catching all the flies, rotating in. But, you know, that move, you know, which they usually do, they usually attack any team. They see that move coming from down off height. Maybe didn't go their way. And then having, you know, Dreamfire waiting on the outskirts there. But just MD White, Genome, just taking it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we asked that question at the start of that game. You know, are IBG going to play this out? You know, in a smart manner. I think they did. They held the catwalk. It's a fairly unassailable position once you get up there. It can often be hard to manage your meds and whatnot when you're up the top, but IBG managed to do it well enough. And they held up there until, what was that, about top 5? I think it was. Yeah, they came in 5th with 8 kills, I believe. So, yeah, it ended up being a very solid game for them. And, you know, that's what you need to be one of those top teams. You need to be able to flex between the two styles as necessary.
Yeah, and X and Y placing second in the previous match. They held up by the skin of their teeth when, you know, Wonton Dumpling sent them at full force. You know, X and Y taking over the steam-rolling role from Wonton Dumpling. They're most certainly giving us the energy, Genome.
Yeah, and that's another thing that, one that you'd mentioned as well, Lace, is like, damn, if, did Wonton Dumpling go so hard in that first series that they are flagging a bit now, that they're, losing some of that energy and therefore losing some of their momentum. Having a look at this scoreboard now, MDY White with 11 kills, XMY with 13, Iron Blood Gaming with 8. This has been, wow, a couple of real KP sponges here in this lobby, dominating most of the fight wins that we see.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to see Dreamfire there placing up at 4th. Last week they didn't live up to our expectations. They showed us a little bit of a rocky start, but Dreamfire, they've competed at land. They have been in the action. So it looks like they've sort of taken the time to assess what they needed to change this week and what they need to improve on, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing. They do get some placement points out of that game, but considering the spot they had, Lace, I don't know if I'm, necessarily chalking that one up in the win column. Only a single KP for Dreamfire. They were obviously playing it reasonably passive, and the meds and the amount of resources available to them, space was the only one that I think they kind of had on lock, and they potentially... it's hard to say without sort of seeing it all from their POV there, but maybe they needed to be a little bit aggro in some of those situations towards the end of the game to try and net themselves, a few more bats and just be able to be a little bit more aggro when it came down to it.
Yeah, exactly right. Another great performance, though, from Warmonster Firebird. They seem to be consistent over the first 2 matches that they've played, placing in at, I think it was 3rd before. So, just being able to hit that 5th place spot. They're seeming like they're going to be at the top there, hopefully collecting a few more sort of kill points along the way. But, that was our second game on Storm Point for, B versus C. We're going to take a short break now, and right after the break, you're going to have our final match on Storm Point. We'll see you then. welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, we can show you some more passion, more energy, and more footwork as we hit our final games on Stormpoint for today. We are watching B versus C. You know, Stormpoint Genome has to be one of my favorite maps this season. They've added more POIs, so generally teams won't contest each other that much. They get themselves some delicious purple and blue shields, so loot shouldn't matter as much to them. Are there any teams that you're hoping to see a little more from?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've seen a lot of teams playing very defensively. I guess you know, that's something, but it's, as you said before, I think the teams playing aggressively, you know, they're some of the ones doing even better. So that's why it's interesting when we look at these legend picks here, Lace, to see that you know, Watson being one of the most picked legends is actually quite interesting, especially with the prevalence of Bangalore so far.
Yeah, so generally, you know, we see a lot of Watson picks on, you know, World's Edge. But what's great that I've been finding with these teams playing today is that you have an aggressive character, but having a Watson on your team, you can essentially have like a safety spot, right? So you have your fences and stuff. You can sort of jump out of the Watson fences and take any teams that are coming by, and then return to that safety zone. So that's why I guess we see Watson being a larger pick on Stormpoint.
Yeah, certainly, you know, a lot of like open areas, I think, where you can, you know, use those fences to sort of cut off area effectively with that. She's certainly better at doing that than Catalyst. Catalyst a little bit more useful, I think, personally, when you're inside a building and you can, you know, use the barricade or block, you know, some entrances with the piercing spikes.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is our final match on Stormpoint. I hope you're rearing and ready to go. Let's have a look at our game number 3.
It's our final time to be on Stormpoint today, and well, X and Y, they're at the top of the leaderboards, but they haven't won a game yet. We are back here, ladies and gents. Map number 3 out of 6. After this, we're moving over to World's Edge. And Genome, come on, I gotta ask you now, anyone else we have to keep an eye on, because we're really seeing the step up here in this Group B versus C action.
Maybe Boogie Borders. You know, they had a couple of fantastic games last week and a couple of, you know, not so great ones. So maybe we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop for those guys, because they have been struggling a little bit so far.
Yeah, we'll see now as we are going to be getting into a ring towards the center, but it does pull on over nearby to the launchpad Stormcatcher area. So coming into this kind of setup, right, you got No Credit nearby, you got MDY Whites, our winners of our last round, also within this area of effects. But looking at the team comps we've had so far too, the Bangalore, of course, still very prevalent, the Watson there as well, but we're seeing more so the Bloodhounds, the Horizons, variety here in Group B versus C.
Yeah, definitely some composition changes between them, right? Yeah, it's funny that there's always seems to be a Revenant sprinkled in there somewhere, but yeah, even those, you know, the Crypto Valkyrie teams seems to be a niche, but you know, not unique playstyle that we're seeing in Year 4.
Yeah. Well, MDY Whites, they already have a vehicle to utilize, and we're keeping an eye on them right now and how they have been playing the third party so well. Full Engage also a team usually in the fight as soon as possible, and it's No Credit running into them as soon as possible. Boogie Borders close by as well. Full Engage just trying to get out of the Forbidden Zone, but back to where they came. That seems to be the case, as they're gonna look to rotate away from a potential squad fights.
No Credit have been that boogeyman for teams who think they're in a great position and think there's no reason for other teams to push them so far. Will that continue to be the case? Tough to see. I mean, you know, they took honestly a pretty even 3v3 versus Dreamfire and took that out last week as well. So they're certainly not a team to be trifled with as far as fighting power is concerned. It's just it's yeah, that decision making that makes them quite unpredictable, I suppose.
Yeah, Full Engage, they tried to get away from any kind of chaos. It will be Boogie Borders above them on the compound. So as of right now, Boogie Borders already establishing their claim early on. You also have the likes of Dreamfire still sticking around towards Mill, one's on dumping towards Pylon, but Boogie Borders, they see the Dark Veil in front of them, and they're just looking for the shots along the way. Full engage, get the building across them for the time being. Kill Devil also coming nearby, and already Teams trying to figure out where this ring's gonna pull later on.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, exactly. Where is it going next? It looks like it's going to be on the hill below Stormcatcher, most likely. Little chance it goes down towards Launchpad and T4 get lucky, but I don't expect it to be that way. But that does mean this little building here, this little collection of buildings, does become a bit of a hotspot. And, you know, especially Watson's a good one to hold there, because you know, you will be taking a lot of poke from teams from multiple directions. That's really not the timing you want, is it?
Yeah.
You just put the pylon down. You get EMP'd straight away.
Yeah, what a big bother. But MDY Black, this is a team that has been a little bit unsung so far in this whole day. They won that last game in A versus C. They got second place only to MDY Whites, and they have the intel alongside Boogie Borders. That's why they're setting up in the cave station below them. But we're watching their final start, always looking for conflict. DNZ gonna be their target as of now. Selka trying to fight for Slider's purple armor out in the open there. Swapped on over a while ago, and final start, they're bringing it damage. DNZ eliminated early on, and that's been something DNZ's been contending with throughout their run here in Year 4 Split 1, just getting knocked down early from their initial starting points.
Yeah, well, Thunderwatch does seem to be a place where teams can, you know, reliably find fights early on. It doesn't even matter if you're not contesting. It seems like the north side is rife with edge teams, and a couple of them often will converge on Thunderwatch at the same time. So you do get those 3v3s. Sometimes, you know, maybe there's an extra team or two in there, but DNZ not the team coming out better off this time.
Yeah, final starts. This is a team that is gearing up for early engagements with that Revenant, with that Conduit, and the Bloodhound. You know they've been looking for it, and especially as the map has shrunk the northeast side to allow these clashes to happen earlier on. But we're keeping an eye out, though. MXF moving on forward. You got no credit still, searching for any kind of spot to work with. They don't have the intel for the next ring, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Outside on their left, SWQ on the right, and a few Raptors to contend with nearby too.
This position near the Prowlers can often be a little bit tough to hold. You've got angles from, you know, teams that can swing around the rock up to your north on the hill, and certainly 951 from VKG is looking over there with a 3x Nemi. You can see them pinging some of those shots potentially coming out towards them now. Wow, Chicky's even having to worry about the Prowlers taking him on, and then not long after that, teams like SWQ on their east, they're probably going to sit in that house for as long as they can.
Yeah, SWQ. See what they can do from afar. You got Dreamfire also nearby as well, and yet again we see this from Dreamfire. They're trying to set themselves up in a good spot, and a while ago the ring did pull their way, but they still couldn't contend against X and Y, lacking those kind of resources. We've also noticed last week in the World's Edge, they take the fight to teams like SWQ, and it wouldn't really be the best outing for them. So I wonder what Dreamfire is going to do next. Watching out for final start as well. They have the Grand Cannon available for them to rotate. MDY Whites coming up close with VK Gaming also nearby. So 3 is a crowd already here by Storm Capture, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to have to get out of there at some point. It looks like it may be coming to pass. We could be getting a launch pad circle here, Dax. It has pulled hard towards that direction. And T4 might be sitting on a gold mine.
Yeah, T4 has been prepared for this. MXF full engage as well with the combat right outside the POI. So overall, it's these teams who are going to have to run into them sooner or later, and I'm really keeping an eye on that, on what SWQ will do for teams rotating their way. But still, the standoff for MDY Whites, MDY Black, same kind of case. And we've seen this multiple times today. We go into 3rd, 4th rings, we're still over 15 squads. You get into the 5th, it's double digit still. It's been the case until these teams start congregating and catching out one another in the rotation.
Let's head that way.
Is there anyone that IBG can catch out coming up here? They're popping an evac tower to further their efforts in that regard. MDY White, they're up towards the north near Stormcatcher, so they're good for the moment, but I can tell you this next ring pull is going to be, it's going to be a fun one. If we get some vision of the circle at some point, you'll kind of see how teams like No Credit, who are clustered around the mountain, are going to be okay. But it'll shift over to one side or the other of the mountain, you know, sooner or later, and then we see what happens in APAC-South.
Yeah, not many teams actually know this intel. One of the squads that does know the next ring will be Kakoi, and they immediately have moved themselves into Launchpad and are trying to take the buildings on the right-hand side. So, well done for Kakoi to get that intel. Looking around, though, for a War Monster Firebird as well, an X and Y nearby, but we move to Pylon 2. Wonton Dumpling versus IBG. The showdown of last series coming to a head yet again, and Wonton Dumpling is trying to hunt for these targets. They still have the black hole here for Gugu. Hasn't really gotten any kills so far in this session. A lot of damage, though, has been dealt by him. Wonton Dumpling now throwing nades.
Oh my god!
Big cracks onto that armor, and the Bloodhound is already hurting here. Wonton Dumpling is on the prowl. Gugu finds Siki immediately, putting the Bangalore to rest to begin with. And IBG, they need to hold as a duo. Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in to get these takedowns, and IBG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping Iron Blood Gaming alive, and they're caught now by Wonton Dumpling.
Well, look, China aren't generally known for their fast bowlers, but my lord, if those weren't some accurate deliveries coming out of Wonton Dumpling there. I was actually watching it from the view of IBG, and Asia's was literally looking up into the sky. He kept his eye on them, but like they couldn't dodge them. They're just a couple coming in slightly different angles, and IBG could not get away from them. And in the blink of an eye, you know, 150, 200 damage had been done to the team, and it was just too easy after that for Wonton Dumpling to just full send.
They just barreled down on IBG, and this is what we have been fearing for everyone else. Wonton Dumpling, they get there first, and will this be the snowball effect that they can get a second wipe going? X and Y, do they dare challenge this already? YC has the gold armor, gets the scouting information that Wonton Dumpling has his compound already, and X and Y is a bit of trouble. The ring now keeping them cornered. They do have an evac tower, but knowing Wonton Dumpling, of course they're gonna hold that W key and move forward to try and get the catch. Arcstars at the ready. Boring has a ton of them to utilize. They already get a good angle onto one. Pete Godot has to get back into cover as Gugu goes for a bit of a shield reset, but the Arcstars fly by. Smokes there into play. Here comes the spikes though to try and answer on back, and Wonton Dumpling getting closer and closer. Energy barricade though. X and Y desperate to survive here. They crack the armor yet again. That's the signal for Wonton Dumpling to slide on in, take some nades. There's elevation though for X and Y. They take care of XDZ first as Jackie Chance to the floor. A 1-for-1 for the time being, but X and Y hold their own. Can they continue on though? Wonton Dumpling using a bit of that cover, holding close. Way too low on the HP. Wingman shots do apply, and X and Y, they're still alive for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have actually swung members into the zone just to try and play with those angles. That's how Wonton Dumpling lost Jackie Chan, and now it's only YC left alive. And he's actually going to go further into the zone. He's essentially giving up the fight now. So Wonton Dumpling will just be able to take those last 2 kills and run away with that. But thankfully, Jackie manages to get back into the zone. I mean, they were in such a tiny little corner there. It felt like there was almost nothing X and Y could do. I think they did pretty well to hold off the aggression from Wonton Dumpling as long as they did. That's it. The circle has shifted even further back towards Launchpad now, and it'll be really fun to see this next rotation.
And you said T4 a while ago had a bit of that gold mine to work with. They are happy to treasure their location right now. MY Black, Kakoi also the same kind of case, but we move towards the north instead, and it's SWQ versus Final Start. Final Start, they have a bit of momentum to work with. The Forge Shadows online for Tree Cleaner as well to play the front line. So much potential shielding for this team already. They're cracking some armor, cracking spaces. Crazy Kong, the first to fall. Final Start are on a rampage right now, and SWQ perhaps will be their victim. There is a limited answer though, courtesy of Donut. He's the only one still standing here. Final Start giving chase. They see the target. You gotta hit those shots though, Kang. You have to hit those, and it leads now to a 1v1. Eventually, SWQ can get eliminated, but Full Engage has found the opening, and they come to mop that up.
Nice finish there from Full Engage. And we've got a lot of other teams jumping into the action right now. On this north side is about to get very, very spicy here. This building, sure, they'll be able to easily run down the hill from here, I would imagine. But yeah, you've got teams like Boogie Boarders here right in the middle of it. Outside, they've got Wonton Dumpling below them. BK Gaming getting obliterated.
Yeah, Dreamfire actually putting up such a good fight versus BK, making a case for themselves here on the launch pad. But we're watching Boogie Brothers with Pana already to the floor, down here by the opposition, and I do believe that will be Wonton Dumpling nearby yet again. Outside also getting a piece of the action. Third party Bonanza has been the fate of Boogie Boarders for so long already. MDY Black though going onto the inside from what we've seen so far, and now they're looking for these wingman shots to ring. Easy pickings here from Wonton Dumpling and the rest though. Here we go again. Raki, can he survive any bit longer? The answer is no, and Wonton Dumpling wipe away Boogie Boarders here.
But the nades ring out, and War Monster Firebird are hot on their heels. Wonton Dumpling, though, with a perfect use of that Radiant Transfer here. Juggle the aggro very well as the team comes in to try and ruin their fun. Gugu trying to get through the door, but there's boxes blocking it. It's really hard to just even make this, but he says, well, if I can't get in, they can't get out, so he goes for the gold res.
Oh, Wingman trying to hit those shots, and there you have it. Boring will eventually hit those final few targets, eliminate Shark and the rest of War Monster Firebird. But wait, there's more, and MDY Whites are coming to collect. Here we go yet again. Timing is everything, and that's been the case for MDY Whites.
And they're barely going to get out of this alive. Feiju was on 1 HP, but luckily the route into the next ring is clear. Going through the tunnel here, no credit. They're going to be Jackie from AGL actually following behind them, and then MXF in the position in front. As you can see, that bow, Archer's trained on.
Back off of it though, getting the one shot. No one saw that shot, but MXF might be in trouble here as Full Engage is looking to bear down on them. No credit, same kind of case. Very cheeky indeed. Has a cheeky angle to work with, yes. With only 9 slots left, it's gonna be a struggle for all these teams coming in from the north. No credit surviving for now. MXF in trouble here as Full Engage. It has the elevation on them, and while this all happens, look at MDY White. It's really been the case in point so far in this series. Them taking those opportunities after everyone is done fighting. Let them do the dirty work, wait for the moment to strike, and Full Engage is doing that dirty work right now.
They are finally putting some kills on the board for this team. We mentioned they'd had a couple of rough games earlier on in this series. Maybe this game, maybe World's Edge will be where they can turn it around. Similarly for No Credit, sitting in the 16th spot in this series as well. A little bit rough for them. So MXF, oh, okay, actually go down. That's, I think, at the hands of Full Engage there.
Yep.
Now they were trying to gatekeep No Credit, so doesn't really change things for No Credit. They've still got someone just pelting bullets into the tiny corner that they're hiding in, and knowing that they're about to come out, whether they like it or not.
Have to head out right here, right now. Smokes into play and Full Engage still tracking those targets down. No credit though, giving a bit of space to work with. MDY Whites will take the opportunity to move inside the ring while this all happens, but look at Full Engage as well as Kizix. He has a more northern position, and he does some good damage beaming down the opponents. Cracking some armor yet again. Rolling Thunder gonna be the play, and No Credit now just gatekeeping as much as, or rather getting gate kept here. They still need to contend with MDY White. The creeping barrage though does the damage that needs to be done. Over onto the other side, it's absolute chaos with the black hole. Kakui got T4, Dreamfire, MDY Black all nearby. No Credit eventually eliminated by MDY White. These 30-30 shots still getting value here for Ming Yue.
I mean, I think there was one team literally just like following another team up in the horizon queue, just being like, oh yeah, we'll grab a ride on your gravity lift, no worries. Obviously, you want those kind of gravity lifts to try and engage teams like T4 here, who, again, had been holding out for the launchpad circle, and their prayers were answered.
These guys, they've been looking at astronomy for quite a while, and they're ready to go for liftoff from above. The last rat of X and Y also going to be gone, which means their second place streak will end here. MDY White, though, firmly in command for 3 points. Set up the Dark Veil for a bit of that cover. That's versus T4. That's bearing down on them, and for the time being, they have the space and the pylon to work with.
So 6 squads left now. MDY White using that Digi-threat to their advantage. They've got to work their way through all these fences. Can't necessarily push it even if they wanted to.
Getting shields back, Kakoyi making them work for it, and as it stands, it's Kakoyi who's actually brought in the damage versus MDY White. Spikes are there, Digitret though getting value with the smokes into play, and eventually MDY White will be felled by Kakoyi. They've been needing a game like this, and they're providing it right now on the low ground. It's only a handful of squads remaining here, Dreamfire being one of them. No, spoke too soon.
Oh wow, MDY Black actually taking the skyward dive, and they're even oobing as long as they possibly can without turning into death boxes, just to try and wait some of this out. Full engage. There we go. Dropping off. Oh well.
They've been playing the countdown for so very long. Augenstern especially really maxing out that timer. But Showman, that's awkward. He lands in front, multiple targets, and MDY Black is caught out by full engage. We are left to 2 squads as T4 is found on out. But Kakoyi has a bit of that high ground to work with. The Dark Veil, though, into play just to provide for cover here for full engage. Looking for a chance to reset the Bastion, taking the fight to them. Gravity Left gonna be there too, and full engage. You said a while ago, Genome, they're getting engaged on one more time. Can they hold Kakoyi off though? Is that going to be the question? Kakoyi brings the damage, and it's pretty cool for Kakoyi to do all of this already. The dance of death is upon us. The Watson trying to survive, but there is no escaping the wrath of Kakoyi. They're going to win our last storm point of the day.
You know, completing our final game on Storm Point for Week 2, APAC-South Pro League. We've had teams from last week skyrocket up the leaderboard. Dax, they're showing us exactly why they are here today. You know, Kukui just taking out that lead there. They performed extremely well last week, you know, in our top 5. So I believe they placed 5th place last week, and they're finally, you know, rising up from the ashes, and you can see it in that game.
Yeah, they really stepped on up, especially with that fight versus MDY White. But checking out some of the replays, we finally get Final start doing some immense damage. And this is why they're playing this Bloodhound and Revenant together. They just want the scout for anyone to kill. Placements be damned. And they actually got 6 KP for that outing. Other teams that got immense KP, we always have to talk about it. Wonton Dumpling. This is the start potentially of something new. And yes, they were shut down by MDY White, but engagements like this is what has made all these players, or rather all these spectators, fall in love with the Wonton Dumpling style. They just full send, and they are just unstoppable when they hit all their shots.
Yeah, Wonton Dumpling are definitely back in action, collecting kills like we love to see. But, you know, our new kill point hunters, MDY White, taking the title from them by eliminating them right in the back there when their backs were turned. You know, Dax, I want to know what MDY White had to eat between the matches, because they are fueled up right now.
Yeah, we're seeing that from multiple teams, right? MDY White, we're seeing it from X and Y, who did unfortunately get eliminated there by Wonton Dumpling, and especially full engage. They've been having a bit of a tough series overall throughout the day, getting into 2nd place with all the KP that they also got along the way. It was a very good game for full engage, and they got very close. Kakoyi had to really take the fight to them. They took advantage of that initial damage. They forced out the Dark Veil earlier on, and that's why they take the win. Almost 3k damage as well for Kakoyi, but again, props to full engage. 2.3k and 8 kills for Bang Fafa 5th. Great name, great aim, and full engage. We're gonna love to see and say their names even more if this keeps up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And like, I just want to take a look at Wonton Dumpling. You know, 13 kills. I believe that's the top there. You know, not getting that top 10 position, but still solidifying. You know, a couple of souls along the way. It's nice to see No Credit sort of placing within the top 10 as well. You know, they didn't perform as well as I knew they could last week, but it seems like they're sort of getting amongst all the the hard hitting teams. That was obviously our last match on Storm Point. You know, we do see a lot of these teams sort of change their tactics when they hit World's Edge, but out in front we have MDY White taking 43 total points with 23 kills across the board, Dax.
Yeah, and they take the lead away from X and Y, and as I said a while ago, the podium streak from X and Y ends in that third map. Kakoy, though, boosting themselves up over full engage, or pretty much they're tied up right now with 26 points. And MDY Black, it's been a relatively quiet approach by them, but making it to the top 5 and being such a such a pest really in multiple games, you gotta commend them. That last outing from MDY Black, as Gino mentioned a while ago, playing out of bounds, taking the highest of elevation just to last a little bit longer. It's what has given MDY Black a few of these bonus points that you'd think that they wouldn't get along the way just because of how they play.
Yeah, and you know, I think we had Boogie Borders there placing about 14th. And I just want to touch on them a little bit. We saw last week when they played their Storm Point matches that, you know, they came in like 17th. There was a third there and a 13th. Like, they weren't placing very high in placement points. But when we flip over to World's Edge, something just sparks within them. And then we see them just absolutely decimate teams in their paths. So I just want to keep a little eye on them. So don't forget them, even though, you know, they're placing on the top 10th. But that was our last game on Storm Point. We're going to take a short break and we'll see you on World's Edge.
prize.
And welcome back, everybody, to a major region for Apex Legends, APAC-South. We've been covering all teams from Australia, Thailand, Singapore, China, and more, showing you exactly what this region is made of. Guys, we've just been having some exceptional games on Storm Point. Dax, let's see where these dangerous teams are landing on World's Edge. We've got 3 matches.
Come on, we already have a few expectations from what we saw a while ago in A versus C, and I think really consideration has to be where IBG is landing. It's been a tough day at the office for them here in the B versus C matchup. We usually see them play towards stacks. It's been strong for them to rotate into some godly spots from that last outing, but we get to begin here. MDY Whites back into the fragments. You got Kakoi this time around over onto Epicenter. And Genome, the squad that has been hunting for some kills, final start. They're over onto Climatizer this time around.
I mean, MDY White, though, they get Fragment and they get Monument. So, like, you know, sometimes that's getting split these days, but sometimes you're getting both. And it's a big upgrade, I think, if you've got all that loot to pick around from. MDY White, Black, as you can see, so many MDY teams picking over there in Skyhook, and then AGL with Team Burger not here, able to pick up Trials and Skyhook West.
And of course, Dreamfire back to their usual spots over onto Countdown, Boogie Borders, nearby Lava Fisher, but this is where it gets pretty interesting. MDY Black, they're going for both Skyhook as well as contending War Monster Firebird onto Mirage à Trois. I would love to see how this is gonna work. They're probably gonna talk it over during the break. I think this is a little too risky for MDY Black at DNC. They're getting Harvester too.
Yeah, I think we might see similar to what happened in our previous lobby, where the 3 teams do decide to just pick one each, and you get, say, Boogie Borders will probably end up in Fissure, War Monster Firebird probably ending up in staging, and then sorry, I've already forgotten. Whoever else it was sitting there will have a go at Mirage à Trois.
You gotta watch out for this one though. Kill Devil and No Credit with Legends Gaming away from the action. They'll say, sure, we want it, and they're actually gonna contend for that. I guess the concern right now, after No Credit had such a good game a while ago, especially how they played so much well in terms of rotations, having that contest early on really does become a big bother for the teams landing in the same spot.
Yeah, so I think Kill Devil versus, like if we do get that contest at Siphon, that could be a fun one. I mean, because honestly, where else are they going to land? Maybe they could land at Fragment East, but God, the loot there these days is just F tier, to put it nicely.
Yeah, and so X and Y is currently on top of our leaderboard at the moment. And, you know, we've got MDY White and MDY Black coming in the second and the third. I just want to know what's in the water for MDY teams. They just seem to be performing extremely well. You know, we've got to see a couple of contests here. Like I touched on before, Boogie Borders was struggling on Storm Point. But this is where they sort of have their claim to fame, is coming over to World's Edge. They might even have a straight contest soon. But we're going to find out right now. This is game number 4. We're joining us on World's Edge. Let's see the action.
One more set for the day, and with 3 maps on the World's Edge, it can be anyone's game. Welcome back, guys, as APAC-South have taken over the main channel, and we are seeing B and C clash yet again. Eyes though on X and Y, as well as MDY Whites. One playing towards the center in Monument and Fragment, the other all the way at the edge over at launch site. And we were asking a few questions there in the beacon a while ago, Genome, who's gonna go for Lava Siphon here? It's still No Credit. Kill Devil having to contest early on. Kill Devil with a bit of elevation, but they lose 1 celebrity as Savior Heaver is ready to fight. No Credit, they want to just clash with anyone in their way. Levy, can he survive? He's already got the shields cracked. They also see here for Savior that he's running the conduit rather than his usual Watson just to make this contest happen.
I mean, this is one of the most understood contests, Dax. Obviously, it's a very high priority POI. A lot of teams want it. But I think what you also see is, with the Pro League format, when the strongest team who generally holds Siphon isn't in the groups, then a bunch of other teams might sometimes fight for priority here in Lava Siphon. So that's essentially what we're seeing here, with 2 of the teams a little further down the pecking order, Kill Devil and No Credit, both having a crack at it here in Siphon, and so far, no credit come out on top, but they didn't even get the full kill onto Heihua there. So it looks like his teammates are leaving him behind, so he's just going to be left to chill in the lava for all of eternity, and who knows? Maybe they'll go for the craft. They do have the conduit for that that banner craft option.
Oh, you gotta make it sound so sad, but DF other plans immediately invading onto AGL, trying to take those trials. Dreamfire says no, and moving over to the elevated angle, putting themselves onto the mountaintop actually. And Dreamfire, they're getting these bins, yes, but AGL on the other hand on the inside. And does Dreamfire actually dare invade as soon as possible?
It can often be quite tricky actually for the team who plays Trials, because you know, if you're playing from Skyhook Western Trials, you are essentially an edge team for, I don't know, 75% of rings, something like that. So you're not generally expecting to have to play this out and sort of sit in your position. And so you're underneath, you're clearing out prowlers, and then all of a sudden the team who's trying to heavy rotate comes in on top and gets these angles on you, and maybe even occupying positions on either side of the tunnels where you're trying to get out as well. And at that point, sometimes you can get a little bit locked in. So AGL, they're trying to navigate that situation right now. And as you said, yeah, Dreamfire's on top of them, but they haven't come to blows just yet.
Yeah, because they got that ring console intel, and Dreamfire sitting happy on a perch, potential god spot coming their way. But here in Skyhook, as all the other teams already looking to find their formation, and MDY Black, they are calling for the midpoint instead. MDY Whites into a building, Kakoy across, but all the way on the other side, it's the rampage of Wonton Dumpling that we always wait to heat on up. Outside is the first one closest to them, and as Wonton Dumpling use the balloon to actually fly on by, immediately outside, already evacuate. They've had enough. They don't want to contend with this, and they're hurting because of Wonton Dumpling and their antics.
Yeah, okay. Interesting how, you know, the teams can affect each other around them like that. We just saw No Credit got eliminated. That was by T4. Okay, right. So that happened all the way down in Lava Siphon. I guess T4, you know, maybe just playing the map, playing the drop spots. They understand there's a contest down there, so the teams can be locked into those POIs for a little longer, and they just decide to do a quick little drive-by and grab some KP on their way to the ring. I mean, obviously T4, they are playing Dome, been down there for a very, very, very long time. And when you've got, I mean, this is literally the longest rotation in the game, right? A Dome to like a trial zone.
It's basically a whole flight path you're watching out for here, and MDY Black are watching for them too. They've decided to move their talents into another building, set up the interception pylon as well, and look to poke from afar. So you already have SWQ filling in a few of those slots. Boogie Borders, on the other hand, also nearby. But just because Dreamfire has that initial spot, they can't climb this whole mountain. And I kind of want to talk about what Lace was mentioning a while ago for Boogie Borders. It's been a tough day in Stormpoint, especially because they've been always the victim of a third, even a fourth party, especially in that last game.
Yeah, it can be really tough, but I don't know, like, just sometimes you can read that that's going to happen, and sometimes teams just make erratic decisions, and, you know, it doesn't quite seem to be up to you. Hard to say which of those is the case here, but Warmonster Firebird is certainly someone who managed to, you know, make that RNG sort of go in their favor. AGL just playing it from the inside here, using the drone to scout out ahead instead of putting themselves at risk. Smart play.
Yeah, they're a little bit separated, but they now know at least Warmonster Firebird is on the outskirts of their position. Here we go, though, with AGL still sniping as much as they can. It's been pretty much commonplace here for rings 1 to 3 in APAC-South, right? These teams that play the 30-30, they have a longbow sometimes, the Sentinel in other cases. Anything that they can snipe with, even with the G7 Scout, they use this time to just keep the other opponent in check. They're happy to play for that Evo Shield, try to make the other team run out of meds as soon as possible.
War of Attrition, their weapon of choice, their method of engagement, fair enough. There's a lot of different ways you can play it out in Apex. It's one of the beauties of the game.
Engaged team They really performed well in that last outing. Let's see if they can continue on with that momentum. VK over onto the train tracks as well, and they're going to be ones looking to find a northern slice of Skyhook here. But besides that initial kick onto Lava Siphon, no one really getting caught out as of yet. More wants to Firebird repositioning right now, trying to use that balloon to just get the hell into Skyhook here, and VK Gaming sees it coming. So does VK dare push? It seems to be consideration for Casa, but no, stays in the building. War wants to Firebird, will get the rotation that they wanted.
So they get to sit in market. You know, we've seen a lot of end games end, you know, funnily enough, a lot of end games finish in market over the years, so wouldn't be surprised if War wants to Firebird get rewarded with one of those. Certainly would be one way to push themselves a little bit further up in 7th place as it stands. So far, no credit, the only casualty in this lobby. And it might be that for a little bit longer, Dax, because Skyhook does tend to hold a large amount of teams for, you know, further into the game than other circles generally.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of SimCity. What's going on here? VK Gaming, though, they tried to take the fight towards the market, but More Monster Firebird happy to stay in their location, and VK decides to call it off as soon as they see the initial smokes come into play. I guess really right now we have a little bit of time to talk about these unique compositions yet again. Many of team Crypto Valkyrie, yes, but the rate still available for MDY Black, and it's been such a good pick for them in terms of the rotation. They use the portal to keep themselves safe when many other squads are looking upward, right? For Skyward Dives, for evac towers. MDY Black has been relatively unnoticed throughout these World Edge games just because of what they bring to this map right now.
It's interesting how they've managed to fly under the radar, but I mean, that actually doesn't surprise me. I know Lace was talking about cockroaches before and saying how, like, you know, they just never die. I always thought MDY were cockroaches, but in a different way, in the way that they just kind of like slink from one position to another unnoticed a lot of the time. And they're very good at finding their way into final circles in a very sort of non-confrontational manner. But of course, when push comes to shove, they are no fight either, as we see one kicking off here.
Yeah, having to hold off Final Start, but Final Start gets the jump of them, and here we go again. Another squad wipe for Final Start. That's pretty much all their points right now, and this is what the Revenant brings to the table, just some extra committal approach here with the Bloodhound too, the Conduit bringing in the shielding, and that's just case in point for Final Start. Check marks all the spots that Final Start wanted there.
Yeah, I mean, that is one hell of a composition. Revenant, Bloodhound,
Full send, man!
That is full send. Yeah. My lordy. I mean, even, you know, like we actually saw this a little bit earlier on when you had a Bloodhound pinging away in a final circle. Bizgun activated, right? And you got a 30-30 on your side. Now, a Digi-threat often wouldn't be able to see that far at that kind of distance, but you pop Blood of the Hunt, you can see people as far away in smokes. You know, it doesn't matter how far away they are. You get that red threat outline. So, yeah, I just think it's a smart pick in a lobby and a meta where there's a lot of Bangalores. And, yeah, just one of the things I think that goes a little bit unnoticed sometimes. It can really give you the edge in those fights.
Yeah, those are the things that APAC-South has been working on between week 1 and week 2, having more of these Crypto Valkyrie compositions. Yes, having more of the Bloodhounds. I even saw in scrims people willing to play Gibraltar of all things, so that can be something to consider if they choose to. But as these ring now pulling into Skyhook West here, IBG flying on in, spotted by Final Starts on their approach. Beyond that, I'm still watching out for Wonton Dumpling and how they're gonna look to push into the ring. The teams nearby them, outside, yes, MXF, they're also there, but Bogey Borders is straight in front.
Oh, I love that shot too. It's like, you know, the jail that Skyhook is at the moment. Are we stuck in here with you, or are you stuck in here with us? A lot of those teams,
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, probably depends on which team you are, right? We saw a lot of those teams down the south have been forced to push up now, and actually a successful EMP onto Wonton Dumpling down here. You're seeing Boogie Borders potentially being the beneficiaries of that with the first 30-30 shot going down, and I don't know if any of the rest of these guys are going to get out of this one alive. They seem like they are absolutely stuffed with Dreamfire looking right, like directly down on top of them here. And of course AGL on the inside. They use that EMP to try and make sure that they wouldn't have any power as they pushed in towards Trials.
Yeah, Wanton Dumpling, did they get the knock onto one towards AGL? And Boogie Borders thinking about the push, but they choose not to. Instead, they move away, and let's listen in to Boogie Borders as they find other squads to deal with.
Good angle here.
Yeah, I can bang with them.
Yeah, do it.
Them. Yeah, 1 for 50.
40 flash.
Arcing there.
We need to shot from far. I need to bang out here.
I'm going back to Racking. Right here. Safe on Racking. Oh, fucking cracked. I didn't hit any of them. Hit 1, hit 2. Hit 3, hit all 3. I'm going back, Fussy. On me. I hit all 3 behind. They can't do it altered. 100, 130.
Let's got a digi flatline. Hello.
130 on the cat.
Yeah, I can't see anything. I can swing hard right. This conduit ult's fucked. Behind you, Fussy!
Swing
okay, I'm running. Nice, run back.
Yes, you're getting injured. Up here.
We're good.
Keep running.
Come to me.
I'm getting naded here. Yeah. Try and get over.
Fight.
I don't have wall now. Should we see if we can slide down for a floor?
Rezzed all my kills back there. That's so retarded.
Yeah.
We are safe here for now.
Guy there.
Yeah, I know.
We can't go down. We need a wall.
They fighting out there?
Any ulti sound like it? No ulti excels.
No, I have 1 cell too.
Slamming the building.
They went far. Is there anyone on the bins on our left, and can we play it? I don't know what the fuck's happening out here.
Might not be a high team, so they're gonna have to drop down the high team.
Let's go.
We still gotta look at back.
To drop down. Yeah, I know.
Bro, I knocked like 4 people and I just didn't get my kills because.
We either go for the bins or we just have to go down here in this fucking shit.
Guys, maybe.
Up here.
Yeah.
60. Hopping a cell.
I need a back.
I'm batting. Still on the fucking platform.
I got shit on. I'm out of heals.
Get to me. 2 cells. Still a team on high. We're just gonna have to slide down the fucking under bit.
Yeah, do we do it now? We don't have wall.
We don't have wall.
I dropped you 2 cells. We got wall down.
Yeah.
Do we do it? We go down? What are we doing?
Yes, we have to. Getting fucked in the back.
Holy fuck, this group has fucking no brain power. It actually hurts.
Hard safe on me here.
Yeah, high's not looking. We're good for now.
I'm out of cells. Did you get the cells I dropped? I don't have to play here. Yeah, I got them.
Going for under.
Yeah.
130.
Chill. Hang on me.
Safe on me, maybe?
Safe on me. Hard safe on me. Hide.
40.
Hide is on the bins.
Okay. I know. One's not up there, by the way. There's a team above them.
I'm best on Fussy. We're best on Fussy out here.
Pushing me, kill.
Pan.
Yeah, coming. Might die.
On fence. Yeah.
Chill, I'm on.
Chill. I'm no meds.
Neither do I.
There's a nade. Go left.
Bang low.
Burning.
And Boogie Borders cannot survive whatsoever. They've been marking Dreamfire well, and Dreamfire eliminated as well, but here comes X and Y. They've been looking for this contact for so long already. Wanton Dumpling also within the vicinity. X and Y though, they know drones nearby, making sure that the crypto isn't going to be the biggest threat here. Overall to the corner, the energy barricades giving them a little bit of space to work with, but here we go again. Wanton Dumpling ready to hunt for them. Kakoyi also from above, and X and Y is feeling the pain here. They're gone as well. Wanton Dumpling, will they be next? This ring though closing in, forcing these squads to come together.
It feels like it. Jackie Chan, the only one left alive. Somehow they managed a full reset after that nonsense that we saw up at Trials, by the way. As you know, we heard Fussy talking about it there for a second. He's like, I got 4 knocks. Where are my kills? Because he knocked a lot of them, but yeah, somehow just couldn't get those finishes. Kakoi, yeah, on the top level here, really getting a lot of free damage and free knocks on these teams directly below them here, but the ring is pulling up further north.
Yeah, this risky though from Lahim. He actually drops down. In the meantime though, we're watching Full Engage on the other approach, and Full Engage surviving still with 2. SWQ and Kakoi gone. Full Engage gonna be the same case, and it's utter bedlam here on the Skyhook. When you have elevation, you don't want to drop down like that. VK though, on the other hand, they're playing distance, and the 30 shots are ringing through well versus WMFP.
Yeah, Warmonster Firebird, they actually gave up willingly, deliberately, they gave up market and went for a smaller building down south. I don't know if they were trying to hedge their bets. Either way, it's maybe not going to work out for them because VK Gaming, who got to take up their place in market, now, as we can see, getting, you know, a couple of knocks and honestly have a fantastic spot in this next circle. DNZ, the only team who got out of that last fight here, are moving up into this next three-story building where they will be sharing it with MDY Black as well as outside.
Yeah, the squad that's been very low-key as Warmonster Firebird will be eliminated and make it 5 squads. Kakuyi, they gave up that high ground by dropping down one of their members and just allows all these other teams to take this building instead. But in the chaos of the 3 playing this 3-story building, you got VK Gaming all the way in the market where we had Warmonster Firebird a while ago. You have AGL as well as staying away and just scouting with the crypto drone. So I'm watching outside. They're playing onto the rooftop right now and just looking to find an opening against these other squads here.
So AGL, as you can see, are hard chilling. They are being chilling here on the outside, very far away from all of these other teams. I'm sure they don't have a Watson, so, you know, no pylon to keep grenades away if their positions do get revealed because they are hiding behind small amounts of cover. But they've got a lot of space to themselves and you know, they've got their ultimates ready to go as well. They've been sitting inside trials for a long time, and they've just slowly moved their way out here into these last couple of teams left alive. Only 5 now.
Yeah, Darkveil though into play, and HL is actually gonna go for the push versus VK Gaming. QQ in the front line. Missile Swarm is the play, but the black hole is the call from the horizon. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he shows up, he will be knocked down to the ground. AGL now in trouble as they lose QQ immediately. Banner's taken, sure, looking for the armor swap. That's XX wants here right now, but Jackie has other plans. Into the front line we go, and the market having a fire sale, but who will get the better deal? DNC chipping in. What a shot there from Bolin, and VK are left to 2 now. Even odds. The pylon's there, but there's just no escaping the wrath of AGL. Damage being done. It's not enough. VK's gone from this bounce.
Well, they survive it with 2 members left alive. Let's see if that's enough to do any further damage in this lobby. DNZ are pulling out with the triple reds. They're trying to chase MDY Black up the back, who take out outside. And DNZ will be off the back of them. The duo from AGL, though, coming on the back.
Here we go again. Third party on third party. Now it's DNZ having to deal with AGL. But the advantage is in DNZ's hands. They see the veil, they push through it, and they're looking to control this ring already. Immediately, though, Rolling Thunder is the go, giving a chance to AGL, but it's not enough. DNZ will take this one. And what a scuffle in Skyhook with all I have to say is, what a turn of events that we see from those 5 remaining squads. How did it start with AGL going on VK, getting knocked, making it pretty 50-50? And who chips in out of nowhere? It's just a Kraber shot from a different squad, giving the advantage back to AGL. And then that's when Outside wanted to go for the third party onto them. And then that's when NDY Black wanted to go the third party onto them. And it just piles on until DNC eventually with the win. But they were the ones, I think, who actually hit that nutty shot to begin with from Bolin, if I remember correctly. It was such a chain of events really here on Skyhook, and we also watched some of the struggles for the likes of Boogie Borders, the likes of Dreamfire, Wonton Dumpling, X and Wire. They were caught on the outskirts, and the teams that had the high ground, especially here for Kissans and the rest, right? It allowed them to just pick them apart bit by bit.
Yeah, exactly right. Boogie Boys was the first to go down for that crazy real estate there. But, you know, it was really nice to see some of the teams on the lower of the leaderboard, such as D and Z. They were waiting so patiently around that building while everyone was just getting taken down. And you can see that they collect a couple of kills along the way, but then take it out. So it's really showing us that, you know, it's anybody's game at this point, Dax.
Yeah, this has been such a wild ride. We can hear from the choice words of Boogie Borders also. This is a lobby that can get very interesting, to say the least. And DNZ, they get the 8 kills to their name. I do feel like down there the leaderboard, you still have to respect what Wonton Dumpling, Full Engage, as well as War Monster Firebird can really do right now. 5 for Wonton Dumpling, still struggling to get those placement points. War Monster Firebird as having an incredible outing as well onto the Conduit. But when it went to that last ring there, Lace, it was just that Kraber shot that really started the beginning of the end for all the other teams.
That's it. I call that a little bit of a haircut when you get your head taken off by the Kraber. But, you know, another team sneaking up from the bottom of the leaderboard is AGL, you know, hitting in that second position there. So it's excellent to see these teams sort of rising the ranks. But speaking of the top of the top dogs, the top of the leaderboard, MDY White still taking the lead against all these teams. And, of course, X and Y as well. You know, they're kind of just swapping positions at this point, X and Y, MDY White and MDY Black. But, you know, who's coming in clutch after that, Dax?
Yeah, exactly, right? I feel like since it's such a wild ride here in BNC, that low-key, MDY Black is that kind of team that will consistently find good placement points. They were in that top 5 a while ago. We were talking about it with Gina a while ago with how the rate is really low-key compared to everything else. And what we've seen so far from MDY Black is they get kills, yes, they get on the board, but it isn't as, I'd say, outlandish, right? From what IBG does, from what Wonton Dumpling does. There is a case to be made for consistency to be key for today.
That's it. And about from 3rd to about 7th place, you know, across the leaderboard there, they're only like 1 point difference from each other. So, you know, as we've seen in the previous weeks of teams having, you know, a gross lead where there's no chance in catching them, or, you know, the top 3 squads are sort of just interchanging in those top positions, it can still go any way for all these teams. So, you know what? We still have another 2 matches to go on World's Edge. We're going to head over for a short break. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you shortly. And welcome back, everyone. You're watching Groups B vs C battle it out for the APAC-South region. We've seen top fragging teams take the stage and then basically flipping and taking more of a back seat, thus making room for teams such as MDY White and XNY. Dax, right at the start, you know, I wanted to touch on this too. We saw no credit contest with Kill Devil. Obviously, we don't have too many contests on World's Edge at the moment, but, you know, Kill Devil getting 2 members taken down, but managing to get the full reset. Do you have a feeling like maybe no credit might take a little bit of a different tactic going into Game 5?
I feel like No Credit's pretty happy about how that initial contest worked out versus Kill Devil. We were talking about it a while ago where you have that conduit instead of Savior's signature Watson that they always love to run. And just because they want to win that initial contest as soon as possible, fending off Kill Devil was one thing though. I guess the concern really was for the other squads rotating towards them, and that's why they were wiped out early.
Yeah, so, you know, let's have a look at one of our top fragging teams at the moment, MDY Black. You know, across today, they've just seemed to be placing quite well in these last couple of matches here. You know, starting out not so fantastic in the first one, 18th place, but, you know, hitting into top 5 placement stacks. So second, fourth, third.
I guess it's really interesting, right? The first game for MDY Black, if I remember correctly, yes, they were caught out early, but those 3 kill points were against Wonton Dumpling, and that really set the pace for them moving forward, picking their fights a bit better, not having to commit into big engagements, and it allows them to get minimum 4th place over the next 3 maps, 9, 5, 7 placement points. That's 21 in total, and we've seen them take the opportunity to play inside the ring, play with a safer angle compared to everyone else, and it's giving them the chance to really contend for the top spot of today.
Yeah, you know, our top spots were sort of given to Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming in the previous matches that we had. And it's just, like I said, nice to make room for, you know, these other teams such as MDY White and XNY. So another sort of team that's performing quite well is Kukoi. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of them in the next coming matches, Dax.
Yeah, very excited too because we can see their potential when they play out their angles well. They took that map into Storm Point, but I really want to bring out something that happened in that last game, right? Map number 4 just falling down from the building. It was unfortunate, but we are getting into the game here, folks. Thank you so much to Lace for everything so far. We'll see her later on. It's time now to get the contest going yet again. Kill Devil versus Full Engage round 2.
Here we go as they drop in straight on top of Siphon. Kill Devil, no credit up the top. Conduits play a huge part in this with, you can see Levy already taking damage, but he's got 20 seconds to re-chal now. That he's got that Radiant transfer. I mean, interesting that they're actually even popping the cells at this point, Dax, because the way this works, you really don't get a lot of meds with this contest, and you need to use those windows where the conduit queue is up to maximize the resources you have available.
Yeah, they're taking their time, but that is a beautiful shot with the Sentinel. Kill Devil trying to, at the very least, keep the tides turned in their favor, but no credit taking the fight to them. Kill Devil now hurting Levy, the first to fall. You get the Ranger transfer going through Haven Wash, sure, but that's already 2 down here for Kill Devil. No credit yet again, taking the advantage now, but here comes the damage. Kill Devil eliminated, and no credit wins the contest yet again, but this time they wipe out the other squad.
And they do it so much faster as well, so hopefully this time that means no credit can avoid their fate from game number 4 there, and, you know, not go down to a marauding team such as T4 who might head up once again from the dome all the way down the bottom of the screen. So far south we can barely see it, and it does look like as they just pop that beacon, as you can hear there, we're actually going to be heading over to maybe staging, but potentially even Mirage Atois.
Yeah, this is very interesting because there's a lot of elevation in these potential next rings in DNZ. They're moving forward towards staging and ready to contest War Monster Firebird at a moment's notice. Winning that last game with opportunity. Bolin, of course, one to watch out for with those lucky shots from afar. But Papa's the one with a 30-30, cracking that shield immediately. Shark has to hide yet again to get those shields back. Gets the Ranger transfer, but WFFB, they have one section of staging to work with. They're keeping DNC elsewhere.
So the team that lands at staging, they of course do have choice of where they want to fight this from. Most teams tend to do that from Dorito, from this house up near Monster Firebird, as we can see. But they've actually given it up. So DNZ are going to take that away from them as we have a look at some of the other teams here. There you go, DNZ. You know, they leave for 1 second. Boom, another team is just going to fly straight in. And that's potentially a very costly decision from War Monster Firebird there. You know, maybe they could learn something from XNY, leaving someone in the house to anchor that position, fire shots and show presence so that when another team does evac in, they don't consider it an open position and don't play for it.
Well, they're keeping Shark at least on the train tracks. We saw SWQ also fly by, but they refuse to actually get involved and stay inside. That's still opening instead. But here comes MDY White, and down they go to the hands of outside. This is fortuitous for all the other teams because MDY Whites, they were at the top of the scoreboard now. It's open season for the likes of XNY and the rest to really pile on those points.
Yeah, I mean, depending on where these circles end up, I thought that they took the Mirage Etoile zones out, actually. So it'll be very interesting to see if this does end up anywhere near there because, you know, just looking at the ring, it kind of indicates that it should be pulling in that direction, but maybe it won't go that far. Maybe it'll end up, you know, a little bit closer on the train tracks or something like that to the east and to the north of staging. Because obviously before Mirage Etoile decided to park itself on top of Lower Fissure, we did get quite a few zones that ended here.
Look, we've got some wild ring pulls all throughout the day already, especially last time around in the last group on Storm Point. But WMFB, they're going to get scanned by the survey beacon. They still stick around on staging while DNC has that little house to work with. So overall, most of these teams are really banking on the fact that Mirage Etoile is the place to be outside in one building. And you got Kappa E on the other, Boogie Borders. This is their draw spot, and they're happy to play on top of the ship itself. So overall, I think for Boogie Borders, really the win condition right now is to just stay away from all these rotating teams, play the elevated angle as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, if it remains in for a while, then exactly, you get some pretty unbeatable sight lines on the side of Mirage Etoile. So can Boogie Borders take advantage of that? We'll see. Oof, MDY Black. Actually, have they been taken down literally off that evac right now? Dreamfire even picking up the angles there just through the edge of that train cart. MDY White, Black are not in a good position right now.
Yeah, Dreamfire on the hunt. They see exactly where they're going. And it's PP here finding one more target on the floor. No escape really here for MDY Black. They're trying to survive as much as they can. And they still have one member with 1 HP. The Crypto of Augenstern looking to survive as much as possible. I guess really for MDY Black, my concern here is they're swapping away from their raid composition, moving over to the Val Crypto instead. And it doesn't feel like they're that attuned to it right now, getting caught mid-rotation like that.
Yep, and not only that, he's just been spotted out by War Monster Firebird, who might have a frag to finish him off. Nope, a Havoc headshot's gonna do it first.
Both MDY squads are gone now. Both MDY Whites, MDY Black, 2 teams in our top 3, eliminated early on. And we've seen, Genome, so far that there are other teams that have made a case for themselves. You got AGL in the scoreboard right now. You got Kakoi, X and Y going to be very happy of what's happened so far. But Wonton Dumpling is a different case. Their placement points have been a little bit subpar in this group, but their kill points, of course, exquisite as always. Facing off against the pile right now. Jackie Chan, though, in trouble here. XGZ trying to get the hell away, but Wonton Dumpling dropping down to try and do some damage still. MXF, can they handle the pressure? It's only NBX trying to fight back. They're gone too. Pete got himself. It's Gugu bringing in all those kills, and Wonton Dumpling, they survive for now, but can they handle the next squad on the list? Apparently not. It's MXF who gets the job done alongside SWQ here, who wiped the slate clean.
SWQ actually pulling in there with the help from the drone scans. It was Donut who had that perfect information and just allowed him to jiggle peek to perfection and finish off Wonton Dumpling there. So good effort from them. I mean, 2 of them had white armors, so this has been an incredibly nice loot donation there from the other teams. And SWQ go from being, you know, honestly, probably a pretty timid little team who couldn't poke for fear of getting full sent after the teams realized that they had 2 whites, to all of a sudden being in a formidable position, not only in resources, but also in their position.
Yeah, Screen says it all. They can be trouble if they choose to. And SWQ are the team that have picked up the right along the way. But full engage now, having to take a fight versus X and Y right outside Thermal Station. Full engage, they'll play their namesake. Looking for opportunity towards XT and JR, especially. Smokes are out, and it's Bang Papa 5th looking to lead the charge. Have though the Digi threat to utilize. Here comes the Rolling Thunder into play as well. And full engage, they're in cover for the time being. X and Y on the other hand, they have a partition for themselves, but wait, there's more. DNZ, it's Joker coming up closer and closer to try and third party. X and Y though bringing the fight to the front line. It's YZ taking some damage, but X and Y have an angle to work with. A 1-for-1 for the time being. 2 still standing for both of these squads. A reset yet again. No region transfer as of yet. Full engage, they have a pilot to utilize. They want to go for the resurrection, but they decide to go for the fences instead. Panic sets in. Jump Jim putting down everything he can. X and Y though taking the fight to them. YC on the board. X and Y know that they can take this one if they hit these shots, and that they do.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna keep them in good stead anymore though, because DNZ called for reinforcements as soon as they saw those 2 teams trading knocks there, Dax. The other DNZ members just crawled in closer and closer, and as you can see, one of the easiest third parties that you ever will see for DNZ there. Not only that, with the timing of these ring pulls, they will actually, I think, potentially be able to swing up through the western choke here to their north, and at that point, they're going to have a good position in the circle, as it does pull further towards Mirage Etoile.
I mean, they have a spot to work with if ever, but they have to be careful because the crypto of SWQ, you got Crazy Kong still scouting around towards the south side, and DNZ decided to forgo that and move back to their building and use that initial rotation path that they were thinking of earlier on. So 13 squads still remaining.
I mean, there's some more kill potential from Dorito, right? So you can also understand this play from DNZ here. Of course, they can't see the next circle yet either, which you know, might have changed their decision if they could. Ooh, AGL, are they going for the rat play here? I mean, they've got the Tripto drone flying around, so they'll be able to tell the Dreamfires above them, and you can see Peter's actually looking for this, considering that there's someone down there.
Yeah, and I'm also watching for Roy, actually having an angle towards the bridge. We check out what Final Start is up to this time around. So no more Revenant. They go back to the Bangalore. They go back to the Conduit. And they get another KP to their name. But Dreamfire really needs a big game if they want to stake a claim here in APAC-South. We know how good Dreamfire can be. We know how much their fans love them. But the performance itself hasn't been up to par from what we've seen from them. The scandal, Peter knows what's up.
Well, okay, maybe they didn't move the circles from Mirage Etoile, because it looks like Boogie Borders should be about to have an absolutely nuts game. Once this gets a little bit closer, they will have unrivaled dominion over this lobby, essentially. They barely peaked so far. They are really waiting for endgame, so it's interesting to see how Boogie Borders will play out the next 2 circles after this one, but for the moment, we've got the other teams definitely thinking about it. I mean, we're down to 12 already, right? The tension between Dreamfire and AGL sitting next to each other here.
We're down to 12. Funny enough, this is a lot less from what we've seen so far by this ring state. You usually have 15 or more coming into the game. I guess for Boogie Borders, this is so fortuitous just because they've been stuck between 4-5 squads in every single engagement they have to deal with. We're watching WMFB, though, still around staging. They know DNC's to their south, trying to mark wherever they can. They also spot out C4 along the way, trying to cut the rotation. Here go, evac towers. Beautiful shooting from LK, God. Finding a little bit of flesh to work with. Now up in the air, trying to swat away these mosquitoes. But T4, they're gonna land so far. But VK Gaming is the ones ready to greet them. Oh, this is gonna be painful.
Trying to hide in the smoke here. The Bloodhound scan will reveal them. Not only that, they're all drawn in by the black hole. Grenades on top of them. One of them down already. The other 2 somehow have actually managed to stay healthy during this.
walk to the flame with the black hole, but BK Gaming still sticking in the position. T4 on the other hand, they lose a single member. Final start also chipping in, so T4, it's really sad to see them be bullied like this, just stuck in the middle of all these squads with elevation. It also seems like Final Start, they know about WM Firebird's position. DNZ creeping on closer and closer. And look at DNZ right now. They have the position to WM Firebird at a moment's notice. Final Start though, still cracking those shields, bringing it damage and bringing the pain.
Not a bad little position here for Final Start, but will serve its usefulness for not all that much longer. They've got a minute further before everyone essentially has to get in or underneath Mirage Atois. People who are in the buildings below, teams like Katoy or outside, they'll be okay for now, but gosh, everyone else who has to pull in. Ironblood Gaming, wow, they've actually moved up into SWQ, who obviously were in a good position right from the start, and they've put aces on the floor already.
You know, they were prepared for it. IPG is the one with a numbers disadvantage right now. Donut gets the shields back online. The Prowler with a JG threat is going to be a big nuisance to begin with. DNC though, an APC for them too. It's IBG now getting confirmed along the way. SWQ just shooting from above, and they call now the drop to try and catch IBG as soon as possible. A slide by here for Donut, tracking down IBG at a moment's notice. Sticky survives with a sliver of HP, but this was the moment DNC's been waiting for. They now go for the third party versus SWQ. They have the armor advantage here. SWQ right now trying to keep up this pressure, or trying to survive for the time being. DNC, evac tower gives them the elevation now. Iron Blood Gaming is eliminated, sure, but DNC takes his position away from SWQ.
I mean, SWQ, they did so well to take out IBG there, but geez, they lose their attention on the backside for one moment, and DNZ pull up. That said, they're back, they're fine. SWQ are okay right now, but they do have to worry about DNZ being on top of them, which of course isn't ideal, sharing space with someone so close.
And watching the BK game here struggle to make any kind of space for themselves. You got Boogie Borders on one side, you got Dreamfire on the other, and DNZ, sure, they have this mountaintop to work with, but can they actually drop down as this ring closes on in? BK though, inside alive with the smoke. DNZ on the other hand, having to deal with Crazy Kong and the rest. There is just no stopping SWQ. They are a powerhouse here in the South.
Damn, this is really their game, isn't it? 7 kills already, and as the ring shifts, we see it is essentially Godspot. They will have that little platform to play on. It's so hard to move up there, even if you've got Gravity Lift, you know, which often can even things out for teams who do play Horizon. It's such a vertical and you know, clear space underneath that platform. It's very hard for anything to happen there. Boogie Borders, they were playing the building below, but they decide that they need to take this higher position in order to start maximizing that kill potential for them. But Dreamfire full sending it as well.
Yeah, Dreamfire also going to be in trouble now. You got WFP nearby as well, but Boogie Borders flying high. Black hole into play. Beautiful PK shot there from Raki, cracking under their face along the way, and BK Gaming's gone this time around. This is one party that Boogie Borders wants to keep exclusive, and they're fending off anyone else who wants to stay here. Dreamfire's gone as well, and we're left to 6 along the way. AGL though, another contender now.
It never stops. Endless hordes here coming towards Boogie Borders. And AGL, they're going to get the first knock onto Raki, then onto Fussy. They follow it up, and Boogie Borders, unfortunately, cannot handle the pressure against that many teams in a row.
Genome, they just can't catch a break. There's always another squad going after Boogie Borders, and case in point, they only make it to the top 6. But SWQ has been kings of the hill for so very long. Who wants to contend? It's War Monster Firebird breaking the barricade though with the Wingman. War Monster Firebird on the other hand getting their shields back up and using the cliffside for cover. It does feel like though this ring will force these teams to drop down sooner or later, and SWQ is the happy one with the perch here.
Very happy up on that platform. A tiny bit of the ship might be left in. We'll see what kind of cover is afforded to AGL. War Monster Firebird actually smoked them off so that they can make their drop, and you can see AGL also having to think about going down low.
SWQ SWQ are basically the gods right now, watching these little ants fight on the floor. AGL, as you mentioned, looking to go for the push into the building. Kappa, you know, heavily fortified. War Monster Firebird gonna be gone from this bout already, and outside looking to still play inside as much as they can. AGL though, here we go. Black Hole is afoot, courtesy of Kyuku and Kakoi, just trying to get the hell out of that engagement zone. Here comes the push yet again. AGL is forcing their way in, but Kakoi has gotten the distance, so they're sharing the building for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it was a completely blind ult there from the horizon, basically just trying to buy space. It wasn't really necessarily going for the kills, and yeah, sure, now that they can coexist on one side of this house with Kakoi on the other. Meanwhile, outside have been very happily on that side by themselves. SWQ now thinking about pulling down a little bit. They obviously they have that spot up the top, but yeah, I mean, now's the time to change it up.
I mean, they're looking for the angle here with Donut to just shoot through those windows. That's why they're playing into this path moving down. AGL, though, to get their shields reset. Kakoi are considering do they dare push this or not. And here we go again with the fences. Eventually, though, Jackie breaks the doors wide open with the EMP, and AGL will take the fight to Kakoi here. Damage, though, done by Lahim. Lahim with a second one, and Lahim is going ham here until XX will shoot him down. Kakoi still in the fight. No longer says XX FPS as AGL win the fight for the house here.
Outside, hearing all of this go on, you're going to move the loop a little bit closer, but they're only taking up position underneath the house right now. I thought they might think about swinging inside, but no. In fact, it is AGL who will get the full reset. Gold Nox on the ready, and all of them just trying to make sure that they are ready for this final fight. SWQ portaling to the door. That's to try and block off some of the exits here, so when the teams, you know, eventually do try and come out of their door, they'll be very sad to find it's probably only going to take them outside the ring to take further damage.
Yeah, whisked away, basically, and it's good to see a portal in the spec, but here we go again with trouble. SWQ on one side, you got outside and AGL with breathing distance and a single wall to separate them, but Yulin getting a second pylon ready, just to reposition that Digi-Threat doing the damage that needs to be done. It's a 1-for-1 though, and SWQ is the one being invaded. Here comes the fight, courtesy of outside. SWQ gonna be in trouble as AGL do get portaled on the way, as you mentioned. Outside eliminated, but AGL get their footing back. They want to get this final kill. They do so, and AGL a win again.
We are getting closer to the end of our matches, as that was game number 5. And I have to say, it was as fueled as I am with caffeine right now. Genome, that was exceptional from our teams.
That was a hilarious finish. I mean, so by the way, I'm not sure if we caught this on the main channel there. Maybe you guys on multi-view who are, you know, having those final few POVs up might have seen this. AGL actually took that final portal, by the way. They all went out. Of course, SWQ had set it up with the fences as well. So as you came out of the portal on the other side, you walked through the Watson fence. They all took ring damage. They all took perimeter fence damage. Then they came back through and they still won.
Yeah, like, you know, I saw Boogie Boarders having the zone pull in their favor. You know, that team's known to do the edge, but, you know, sometimes they get the zone plays. You know, if you can solidify Mirage Voyage, generally your chances of winning are increased. But what was absolutely crazy is they, you know, Boogie Boarders gave it up to the likes of AGL. So they took the top. They then literally dropped off the ship and they took the building. I thought it was all over Red Rover for them, but, you know, managing to get a clutch with that gold res as well. They placed second in our previous round, but, you know, AGL, they wanted to come first, and they literally showed us in that match why they deserved that first place.
Yes, I mean, like, SWQ's position was phenomenal, and I guess they kind of deserved it after, you know, taking a smart third party to start with, and then being able to fight off DNZ and all those other teams to really challenge them up the top. And, you know, it wasn't quite the same for Boogie Boarders. They did manage to stave off a few teams, but unfortunately not all of them. And that final loss to AGL, you know, who knows, that very well could have been Boogie Boarders who finished off and ran out the game had they won that one last fight against the Chinese team, pushing on from Taiwanese team, I think. Actually, the push in there at the end. And, you know, Boogie Boarders, they won last week, and it's been nowhere near as fruitful for them here in week 2.
That's it. It's good to see some different contenders placing up in the top there. But like you said, they took the portal into zone and then came out. But, you know, that didn't matter. Their decision to block that door didn't matter for AGL. So, you know, they solidified that win. And as we take a look at the damage that they've put out as well, quite crisp. But you know what? SWQ still, you know, putting out immense damage in a second place.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably no surprise when we consider how strong their position was. They had, you know, plenty of guns to choose from in the 6 deaths, at least the 6 death boxes that they had up on that platform. So it was really free firing all game long, just absolutely farming the numbers there for SWQ, and then finishing it off with 9 placement points and 11 kills for a 20-point game is pretty damn solid from them. Dreamfire coming in at 7th there, picking up 3 KP. Boogie Boarders, they got 4 KP from all those fights they took. So again, you know, what's that? 3 placement points and 4 kills. 7 points it's an okay game, but it's not going to push them up any further than 14th at the moment, where they're still a fair way off the pace considering we're 5 games through the series.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we've seen a couple of teams sort of dancing around first, second, third position. X and Y have been at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. And, you know, moving on with MDY White. You know, MDY White, we didn't really see too much in the, you know, final zone just there, I believe. But for them to still sort of have that top position is crazy. But then, you know, AGL just swimming from the bottom to the top, putting them in third at the moment, you know, tailing behind, you know, MDY White and X and Y. But, you know, outside still performing well there at 42 points. So, you know, any sort of team at the moment could take this last match and sort of push their way to the top.
I mean, look at that. It's between, what was it, 1st to like 9th or something. It's a 12-point difference. This is actually an incredibly low-scoring lobby as far as the top end of it goes, which actually makes for a very exciting
I may have tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will Lava.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, I can't talk for the teams, but my brain is sure frazzled as we finally make it to the last of our games of the day. Genome, we've watched Groups A versus C compete in the first half of the week 2, and then we're coming to the end of Group B and C right now. They're having a little bit of a tango together, but before the break, we spoke about not having a team, too far in the lead, and that this could be anybody's game.
Yeah, it's insanely close between these teams right now, partly because it feels like there hasn't really been an overperforming team. You're not seeing, I mean, Wonton Dumpling got, what was it, like 23 kills, win, 35 points. They got almost the entire team, like any team's entire score in these 5 matches in one match in our first series today. So yeah, I mean, it's partly that, and it's partly just, I guess this lobby is kind of so closely matched, that no one is really able to, sort of come in on either side of it.
Yeah, exactly right. We still have like the true overboard leader for the series, but let's take a look at our damage reports here. JR just out in lead with the cool 6,402 damage, Genome.
Oh my god, finally. Is that the first time we haven't seen a Bangalore on one of these graphics today?
Actually, I think you're right.
Let's go JR on the conduit. I mean, obviously he's using it, in a very aggressive fashion, just like most of the other Bangalores that we have seen. But yeah, interesting to see Lahim from Kukoi up there, and Bang Fafa, one of our newest entries to Pro League, also showing what they're made of.
Yeah, so, we do have a couple of teams tied for first and second, and like I said, a few more teams trickling behind. Everybody sort of wants to hit these high damage boards that we have here. They really want to work for their team, and as you can see, these players are definitely working hard for their teams. As we take ourselves back and having a look at today, a few teams performing that I just didn't really see too much of last week. Kukoi are finally moving on up the ranks, so that's exciting to see them do a little bit better this week. It's having a look at coming to our 5th match. AGL, a team that I didn't see too much of, Genome, just absolutely obliterating that last match.
Yeah, I mean, AGL, I really enjoyed how they played out their games in year 3, and they would have made it to land if we had as many spots as we do this year. So, does that mean there's a chance that they can pull through and finally get that experience on the big stage under the lights here in 2024? Well, I guess we'll find that out soon enough.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We're sending more teams through. We're kind of doubled our prize pool, and we're getting more spots. I believe it's up to 8 spots, and our prize pool is doubled. So teams can take home $125,000, 20K just for first place.
Yeah, exactly. USD as well, which the exchange rate's looking pretty juicy right now. If you're on the other side of that, actually, so add some extra on top of that. Not too bad. And then, yeah, obviously, once you get to LAN, the split playoffs, generally, I think it's going to be the same this year, are going to have, a $1 million prize pool. So it's not only the money you get, it's also that shot at the extra big money.
Yeah, it's always great, achievement for our players to be here in Pro League at least, but then it's always exciting that they could be walking away with some stardom and money in their pockets. But as we take a look at a bit of our team compositions, on Storm Point, we see a few catalysts. We have changes to a couple of Watson, but Gino, take us through some of these compositions that we see on World's Edge.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see that the highest played composition here does not have a controller character on it. So you've got no ring scans for the Bang Conduit Horizon composition, but it also makes a bit more sense, right? I mean, we saw 12 teams in, what was that, like Zone 3 or something there, Lace, and this group, BVC, is playing out very differently to, say, what we saw AVB for instance, where it was a lot more conservative.
Yeah, and you think for like, teams rotating and, World's Edge is quite difficult to sort of rotate in, especially when there's more buildings at stake. You really want to get to those spots quickly, and to see teams not being able to like pull those ring scans is a little bit different. But still having Bangalore as a very high pick is insane to me. But I wonder if teams might be going into this last match changing their tactics, because like we said, there's not a lot of points far and few between our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll find that out soon enough, I reckon, Lace. There will be a couple of changes, I think. I'm already seeing a Wraith come through, which MDY Black had tried out a little bit earlier. Final start have gone back to the Horizon instead of the Conduit. So yeah, look, a couple little changes in there, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's nice to see the Wraith sort of come back into play. I know we've been watching Apex since it came out, and you had the Wraith, the Pathfinder, and the Gibraltars, and having see these teams use such an OG character to sort of block doors. I know one of the teams trying to block AGL there in our last match. Just seeing these plays come back into fruition is just an exciting time for us viewers and casters, I bet. So I'm hoping to see more of these picks in future.
You know what I miss though, Lace? I miss the kidnaps. That's what I miss most about the Wraith gameplay. I mean, I don't think anyone misses the insta-Q back when the days where Into the Void, you could like, as soon as you press the button, basically you were invincible. And then they added the 1 second delay to that. Eventually they took away her Naruto run, which made her a little bit easier to hit, and then fattened up her hitbox. So it's been an interesting path for Wraith in terms of balance, especially in competitive play throughout the years. But yeah, Kidnaps Raw is one of my favorite.
I know, I'd be playing a ranked match and then all of a sudden I'm somewhere else and just a slight scream comes out and, the panic sets in. But, quickly jumping back into the portal, it's fine. You can return to your team. You might be half health, but it's totally fine. But, seeing a lot of teams sort of play those compositions where they're more bunkering characters, Catalyst being able to sort of fortify the doors and walls. But then having Wraith sort of use that portal as a barrier as well is just the brains we love seeing from these teams. There's been quite a few teams that are sort of just steamrolling through the competition and just taking kills out, but we do see a little bit more of, I guess, smart plays on World's Edge.
Yeah, it definitely plays a little bit differently to Storm Point. But yeah, even, I guess, as we've seen there, kind of depending on the ring, it can change quite drastically, how many teams we see alive towards the end as well. I mean, the fact that MDY White are currently sitting second on our leaderboard with 44 points at the moment, and they're playing Watson Crypto Valkyrie, right? That's again, that was... I think, as we just saw before, what was like 5 picks or something like that. So many teams bringing back Valkyrie is honestly something I didn't have on my 2024 bingo card. I mean, it's just been, it's a pick that we've seen a lot less ever since evac towers were introduced.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I did see a reduce in Valk since having the evac towers, and I guess, separating the two, having the Valkyrie sort of take up the team, and they can only kind of shoot at one player. Sometimes it's a risk taking. The evac towers players sort of go up one by one, and it's just a straight line to beam. So having Valk still within the meta is quite interesting, especially in these smaller maps like World's Edge. We do need to see rotates happen a lot quicker because it's a smaller of a map. It's harder to harder to sort of move, moving quickly.
Yeah, I think it felt like when when Valkyrie was introduced, she was very impactful because she had the VTOL jets and you could gain, all of a sudden you could get high ground. Just I guess maybe like you could with Pathfinder in the past. But then Horizon came in and all of a sudden your entire team could get high ground and be playing high ground. And then all of a sudden, apart from her previous ring scanning abilities, and her skyward dive, it felt like she really moved out of favor compared to Horizon just because of that, that team battle dynamic that you had with that height advantage that the characters allowed you.
Yeah, exactly right. So we're just sort of getting patiently waiting for our last match of the day. So just sit tight, everybody. The action will be on your screens shortly. But Dax, can you take us through any of the teams that may have shocked you today, that may not have sort of showed you what they were made of in the previous week?
I think we have to talk about the big dogs that we expected to perform, and they haven't done so far. In 13th place, Dreamfire. Their woes continue despite swapping over to the Bloodhound and looking to use that scan legend just to find a few more targets. Boogie Borders, on the other hand, how has this really gone wrong for Boogie Borders? They've always been a victim of a third party. Even when we saw them have Mirage Joie for themselves, right, they were still getting third. They were still getting chased after by other teams, and it really feels like for Boogie Borders, they can't catch a break whatsoever. Another team also within the same sphere, basically, IBG, all the way in 15th place. So really the names we expected to perform today in this matchup, they're struggling to get even past or even into the top 10.
Yeah, exactly right. I had high hopes for Boogie Borders coming into World's Edge, and, I'm sure that they're feeling a little bit upset that they just can't seem to, get in on a fight without being absolutely obliterated from a team rotating in. They had that high position we saw in the last match on Mirage, but, teams were rotating in and taking that position too. I saw Dreamfire fly in and take that God spot. Then we obviously had AGL come in on that God spot. It seems like they're sort of just giving up, their area for free, Genome.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't... Wait, you mean Boogie Borders? I don't know if they were giving it up for free, man. That was, it was like they barely have a second to breathe, and then another team would be Valcoling in and be evacing in and be right on top of them. I think they gave their all for that one, but honestly, it was a bit of a slog out there in the end. I think one of the interesting things about looking at the leaderboard there and Dreamfire, as Dax was just talking about, is that they're in 13th right now on 22 points, and now we said it was a very tight lobby, but it's a very tight lobby for the top 9 teams. If you actually have a look at where Dreamfire is sitting there with 22 points, it's really hard for them to get more points in this lobby. Like, they need to get, say 13 plus points and have full engage in MDY Black do nothing to even just get up a couple of spots here. So it's not what we usually would expect, which is like the top couple of spots are quite hard to obtain with a couple of outliers there. But one big game at the end of the day can actually jump you up from, who knows, 15th to 5th or something like that. It's almost the opposite of that today.
Yeah, exactly right. We've seen AGL sort of jump from that lower position up, and then they just, outperformed a fair few teams. So it is definitely possible for teams, like Dreamfire that do have LAN experience, Dax. We've seen this team, in compete on the stage. I'm sure that, they could do something like this coming into our game number 6.
I mean, I'm doing a little bit of the math in the meantime, right? Top 9, it's still viable to make it the first place. But Genome said it himself. Dreamfire, they need a monster game, and most of the other teams can barely do anything except be taken down by Dreamfire. I really have to ask right now, because this is the second week straight, do Dreamfire still have it in them, right? It is a spicy question to ask, but it's something to really consider right now. We know how good they are. We know how historical this team is, and truthfully, we have been fans of Dreamfire for so very long here in APAC-South, but they really need to find their footing as soon as possible. Luckily for them, and honestly for Boogie Borders and IBG right now, tough days, you can still kinda get away with it given we have a few more land slots, but this is the second day straight, or the second outing straight for Dreamfire, and you can see their best placing so far has been 4th place in Storm Points.
Yeah, so sorry, Genome, take it away.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's such an odd thing to see from Dreamfire, right? We know in the past they've experimented with both styles. Typically, historically they were very much an edge team. And then a little bit last year, we saw them start switching towards being more of a zone team. And then I feel like it was really when they were playing a little bit more hybrid that they sort of came back into their own. But here, with most of their points coming from placements, it's a bit unusual and, frankly, a bit concerning from Dreamfire.
Yeah, and at the start of the, the day, I sort of had my sights set on Iron Blood Gaming, and god damn did they perform in the first couple of matches, but you know, slowly slipping down once we hit you know, this second round of groups. So it's it could be anybody's game in that sense. But you know, after a really long day, I know us as casters, you know, we can feel it too. Imagine the teams, you know, they're sitting there trying to do absolutely everything and anything just to win, or you know, make sure that they're not getting third party or taken from you know, a different angle there. So you know, we could only imagine the passion and you know, some of these teams are feeling. But we are coming to the end of the day, guys. This is World's Edge. We're going to take you to our game number 6, the last game of the day. Take it away.
We are coming into our final map of APAC-South for today, and B and C has been so exciting. The scoreboard says it all, and we watch Lava Siphon because we're gonna get a contest. Round 3, here we go between Kill Devil as well as No Credits.
It feels like the jump mastery was a little bit different between the teams there this time. I think No Credit were a little bit quicker in game number 5, which helped them get the win there. This time, a little bit more even. Do we have a difference in the team compositions between the two? Yeah, we've got a Catalyst over on the side of No Credit versus the Bangalore for Kill Devil in Levy. So...
And if you spot out how they drop early on, Kill Devil always love to hold their butts towards the staircase and get a bit of that elevation going. So No Credit right below them right now. Kill Devil playing on top of the roof. But the problem is they're all on white armor right now. And perhaps this can be the moment that No Credit can strike. Savior's looking for it. They're climbing up now towards the rooftops here, Genome. And they're getting closer.
Yeah, and that's one of the trade-offs you have to make. A team often will take the roof early, and it's a better position. You know, easy to get headshot damage, all that kind of stuff. But you do trade it off generally for less loot, less shield cells, less resources with a team who can take their time looting below while you are up there on the roof.
Yeah, and you know these two squads can actually take their time because the ring has them firmly near the middle. And not only that, it's also the second ring pulling their way. So teams like DNC, they're already rotating towards the junior siphon area from up top. I wonder if DNC's actually gonna third party this after they hear a bit of noise, because it seems like No Credit will finally do the battle that they need to versus Kill Devil. 2 down on the KD side. Mex is very cheeky, getting the job done, and the Mozambique putting in some work here for Savior. Push coming to shove yet again. No Credit finding a few more KPs along the way to confirm the 2. A single survivor of Kill Devil. It's Levy trying to get the hell out.
Levy does get out, and No Credit, none of them drop. This is especially important because, as you said, the ring is pulling towards Siphon. So teams are pulling up left, right, and center here. And if that had have gone on any longer,
Enemy landed on me.
most likely it would have seen some third-party action. So just in the nick of time there, No Credit coming out on top. And I think that was a, what was that, a 2 out of 3 for them in the win-loss columns today.
I think they're 3 out of 3 actually versus Kill
really?
Devil themselves. Okay. Yeah, they just didn't get the wipe for the first and third games. And if you noticed a while ago, T4, they've already left the dome and they take the geyser and narrowly miss the final member of Kill Devil. So Levy still gets to play a bit more of this game. I guess the concern right now, it's because IBG stares by stacks. He got full engage over near Big Mod as well, and all of these teams will start to funnel in towards Lava Siphon.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Levy down the bottom. He'll be able to see their crafting, so he's just going to have to wait until IBG get away. Hopefully, you know, the Dexter doesn't spot the tracks, because otherwise he'll definitely be popping some scans. Obviously, that's one of the not very often used parts of Bloodhound's kit in pro play, but in this instance, it actually could come in handy. And I guess that's the other part about using Conduit in these early content stacks, is that you do give yourself the option to run away and craft your team later, right? Because apart from Conduit, there's not a lot of support players played in comp at the moment.
Pretty much, right? We're getting less controller players going. We get more of the support instead with that extra perk. But I was watching Dreamfire because we had a bunch of questions about them during the panel. And right now, they pop the Beast of the Hunt. They go for the evac tower and are looking to stake a claim. But they wanted to go into the building where SWQ was stationed. SWQ had the pylon, and Dreamfire calls it off for the time being.
Okay, Levy. Not able to hide the exact legend you don't want to come up against in Dexter's hands there if you are trying to rat it out. So IBG say, yep, look, thanks for that. Not that there'd be much loot in his box, but hey, it's still another point in that column.
I want to say though, this is one of the closest leaderboards we've had in so very long, and just a few teams falling early can really turn the tides of a team within that top 10 to suddenly jump up that scoreboard. But at the very tippy top right now, of course, is X and Y. They've been playing a very smart game all throughout. It was a heartbreaker in A versus C, and I heard even in the downtime they needed a heavy mental reset, getting 0 points from that A versus C matchup. Right now, they're putting themselves in a good spot to take it all here in this group.
That's a fair point. Someone who's not really put themselves in that great position is a Boogie Borders, as we can see. How will they go in this game? Well, I mean, this spot isn't going to be particularly good for them, but they're a little bit scared of Dreamfire, who are currently holding the zip above them in the house, and honestly, that's a very hard fight to take. Open sight lines on the way in. Kind of tough. Anyway, VK Gaming, they're a little bit further up. They do not have zone knowledge, so they're just, you know, choosing a pretty central choke to hold and hoping for some KP one way or the other.
Hasn't that been the statement of the day, basically? They don't have zone knowledge, but they're just sticking around anyway, right? Just with the diversity in terms of the comps we've got. And what interested me even in that leaderboard a while ago was you have the Bangalore comp at the very start, at the very top right, and then you suddenly have Crypto and Valkyrie without Bangalore whatsoever, and then you have the Bloodhound. There's so much variety that we're getting here in this lobby. I guess right now, cause for concern, MDY Black, a team that has headed back to the right and are looking to make their way in.
MDY Black sitting in 9th spot, but as we noted, 9th spot is actually pretty close to 1st spot right now. So, potentially, this off-meta pick of Wraith will help MDY Black close the gap there and pick up even more split points in the overall standings.
I mean, two of the teams have the rate right now. We saw how effective Donut was, and even as he put that portal to good use to get in the way of eventual winners AGL. And speaking of AGL, another unique winner here for this group. If you notice, Gino, though, is something I always point out in the A versus C, B versus C kind of day, endurance. And because of this endurance run for all these C teams, 4 out of the 5 winners so far have been from Group B, interesting enough.
Yeah, there you go. Perhaps perhaps a little bit stacked up on that side. I mean, there's no team stacked on this building or any of the Siphon buildings actually at the moment. That's interesting.
Rethinking our strategy.
Dumpling have got this one to themselves. MD White have got the one up the north to themselves as well. And then, actually, there is no credit and T4 in the middle one, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, T4, they have the crypto drone just checking out the setup of no credit, but look at Wanton Dumpling, and they're in top 10 just because they have 80% of their points as KP. I think it's what, 21 to 4 by this point, so a little higher than that. But speaking of height right now, MDY Black flying away from Boogie Borders. They don't want to deal with that area whatsoever. It does seem like they're taking a position Dreamfire had a while ago, and speaking of, Dreamfire heard it coming and are just nearby.
Feels like a lot of teams are actually reading this as a budget Siphon ring when I think it's actually going to be a big mod, but Wanton Dumpling up a little bit closer to no credit. And to T4 here.
The win. Yep. And Wanton Dumpling just across no credit right now. Savior and the rest just backing on away for the time being. Given some time. It's Wanton Dumpling getting their shields back up, but no credit. They have some fortifications. We have here the Catalyst, so the barricades are what no credit want to back on right now. It's really their style when they usually have that Watson, right? But since they're playing that Conduit instead, they stick around with the spikes, with those barricade doorways. Eventually, the action gonna be away from this area, and we go to VK Gaming, spotting out Final Start. Here we go again. Final Start with the Bang and the Bloodhound. They've move over towards the cliffside, using it for cover. VK Gaming, they still want to go for the push, even if 951 has barely any HP, and it's Casa trying to do a bit of damage. Scan online, the smokes are there as well, and Casa already has a digi threat, so the advantage will go in VK Gaming's favor. For now, the damage has been done, and final start is being swept away. They're all flesh here. VK Gaming will take that win, and it got very testy, but they survive for now.
Smart play by VKG there, because they actually had the head glitches on them, but yeah, I think they just played the digis and the smokes really well, but how long does that last? Not sure. Looks like AGL is going to come in with an EMP push here. Will they be able to get into the other choke? Will this be far enough away? I don't know.
They have to move because the ring is consuming them. VK Gaming, on the other hand, moving to the other spot of the cliffside. So eventually, VK has some cover to work with. AGL getting peppered here by a Kakoi from what I see. And just overall, it's really AGL and VK Gaming close to one another, but they cannot engage as of yet.
I mean, there's nothing really stopping them, if I'm being honest. There's not a lot of space to get through in the ring. That's probably the biggest part of this. They don't want to get pushed too much, but there's just a little bit of space, and you can see AGL thinking about it. VK thinking about going further into the geyser. There we go. Okay, they pop the EMP, and that's the key to engage.
Not only that, Black Hole into play, and AGL makes their markers count. Dreamfire, on the other hand, Tough Day yet again eliminated early on, but we're watching AGL hunt down the rest of VK Gaming and shut down as many as they can. It's still Casa alive and kicking. Can actually go for the revive here onto the Watson, but I spoke too soon as IBG will take a bit away as well. Full engage nearby, and I think they're the team that can clean up Casa from this point on. Bangkok a fifth inside the smoke, still engaging. It's full engage, searching and seeking for a target. They've had a relatively good day so far. They want to add one more KP, but they can't find VK Gaming that easily, and they decide to get the hell out instead.
Dude, there is no way that Casa has just scared them off with 7 bullets left in his vault. I mean, he's playing behind the smokes, right? Pretending like he's this big scary Bangalore that's going to be able to out-digi-threat them when his digi-threat gun has 7 bullets left.
Digi-threat differential, and now he has the car in hand, and still the Digi-threat. Say what you will with the nerfs on the SMG, as long as the Digi-threat is important, that's gonna be a class of guns you'd love to play. Another one perhaps for consideration, we've seen throughout the day shotguns really here, Gino. A few Mozambiques nearby, a few Mastiffs as well. Wonton Dumpling though, getting elevation. They know an EMP is coming their way, but here we go again. AGL is on the prowl. Next one on the chopping block will be full engaged. They're gone, but AGL, they're hurting quite a lot here. QQ now getting into the ring, but I spoke too soon. MXF, where did that shot with a 30-30 come from? One more hit can be good to wipe them out, but AGL getting the cover.
Quite a few teams taking pot shots at AGL as they try and exit the ring. Unsuccessfully.
Here we go. Engage yet again. They're getting knocked down though, and it's just Wonton Dumpling doing what they do best, kill. There's still another threat though. A squad nearby that will be Savior, and the rest no credit now, trying to make a play with the Black Hole. Mexes though to the floor. It's Bossy actually getting involved as well, and there's gonna be a lot of players right now moving here into the Lava Siphon area. Boogie Borders getting involved. Anna also bringing the aggression, and this is what we want to see. Boogie Borders, they are taking the fight against all these other squads here.
And the other ones in the vicinity, they barely have a chance. Wonton Dumpling actually going for the res up the top now, so they could be back into it, whereas Cheeky from No Credit, I don't think will be afforded the luxury of getting his teammates back. It looks like Boogie Borders has spotted out this respawn. Do they go for it? Surely they do, otherwise it's only going to make their next rotation a lot harder, considering they already need to push through X and Y to get there.
Come on, you bring back the guy with red armor from the dropship. That is just insane. And not only that, Wonton Dumpling, they're ready to take the fight against any other team, any other day as per usual. Boogie Borders, they're wary of X and Y and the single rat, I believe, of outside nearby. And Wonton Dumpling, they're Gonna evac tower the hell out, get back into the zone. But here we go again. Wonton Dumpling, they have another set of fights in front of them.
Alright, so from 0 to hero for Wonton Dumpling here. The second series hasn't been quite as good as the first for them, but maybe this is their time to shine. A good position on the top of this building. I mean, even a turbo here on the Havoc. That's a lot of kill potential for these guys.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more popularity nearby, but speaking of, Kakoyi will be felled too. So 14 squads, or rather 13 squads now remaining. IBG still on the high ground with MXF lying in wait. So while this happens, Boogie Borders actually getting a good read of the ring so far. They're into the next zone where they need to be. VK finally has been slain by a nade from Aegis, and IBG also looks to make a warp at the it's still going. They know they have that elevated angle, and now they're just peppering this pylon setup. Struggles continue here from MXF as IBG is hunting them. Aegis, though, with a sliver of HP, gets the hell out in time, and now the reinforcements have arrived here for IBG. They're mopping away MXF so swiftly and so cleanly. Dexter here into cover, re-engages alongside Aegis. Sicky's gonna be there as well, and it's classic IBG. All edge, all day. It's time for them to hunt the squad down.
MXF, if they're in God spot, they look really, really good, but take them out of that comfort zone, and all of a sudden they look like a fish out of water. You can see in these kind of situations where things are a little bit trickier, where they don't necessarily can just, you know, have some cover to just peek up and behind and refresh their shields and repeat. They really struggle. So teams that thrive in the chaos, like IBG, very much able to take them out right there.
Watch for the portal, and this is why we're getting more raids into the lobby. Safe rotation. Name is Donut, and into the container they go, but they have been spotted by all these other players, and a frag grenade is going to be a threat. SWQ desperate to try and find a way to keep themselves alive. IBG, on the other hand, sees another target down below. The lift is there yet again, but IBG, they have the elevated angle, hunting down whoever they can. It will be, of course, the squad of X and Y, wiped out by IBG.
Another couple of KP for the kill leader, Ziki, with 6, and his friends. Now Wonton Dumpling again. It's great position up the top. Is not going to serve them any longer, so they do drop down as they push up into 10th space. Can they go any further from here?
No credit gone to, and with IBG having 10 kills, I think Wonton Dumpling, they have 7 right now, and we're getting these hunting squads finally online near the tail end of the B versus C matchup. The smokes will be there, set on up yet again. MDY Whites and MDY Black, the teams that sound so similar right beside each other. Boogie Borders, though, having to deal with IBG, who runs into them, and the Boogie Borders handle the pressure well.
Boogie Borders, they're looking for one big game to push them up. I mean, last week, the same thing happened. Game 6, they absolutely popped off. And that pushed them to the top of the leaderboard. Maybe they can salvage a few split points here in Game 6 once again.
Yeah, they got the ring going in their favor, and they're away from all of the chaos. This is classic Boogie Borders, and they want to end it on a high note. Panna here with the G7. You got Fuzzy, you got Raki, and you know how consistent they can be with those shots. But keep an eye out, TNC also nearby, looking to be the only repeat winner of today here. The L-Star, very strong, up close and personal. Fuzzy now is into flesh, as here comes Wonton Dumpling, pushing forward into them. A big test in front of Boogie Borders right now. They have a bit of a reprieve here.
Hold up, Wonton Dumpling are back to 3 members. Is that like the second time they've managed to get a respawn in this one game? These guys, look, their usage of mobile respawn beacons seems to be more prolific than all of the other teams put together at this point, and certainly helping them out when you get into these late game situations, and they're back up to a full 3. 3v3 now with them, Boogie Borders, and DNZ.
It's all full squads here, and come on, Wonton Dumpling, they're a team that wants to fight as soon as they drop from the sky. DNZ, though, they have an elevated angle to work with. They're going to go for the Dark Void too, but Boogie Borders, you can make a case that they can rotate along the way. Boogie Borders now getting stunned on up a little bit. The spikes are there too. Raki going, actually top of 2 to 4. So DNC down already. Thermal 1 wants a dumpling hunting them down. But this is the moment for Boogie Borders. Third party no more. They're the ones who take advantage of the chaos. And they will take the final win of the set. Game 6s really are for Boogie Borders.
The passion was real in our final match for APAC-South Pro League Week 2. That was Group B vs C. You know, we've had 6 games of pure talent go head-to-head from places such as Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and more. You know, we saw the scoreboard coming out of match 5 and couldn't really tell who was going to take the victory. So before we tell you the victors of today's groups, Dax, why don't you take us through the replay as Boogie Borders finally paving a way to be one of the final squads there? They weren't going down.
Look, just as I said, right, if Boogie Borders doesn't get third-partied, they can win these kinds of games. And case in point, they played that rotation while it got very dangerous when Wonton Dumpling was braiding on their necks towards Lava Siphon, towards that final ring. But they played the Dark Veil so well, they moved into the other side, let the last 2 teams fight each other, and that was the game. But we saw a lot of different things happen here, Gino, especially where we saw a bit of how the EMPs have been playing well today, how the Horizon Qs have been a factor, and overall, it was a bit of the best for some of these teams finally waking up at the last game.
Yeah, I think even how their ultimates were used in that last fight was really important. So as you said here, you know, we saw the wall come out early, and actually the Boogie Borders were the first to use their ultimates out of these 3 teams, and going into the end game, they had none of them left, whereas, you know, we saw Wonton Dumpling, they still had the Horizon ultimate up, but I guess pushing those other teams into each other with their ultimates is ultimately what won Boogie Borders the game and got them the 10 kills that they ended up with.
That's right. It was kind of nice to see Iron Blood Gaming as well, flipping back to what we know they can do, cutting the fat around the edges. You know, they just sort of mowed down X and Y and MXF there in their way. You know, this aggressive edge hunting squad finally sort of pushed themselves a little to the top. And then, you know, the other aggressive squad that we've been watching all day, Wonton Dumpling, 4,201 damage. Is that our top damage? I'm just skimming through everybody, and it seems like they just, you know, had a little bit of caffeine and just wanted to take second place with a fair few kills there. But you know, Boogie Borders just still leading the pack. You know, it's exciting to see them finally come back into play after, you know, not having the best performance today, Gino. But Gino, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard here. We're going to see which teams are out on top.
MDY White come out on top with 54. It was a close one, as we expected. Boogie Borders, they did push themselves up into 8th with that win, but as we noted, it was a long way to the top for them. And Warm Wants to Firebird, keeping it cool, 7th spot. I mean, if they continue to get 7th every week, they, by all rights, should make it to land.
Yo, let me point this one out real quick. Look who's in the top 4 spot. Wonton Dumpling! How? How do you even do this? What is this KP to placement point ratio I'm seeing? 33 kills. Who cares about placements to make it to the top 5? And the recovery game, yes, Lace, we saw from Boogie Borders. It did happen, but the kills racked up for Wonton Dumpling. I guess I'm really impressed by MDY White's performance today, and it's a little bit akin to how they qualified for last year as well. They're so clutch in making those placement points matter. It was something that they did back in the Split 2 playoffs, or rather the Split 2 finals, to make it into the Split 2 playoffs, and it's also why they were able to take the LCQ for APAC-South at the same time. They're just that kind of team that takes many opportunities in these closer lobbies, and they come out ahead because of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, even just seeing X and Y there, they were still sort of sitting in that top position. We didn't see too much of them, but, you know, they just skyrocketed to the top there, pushing some of these incredible teams out of their way, you know, and upon taking that, we basically, you know, have our ALGS scoring there. But, you know, overall, we've got our series points. If we want to have and check them out to see who's leading the pack, we've had several groups sort of battle it out. And look who is still ahead, Gino.
Wow. So grabbing those extra couple of points there has made all the difference for Boogie Boarders, as you say, sitting on top with Wonton Dumpling at 37. I'm excited to see Wonton Dumpling up there. I'd be very excited to see them at LAN because, you know, it feels like they've matured and they've really refined that aggressive playstyle. Last year, they were a scary, aggressive team. This year, they are a problem.
Yeah, exactly right. And one of your favorites there, Dax, the Lightning Unicorn, the best logo we've seen. How are you feeling about Lightning Unicorn's performance?
Yo, Lightning Unicorn, it was pretty decent for them to make it to the top 5, if I remember correctly, from their outing. Good to still see them in the top 3. They've always been a consistent team, even back in the Borderham side. And they're like Wonton Dumpling, getting a little bit better as the years go on. But I think really the teams to talk about in terms of recovery, Serenity, they're making waves, playing as a duo before, finally making it to the top 6 spot right now. And even though X and Y is all the way in 18th, I do have to point out them getting to the 2nd spot are their only real points from this session. They had 0 in that A versus C outing, making at least into the top 20 after such a honestly, I'll have to say it was a horrible performance for them, a heartbreaking one, but at least they have some points to work with moving forward. I guess really all eyes into that bottom 10. It still is Dreamfire, someone we have to talk about.
That's exactly right. And from our week 1, you know, we saw, you know, Lightning Unicorn and Boogie Boarders sort of come out in front of the pack. And then, you know, reaching our week 2, we sort of saw them take more of a back seat in a couple of games. But, you know, still enough to sort of push them to the top. You know, we go into week 3, we're going to circle around and bring it back to where we started, which was, you know, Group A versus B. So it's going to be exciting to see, you know, some of the teams that we didn't see perform in the original week that then sort of just came out of the bag in this week and showed us really what they were made of. You know, so they've got a little bit of a taste for week 3, Genome.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see this very different style come out for each of those 3 matchups, right? I mean, you know, AVB is this very conservative, almost reminiscent of EU at the start of Apex kind of style, and then we go to AVC, and it was a little bit in the middle, and then we go to, you know, BBC, as we just saw, and it was like complete chaos. So I feel like we're getting the full spectrum of competitive Apex here amongst our groups in APAC-South, which honestly is kind of fun as it changes things up a little bit.
Exactly right. And how are you feeling, Dax? We've just had exceptional games from all these teams. You know, I know we've just seen some of the best sort of take it out at the start, but how are you feeling after everything today?
I think we really get a clear picture of what's going to occur. I want to do what Gino did, basically. A versus B, you get how APAC-South can evolve to play a bit more of that zone. A versus C, come on, the edge gameplay that everyone knows and loves, and this is why we are MNKBs. But really, I do feel like B versus C is the most interesting matchup, just because we're going to be pointing out there's less of these ring consoles utilized by these teams, and more so they're trying to play off instinct and the rotation paths of the other teams. This means whoever can play smarter in this group matchup, whoever can really assess how these fights go, they're going to be the ones on top. And those are the kind of matchups where you can see mind games afoot really coming to a header.
Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, as we closing in today, you know, there's been some teams that have showcased just exceptional talent. You know, we're here casting Pro League for APAC-South. You know, we've delivered teams such as Dark Zero. You know, we're looking for teams here to fill their shoes. You know, my name is Lace, and it has been an absolute pleasure hosting for you guys today. And, you know, of course, I've been joined by some of the best casters in the world, Genome and Dax. You know, I know we're itching and rearing to sort of hit to week 3 after seeing all the performances today. But, you know, do you feel like everyone's living up to our expectations? Is our region living up to expectations, I should say?
Look, I think the region certainly is. I feel like there's been actually quite a bit of growth in the off-season, and I'm really excited to see, you know, if that continues throughout the whole split and indeed year 4 of ALGS.
Exactly right. So thank you again, everyone, for watching at home. It's been a pleasure being on the the Play Apex channel, showcasing APAC-South and everything that we can do. My name is Lace. We're coming to a close right now, and we will see you guys next week for week 3.